What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you with another great pre-show. I'm joined by two great gentlemen, and if you're just joining us for the very first day, let me tell you, we have action-packed matches for you today. If you haven't peeked at them, don't worry. We're going to walk you through a few of them, but let's get straight to our pre-show elements and talk to our good friends. One, starting with Jake Watson. Jake, how you doing, sir?
I don't like the way you said starting with Jake, but I'm very excited to be here, Raf. Thank you so much. Day one of the PGF World Bracket starting today. I'm so excited. It's a pleasure to be here.
Jake, it's a pleasure to have you at the grown-ups table. We're going over to our good friend, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I got to tell you, I'm doing fantastic. I know I told you yesterday was the best day, the moment we were waiting for, but I lied. The day is really today. It's about to go down. Get ready.
Well, speaking of getting ready, let's not waste any time. Let's go straight to our board, and we have a lot to get through. But actually, first, I want to go ahead and let's put a pause on that board, actually. We have teams to talk about. I was so excited I wanted to get to the board, but we have teams to preview, so my apologies. Let's get straight to the people who were drafted yesterday and who ended up on which teams where. So first, why don't we have Jake? Why don't you tell us who was on Hodger's team?
So Hodger's team is Team Epic Roll, and that features Andy Varela, the person who was sold for the, or drafted rather, for the highest price, and it got John Combs, AJ Agazarm, Kevin Sherrill, and Matt Elkins on that team. Stacked team right there, Raf.
Absolutely. Tim, can you talk us a little bit about who Jacques Machado drafted yesterday?
Yes, we have Team X Marshall here. It is being led by Elijah Carlton, Season 5 winner, David Asare, the New Wave standout, Hindulatine expert, Ben Eddy, David Evers, and Nathan Haddad.
Beautiful. Let's keep this going. Jake, talk to us about Dean Lister's team.
So Dean Lister's team is Black Rifle Coffee, #1 seed, PJ Barch, Max Hanson, Mike John, Samson Phommabout, and the electric Jamie Carnall on that team.
The biggest crowd pleaser that we have so far.
Absolutely.
And we haven't even started anything yet. Tim, talk to us about Hegan's team.
Hegan's team is first Phorm. That breaks down to Renato Canuto, Daniel Sathler, Kevin Beuhring, Cameron Hurd, and the youngster Jett Thompson.
I gotta say, guys, these are some awesome teams.
Yep.
And I wanted to get to this board, and now we're getting to this board. But since we're talking about surprises, I wanted to ask each of you, what surprised you most at the draft? And actually, on this one, we're gonna start with you, Tim.
You know, I think the thing that surprised me most is that most of the coaches kind of came out with a similar strategy. They seem to be spending big for guys in the top 5, top 6. Some guys came out with specific guys in mind, especially Rigan Machado. He was set on getting the kid Jett Thompson. He talked about him. He was looking for him. He came into this auction looking for that kid. I thought that was very specific, very interesting. But yeah, I think it's mostly these guys playing for the top players seem to be the theme of the day.
That was really interesting to see. And I think they set aside, like, what, $1,300 for him at the end of the day?
$1,200.
$1,200. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. Jake, what surprised you the most yesterday, sir?
So I'm actually going to give Tim a minute to explain himself, because one of the things that surprised me the most was the fact that our very own pre-show appears to have been compromised. Tim, you were spending a little bit of time down there with Rigan Machado. Tell us what that was all about.
Well, you know, I know we alluded to some rumors yesterday that potentially this is something that could happen. I was tapped by the commissioner, perhaps to sit in a specific area, maybe share my thoughts out loud, not to anyone specific, but anyone who is in the vicinity could hear some advice and helping put the team together. Obviously, it's a strong team. He went out hard after Renato Canuto, saved up some money, got some good guys, got Sathler at a steal for $1,100, I thought, or 1,100 points, and was able to round out his team quite nicely and still get Jett Thompson. So, you know, maybe there was a little outside help, not much. Like I said, Rigan came in with a very specific mindset and certain guys that he really wanted to get on his team.
Okay. You know you're supposed to disclose that information here before you go through with it, sir.
I can neither confirm nor deny if I actually had that information.
Okay. I think we have the confirm. We don't need the deny. At this point, we saw what we saw. I could roll to a photo, but I'm not going to do that because we got to get to another roll tape right now. Now, who surprised me? I think it has to be one of the most unmovable, unflappable human beings I have existed in this planet with, and that's one PJ Barch. Take a look at this following footage and understand that yesterday, PJ Barch became a human meme. You're going to understand what I'm saying when you see PJ responding to when he was drafted yesterday. So if you're looking at it, you would see it, but it's not there. So I'm just going to talk you through what it was. PJ was essentially starting to make big gestures, move around. You got to scroll down, Octavio, and when that happens, you're going to see that PJ Barch was so surprised by how much money he was going for that at a certain point, he literally looked at us and went, well, I really wish you guys would spend more money on somebody else. So I felt that was a little bit of a surprise to me. So, you know, on a topic that's called surprises, I guess I can get surprised myself despite programming it myself.
That's all right.
It's okay. It's what we go with.
It's fitting.
So there is that. Oh, did you find it? Hold on. Waiting for word. This is worth waiting for, so I don't mind giving this a split second. If we're on the scenes and you scroll all the way down, you will see it. Yep. All right. What's going to happen is I'm going to go ahead and preview to another thing, and we're going to go to our next topic, which is deal. So I'm going to ask this on over to Tim first. Tim, who do you think got the best deal?
I think not because I helped, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but I think Hegan got a really good deal. Getting Sathler at $1,100 or $1,200, I can't remember the exact amount, I think was a steal. It gave him space in his budget to go hard after a couple other guys. I think it worked out well for him. You know, it was surprising that some of the big names went for so much. I don't think we've seen anyone break $5,000. I could be wrong, or 5,000 points, I should say, previously in PGF history, but we had 3 guys top that this season. I was surprised that it went out that high. Usually you see a little bit more of a conservative strategy, but it just goes to show that these coaches are paying attention. They're looking at what's happening. They're coming into it with a more informed decision and a more informed approach, and they're really looking to score big during the auction, because this is really when they have the chance to actually impact and affect their team. It's kind of hard just to come in and start coaching a bunch of guys after 24 hours, but it's not hard if you put those guys together. You could really affect the performance and put together a very, very good winning team.
Thank you for that, Tim. Jake, what was the most, what was the best deal, I guess I should say, that you thought in your head?
Yeah, you know, Raph, I think that, I mean, Tim has brought it up on a couple different occasions that Daniel Sathler was an absolutely great deal for that team. He's the 8th seed and was drafted for 1,100 points. I think that he is an athlete that a lot of people aren't really considering, but he is incredible. And he has a victory over Max Hanson, who's #1, and he has won by submission against some of the greatest athletes in the world. He has a great style. He comes from the great camp. I think he's actually the exclusive Autos competitor here at the PGF World. So I'm very excited to see what he's capable of doing. I think that him being drafted as the 8th seed and going for that low of a price definitely surprised me a lot. And I think it was a great deal.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. I'm going to defer my answer to this and go back to the last question because I hear that we have it ready to go. So here's what I want to point out to you. If you didn't quite understand what I was talking about with PJ before, take a look at this footage and tell me if you think any differently. Again, the normally cool, calm, collected PJ Barch looking around, slightly nervous here, now starting to realize, oh, is that... Uh-oh, I'm worth a lot of money. Did anybody collect any coupons? Do we have extra money? Are we getting a bank loan to get extra players? Oh boy, these glasses just became heavier. Wow. And in doing so, he now is at a point of basically bargaining and collective denial at the same time. And yet at the very end, what I want to say to him is, he definitely deserves it. A long-time vet, somebody who's been giving us submission finishes for a very long time, so I'm very excited to see him react to that. But it is the first time I've seen him be a meme. And speaking of surprises, I want to take my last few seconds to read through a text that we saw going to the text chain of all the athletes. Can we roll that real quick? It says, great job all of you standing on the auction block tonight. Couldn't and wouldn't be me. I enjoyed watching you on my phone though. Anyway, I'm sure you all miss me, but I'm sure you'll get more than you can handle very soon. As for my teammates, look forward to dragging you all to victory. Yours truly, the GOAT. One guess. Who do you think wrote that one? Tim Freeman.
That is very, very easy because this guy loves writing. He's basically the Ernest Hemingway of submission grappling. We're talking about the great AJ Agazarm, the no-show to the auction. I told you he was a saboteur. I told you he was the greatest villain of all time. You didn't want to believe me, and once again, he came through just like I thought he would.
I want to point this out. Nobody disbelieved you. We got more evidence for it, though, I think is the only thing. Let's go now to our next topic, which is, all right, we got through deal. Now it's time to talk about style. A lot of the athletes came here, sure, decked out in different garb, but some people went above and beyond, and we want to identify a few of those folks. Jake, why don't you lead us off?
So, Season 3 PGF World Champion David Evers comes in a suit, looking like he was trying to appear and take our spot on the pre-show. Looked just decked to the nines, came in very professional. He is, after all, a rocket engineer, much smarter than me, and he came up looking very, very professional. So hats off to David Evers. And I respect the wardrobe choice.
You know, I'm glad that he was able to do it. He definitely looked like he was coming straight from his graduation in high school. So I was very proud of him. Definitely looked very well dressed. And you know what? I was a little mad. Arms filled out a little bit more than our suits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, his legs, too. He's very big.
Just a little bit.
A little bit. I was a little offended by that.
Squats.
But let's do this. Tim, tell us a little bit about who caught your eye.
Oh, that's easy. That was Andy Varela. He came in dripping. He came in with the Versace shirt, the Gucci pants, the Louis Vuitton loafers. He had the vintage, nice, stylish Oakley sunglasses. He was rocking it with the haircut to match. We were both dressed so sharp, honestly, that we couldn't give each other a hug for fear one of us would have to go to the hospital. We had to be very, very careful when we dapped each other up, but we made it through. So yeah, for sure, Andy Varela, top notch, best dressed.
Well, I think that's very well stated. He also came dressed in a crop top, so he, like Gambit, trying to bring them back, I see.
Yes. That's true. He did. You're right about that. A very tasteful one at that.
I'm going to tell you this. The person who I picked, I think, head and shoulders above everybody else. You guys mentioned some good people, but I want to talk about the top drip here, and I think that came from Cam Hurd. Cam showed up in this fit that can only be described as formal Hawaiian wear. But it's the shoes that do it. And what I love about this in particular, yes, Cam Hurd seen here looking through your little cookout cooler for one of the nice little hard seltzers, is definitely one of the more premier athletes to really come in and say, hey, guess what? I can show up dressed to the nines. And he showed up dressed next to John Combs, and I have to say, kind of made him look a little bit less value. I would have knocked off. I would have said, can I get John Combs on a little bit more of a deal than $3,000 if I had seen him dressed right next to each other. But just saying, that's what it is. Let's go to our next topic. We're talking about power rankings. So right now, I'd like to rank the top 4 teams from worst to best, and we're going to go ahead and start with you, Tim.
You know, it's hard to pick a bad team here. They're all really, really, really great teams. But because we got to rank them, I got to pick one. And I'm going to pick Marshall because those were the guys that were kind of getting some of the guys that perhaps the team I was consulting with wanted. I would say number 3 comes in with Black Rifle. Pretty tough team, pretty good dudes, but not going to be enough to edge out Rigan Machado and the First Phorm team, excuse me. He got some really good guys. I think people are sleeping on Renato Canuto. I think he's going to do well today. But I think, unfortunately, the team that edged everyone out was the Epic Roll team. They got the guys they wanted. They had a clear plan. They buttoned it up quick, and I think they're going to be a very, very tough team to beat. Beautiful.
Jake, tell us a little bit about who you think actually was the best team.
So I tried to approach this in a very nerdy way. An Egghead Warrior would have been very proud of me. I took all the different seeds that on each team, and I tried to add them up and then find out mathematically who had the best draft choices if we were to think about it in terms of who got first, third, fifth, and so on. Now, if I did it that way, I didn't agree with the seeding, so my first choice is actually Dean Lister's Black Rifle. I think that PJ Barch and Max Hanson as a 1-2 punch on the top 2 seeds there is just very, very powerful. They both looked incredible. They're incredible athletes in their own right. And number 2, Tim, you mentioned Epic Roll being one of the best teams. I think that's a close number 2 for me. And then First Phorm and Marshall coming in at 3rd and 4th. That's my opinion on the power rankings, but as we've learned, power rankings are just that. They're power rankings, and they're a one man's opinion. So we'll see how it all shapes out this week.
I like that Jake tried science once and was like, didn't work for me. Nope. Not a fan. All right. Well, I'm going to say this. We're now going to go to our next topic, which is, in case you wanted to know my answer, I actually have a 4-way tie for first. Everybody's winning in friendship on my side. I can do whatever I want.
That's lame.
Guys,
no, man,
I don't know if you understand the power that the moderator has.
Wow.
If I wanted to mute either of you, I could do it.
That's a powerless answer.
It's the powerful answer. I literally came in with a power move.
Powerless rankings.
Look at this. The two of you had one collective thought between now you're celebrating it. Let's move on before the neurons go away on that. We're going to our next one, which is actually survival. And this is an important topic, so I'll take this one first. Gents, we're here for a whole week. So if you're an athlete, I really want you to understand an important element, which is please feed yourselves. These hours are not conducive to any kind of food. And yes, some of you are going to need to figure out where and when to get in your breaks. Have snacks on hand. I know some of you have done competition for 1 day, maybe 2 if it's like an ADCC. Guess what? This is a 4-day experience. 5 days. Just kidding, if you make it to the end. So that is why. Start with a decent breakfast and plan something very accordingly at about the 2:30 region so it kind of gets time to settle. You think I'm lying, but this is exactly what I'm doing. So I wouldn't give you advice that I wouldn't take myself, and I'm going to go ahead and adhere now the rest of my time to one Jake Watson. What is the best tips you have for survival?
So I'm going to kind of piggyback off of your advice. I'm going to say hydration and supplementation. One sec. I'm going to help. Okay. Just hear me out. Listen. Going and competing in one tournament on 1 day, the recovery process can be kind of hefty. But you are competing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with the hopes of competing Friday, and it's against the best competition in the world. If you're not hydrated, if you're not replenishing your body with electrolytes consistently and making sure that you take your recovery in between matches very, very seriously, your body's not going to hold up. And so you need to make sure that you're properly hydrating so that your muscles don't cramp, you don't get a higher risk of injury, you don't get more tired as your cardio is going to deplete a little bit more throughout the week. So it's very important that you hydrate.
Tim.
I would say to pay attention. What I mean by that is you don't have to beat the best guys on the roster here. You just have to beat the guys that are in front of you. The point is to score points, get kills, get submissions, rack up points, go to the 8-man playoff and win the money. That's what you're trying to do. And don't just pay attention to your roles, pay attention to the house. What are your teammates doing? Are they staying up all night playing video games? Are they getting rest? Are they stressed out? You can learn a whole lot more about people by focusing on what they're doing off the mat sometimes than what they're doing on the mat. So stay focused, stay sharp, beat the guy in front of you.
Beautiful. Gents, let's go to our next topic. Our next topic is one of social gatherings. What that means is, what are our teams doing on their social media? We have a lot of kids here, and these kids are good at the social media with their TikToks and all of that sort of stuff. So our team here has done the best that we can to figure out what they've been up to and who has been dominating the social media scene thus far in actually just 1 day into it, if you really think about it. Tim, do you have any reports for us on the social media aspect?
You know, a little bit. Some of these guys are laying kind of low before the event, and I get that, but not one Andy Varela. He's all over the internet talking about what he's about to do out here. Other guys, not so much. I did see some messages from some of the guys that talked about some of the things they're trying to do. Hanson was like, I don't want to focus too much on all these guys that I might fight. I just want to focus on the guys that I'm going to fight. Varela said, I'm predicting 12 to 18 points today. So, yeah, I think, you know, some of these guys are staying off of socials because they're focused on the match today.
Jake?
So, actually, surprisingly enough, Jamie Carnall, the number 20 seed, has... And I've been noticing that he's been reposting. He has what he lacks in a big fan base. He makes up for an incredibly loyal fan base. He's got people reposting his stuff, saying, let's go, Jamie. He's been saying stuff like, this guy's got like he's got that dog in him. I'm like a raccoon that hasn't been fed for 2 days. That's the kind of dude I am. He's absolutely unhinged on social media and in person. And I think that he really does do a good job of keeping up that persona on social media. He's got a loyal fan base. And I think that has surprised me the most about him.
Jake, I also want to apologize. Your solo shot, I'm shrinking you on purpose because I want you to kind of feel like boxed in a little bit, my friend. So I hope you're okay with that.
Good call, boss.
Good call.
Absolutely. I want you to feel what it's like. The pressure's on. Hey, here's my one note on this. Nobody's impressing me on social media yet, so this is my challenge to you guys. I think it's time that you step up your game. You're here. This is your brand. This is your business. This is your time to shine. So I would encourage you guys during this week, when you have eyes on you, go for broke. Show your personality, because we don't have a lot of TV time. So that way, when you get here, make the use of your time. Get out here, brand yourself, become a hero, become a star, because you're going to let Jamie Carnall take all the crumbs if you even neglect any of your responsibilities on that. Let's go straight to our next one, which is training. Gents, you know, word on the street was maybe people weren't going to train, but I'm now hearing differently. I'm hearing that people have been gathering together. The teams did seem to train together. Tim, do you have information on that?
You know, only a couple teams. I know Jean-Jacques' team got together and they were looking to train. I have heard a few little rumors about guys just kind of training off on the side. I don't have names. I only hear rumors on that one. The streets doesn't have a definitive answer, so I can't come exactly with names. I do know that Rigan Machado, as soon as the draft was over, the first thing he wanted to do was meet with his team, establish communication, get a rapport going, learn about these athletes in a deeper way so he could be a more effective coach. So these guys are definitely coming to the table with an interest to win. They're not just coming to mail it in. These coaches are looking to win, so it wouldn't surprise me if they were all training today, to be honest with you.
Jake, what have you heard?
Well, one thing that is really exciting for me is the different approaches that each of the coaches are taking to lead their team. Dean Lister brings the team onto the competition mats this morning, and he had the powwow there. He led them on the mats, and I think that is incredibly interesting. Like you said, Tim, Jean-Jacques Machado had his team suited and booted, ready to go. Caleb Crump was there, the alternate. Everybody was getting stretched, warmed up, and going over a game plan, I imagine. It's a pretty cool thing for these athletes to have the opportunity to share the mats and to be led by some legends in our sport, and I'm glad to see that the legends themselves are taking such a heavy interest in it.
Well, thank you both for that information. Now we're going to conclude with the matchups that we are most excited for today. Now, they've revealed the whole week, and we don't have time to preview the whole week, but I want you to tell me your top 2 matches that you're most excited about today. Let's start with you, Jake.
So, actually, PJ Barch versus John Combs. That's a very exciting matchup for me. I think that the last time they had a match together was 2021, and PJ Barch won by an inside heel hook off of a leg drag. John Combs, of course, has improved a lot since then. He's put together a number of great wins against great people. PJ is the man to beat, and John Combs is very, very hungry. And the other person, I would say, in less than a matchup, is just the person I want to see compete. I want to see Elijah Carlton compete. I believe that he is coming in with a chip on his shoulder. He is the PGF champ, the winningest PGF competitor in the organization's history. Yep. And I think that anybody he goes up with is going to be fireworks because everybody is gunning for him. It doesn't matter who it is. Everybody wants a shot at the PGF King.
Tim.
Well, there's one name that keeps coming up, and that's Carlton. I think the match I'm really looking forward to seeing is Renato Canuto versus Elijah Carlton. We're going to look for Renato to come off with a flying attack for sure. I think that Carlton has a chance. He can use his length, maybe get a quick inside heel hook, something fast. The other match that I think is the most compelling is Carlton versus handsome Kevin Sherrill. We know Carlton put him on the bench, sent him to a spa day. Somebody needs to check the Orleans spa across the street, see if Sherrill's there right now. I doubt it. I talked to him. He told me even though he's a Las Vegas 5, he is a Georgia 10 when it comes to toughness. So that's going to be a great match.
Well, gents, thank you so much for previewing all of that. You know, I'm very excited for today. That is pretty much going to conclude it for us here at the pre-show. Here's what I want you guys to do. Sit down, grab some popcorn, grab a beer, grab a drink, whatever you guys want to do. Sit down for the next few hours and let us entertain you with some excellent submission grappling. And then, once that's done, don't go anywhere. Stay with us because after the action takes place here at the PGF, we will return and have a post-show for you with all brand new information, and we look forward to seeing you. On behalf of the gentlemen here, one, Jake Watson, one, Tim Freeman, my name is Rafa Sparza. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
In the heart of Las Vegas, where combat legends are born, history is in the making. Welcome to the dawn of a new era in martial arts. The first ever Jiu-Jitsu League, the Professional Grappling Federation, is entering its most anticipated season yet. Here, 20 elite athletes will partake in a grueling season of submission grappling with over $100,000 on the line. 4 teams, each with a legendary head coach. This season's roster includes formidable PGF newcomers in Andy Varela, Renato Canuto, and PJ Barch, all eager to dethrone the reigning champion, Elijah Carlton. Witness the journey unfold from grappling's first ever official draft on April 21st to the highly anticipated crescendo of the playoffs. This isn't just jiu-jitsu. This is PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
How does the PGF work? We have a pre-selected roster of 20 athletes, and they're going to be split up into 4 different teams with 4 legendary coaches. On Sunday, those 20 athletes are going to be drafted onto one of those 4 teams. Each athlete is going to get 12 matches during the regular season. The only way to win a match in the PGF is by submission. If you win by a choke, we call that a kill. That's worth 6 points. If you win with any joint lock, we call that a break, and that's worth 3 points. Any submission that you land in under a minute gets you an extra point. The top 8 point scorers go into a seeded playoff bracket on Friday night, and the winner of that bracket is going to get $20,000. The team that scores the most collective points during the regular season is going to win $100,000 in PGF Season 6. It's the biggest season of the PGF ever, and it's probably the biggest event that's ever happened in Jiu-Jitsu.
Las Vegas, Nevada may be known as the fight capital of the world, but this week it is the center of the PGF world as Season 6 kicks off tonight here in Sin City. PGF World Season 6, $100,000 will be on the line, and grappling history will unfold before your very eyes. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis, along with the commish, Brandon Mccaghren, and the Egghead. We appreciate you joining us for Night 1 of PGF World Season 6. BMAC, your brainchild, it's gone from Decatur, Alabama and becoming church to the fight capital of the world, and every second that gets closer to our first match, you can feel the energy start to build even more.
Yeah, you can feel the tension. It's starting to feel like real sports, TJ. You know, we love it when it feels like real sports. This is so exciting for me. We are in store for an incredible night of jiu-jitsu. If you love grappling, if you love sports, if you love drama, the PGF is going to deliver big time this season.
Absolutely, and of course we are here presented by Once Upon a Coconut. How many coconut waters have you drank to power that egghead of yours?
At least 6 today.
Yeah, 6 today?
Yeah,
all right,
it helps.
Maybe 3 more throughout the broadcast. We got a long night. It's all about that gauntlet, BMAC. We're going to see, 20 athletes many times over, and by the time this thing is done, all these guys I think are going to be household names in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting things about the PGF for me is that we're going to see some guys that are not quote-unquote big names in the sport. They're going to become stars this week. You're going to fall in love with these athletes. You're going to get to go through their underdog story with them. You're going to get to go through the rise and the heartbreak and the ebb and flow of going through a full season of sports right here on the PGF mats this week.
Yeah, there's an investment, I think, for fans all over the world watching, but also the investment yesterday was with the coaches as they drafted their teams. We've been able to look at them. The teams have been able to get more acquainted with one another. Do you have a best team letter grade yet for me?
Man, I think I like this Black Rifle team on paper. I mean, this first Phorm, I really like the way Rigan Machado played his, but this Dean Lister Black Rifle Coffee team, leading off with PJ Barch, Max Hanson, who we're going to see here in just a couple of minutes, a couple of PGF veterans and Phommabout, Mike John, and then the wild card, the Wild Raccoon, Jamie Carnall. So, yeah, I really like that Black Rifle team. If I was giving out letter grades, I think they would be my A+. They would be my first place team off the draft.
Do you concur?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Oh, all right.
Hate to disagree, but I have to go with the GOAT, Roger Gracie, and that Epic Roll team. I think Epic Roll is going to repeat as the champions. Looking at Andy Varela, he's right up there with PJ Barch. But then you have John Combs. I think that's the best 1-2 punch because Combs is just a kill specialist. Goes for the guillotines, RNCs, almost high percentages of his submissions are those kills. But also the bottom 2, Matt Elkins and Kevin Sherrill. I think they're the best bottom 2, the 4 and 5 punch we have.
You may be right about that.
And both of them as well are choke specialists. From all the seasons that they've been in the PGF, that's how they made the playoffs, because they got kills. And then you have AJ Agazarm, an ADC silver medalist that we're not even leading off with. And one more thing to think about, 4 of the 5 of those were collegiate wrestlers. I mean, they really put a stacked team together.
Yeah, 100%. And, that's one thing. We have all these newcomers, but, when I look at it, the front runners, yeah, they're great. And they make, good poster childs, if you will. But I also think that there's dark horses all over this thing that could play huge factors for their team.
I think the number one guy to think about as a dark horse was the steal of the draft yesterday, Daniel Sathler. I feel like Sathler is going to come out and have a big week. He's a Andre Galval black belt. He had one of the most incredible wins of the last 12 months in that win that he had, big win he had over Max Hanson. One of the best highlights that we had in jiu-jitsu over the last year.
Yep. One guy that a lot of people have been talking about, and he likes to talk as well on social media, one Andy Varela. He's been a star, and he's landed here at PGF Season 6. And let's take a deeper look at one Andy Varela.
My name is Andy Varela. I've been training jiu-jitsu for about 10 years, probably about 5 years seriously. And then I trained here at 10 Planet Las Vegas.
I think Andy Varela is a walking highlight machine. He's a human highlight reel. Everything he does is exciting. Everything he does is with intention. He moves fast. He acts fast. He's flashy. He'll fly through the air. He'll backflip. He'll cartwheel. There's really no telling what he's going to do, but it's guaranteed to be fireworks.
I beat like a bunch of those guys, and I feel like they probably want to get that back. So that's more than anything kind of the idea is these guys will be looking to take my head. And then there's guys coming up like Max Hanson. I see he's starting to win a bunch of stuff, so I'm sure he'll be excited to try to whoop my ass too, which is cool. I mean, I welcome all of it, and I want to beat everybody up too, so it's fine, it's perfect. It's a lot of athletes to get to.
We will see what one Andy Varela can do here at Season 6 of PGF World. We've got a bunch of veterans also taking the mat this season, and love him or hate him, the jabroni grappler is back. Elijah Carlton, he is a guy fun to watch on the mat, Egg, and even more fun to listen to off the mat.
Most definitely. I mean, what we all have to know is that, you know, Elijah Carlton is the most experienced grappler in the PGF format. A veteran of 4 seasons, 1 Season 1, runner-up in Season 2, 1 Season 3's regular season, and just came off, you know, a few months ago winning Season number 5. 51 wins, only 1 loss and 5 draws. He's a master at this format, and he's going to be very dangerous. PGF fans know you never bet against Elijah Carlton in the PGF format. But there's a couple others as well. David Evers, who's actually the PGF Season 3 champion. So he's the defending 170-pound champion. Oh, and by the way, he did that while he's working his day job at NASA. Yeah. So he's also...
Like the NASA?
The NASA. So
okay.
He's another 20-pound brain. You know, it takes one to know one type of thing. So we also have Matt Elkins, who actually is the only competitor to have been a part of every PGF season. And in the 3 he competed in, he made the playoffs every time with a high kill percentage. And the other 2, he was a coach. And for Season 4, he was the winning coach. So if anyone knows this as good as Elijah, it's Matt Elkins.
You mentioned some veterans, B-Mac, you know, Elkins, Carlton. These are guys I feel like, even though you're leveling up PGF, taking it on the road, getting bigger, more well-known names in the sport, these are names that just, it wouldn't have felt right if they weren't here.
I totally agree with you. And they're names that they're fun to keep up with throughout the course of the season. You know, you mentioned Matt Elkins. This guy's one of the most fun people on the mic. He was great on his interview when he got drafted yesterday. He's always super fun on the mic, and he's got a fun, exciting, engaging style to watch. We've also got Handsome Kevin. We didn't even talk about Handsome Kevin. This guy's like a PGF superstar. Look at him. He comes out, he gives the little hair flip, the wink, the nod at the camera, some kind of little hand gesture there. I don't know what he's doing. And listen, Kevin, he's a runner-up in the PGF format as well. He got all the way to the final in Season 3 against David Evers, and Evers was able to put him away in what turned out to be a little bit of an upset at the time. So I think everybody was kind of expecting Kevin to come out with that dub.
And he's got a pretty good rivalry with the jabroni.
A very good rivalry going with the jabroni. They were, you know, it's not just a one-season thing either. It's a consistent tension between these two, and so they're coming off of probably the most tension that they've had after last season.
Yeah. All right. I believe we have a package more on Elijah Carlton. Let's take a look.
One of the most compelling storylines for me heading into Season 6 is the story of Elijah Carlton. He's been the face of the PGF for 5 seasons. He's won multiple regular seasons. He's won multiple championships by winning the playoff. But now with the level of competition being raised so much higher for Season 6, the big question for me is, can Elijah take all of that experience that he has as a PGF champion and apply it to these high-level athletes and make it into the playoffs? Or could he even really surprise some people and come out as the champion again?
It's all the same, man. I show up, do what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna outperform all these guys. I'm gonna sub a lot of these guys. They're gonna be like, oh, just because Elijah hasn't done IBJJF and done an ADCC trial or anything like that, and he hasn't won anything big like that, like half of the roster is gonna be victims every season. That's what it's about. It's like they're gonna sleep on me like always.
Oh, man, he is a way with words and a way with limbs on the mat. The jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton, he's back this season, and now he's with our Alex Wendling.
Go?
Told me I was ready to go 20 minutes ago, and now they're pulling me for an interview. Let's go.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Elijah is ready to go. He is not willing to do any type of short talk. We wish you the best of luck, Elijah. You got this.
I told you he has a way with words, and sometimes his way with words is not sharing many. That's the first time he's never had a lot to say, I think.
Listen, he's serious. He's ready to play, dude. I love this version of Elijah. The game day Elijah is he's a serious foe, and I think that he's going to come out here and he's going to have people may not recognize him the way they recognize PJ Barch. They may not see him the way they see Andy Varela, Renato Canuto, Max Hanson. But after this week of the PGF, I think people are going to understand that the jabroni is serious business.
Do you feel he has a little extra pressure? Is he feeling that pressure, Egg?
Most definitely. So a lot of people are wondering if bringing in this level of talent, if he's going to be the same dominant person in the PGF. And we're going to find out tonight because he's going to lead off all the matches against Max Hanson, an underdog or a sleeper, to win the whole thing. A very game, well-known national grappler. But also later on, we're going to see him against Renato Canuto, one of the most anticipated PGF competitors. So again, by then tonight, we will know, can Elijah hang with these big name talents?
And it is very much a marathon. A gauntlet is the word that is shared most often here at PGF, and that gauntlet officially kicks off tonight. Let's take a look at some of our sponsors that help make PGF World Season 6 possible. Have to shout them out. Ex-Marshal, First Phorm, Black Rifle Coffee Company, Lonnie Jones Podcast, Keeping Up with Jones. Of course, Epic Roll. They're represented on the mat. And UFC Fight Pass, happy to be on their YouTube. Of course, our tournament finale will be on Friday. So we appreciate them jumping on board and appreciate you watching as well. PGF World Season 6 about to kick off tonight with Night 1. You guys ready?
I'm ready, dude.
Yeah.
I've never been more ready.
All right. Let's get it going. You're watching PGF World Season 6.
Ex-Marshal gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because Ex-Marshal's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an Ex-Marshal team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special Ex-Marshal flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because Ex-Marshal isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
Welcome to Season 6 of the Professional Grappling Federation, brought to you by Once Upon a Coconut. It's time for our first match of the evening. Welcome first, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hanson.
First walk of Season 6, Max Hanson, representing Dean Lister's Black Rifle Coffee Company. He draws a familiar foe here at PGF World in Elijah Carlton. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, the reigning, defending Professional Grappling Federation champion, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton!
There's the vintage jabroni double birds as he makes the walk to the mat. Elijah Carlton ready to put on a show here in Sin City. It's match one, night one, PGF World. Eddie Bravo, our referee. This one wasting no time to get to the floor.
No surprise, Elijah pulls guard right off the bat.
All of our matches here in the regular season, 6-minute bouts.
Ooh, Max taking a roll at the legs as Elijah tried to move into a threatening triangle position. Now they're going to be in the seated guard position, both of them. Elijah comes up looking to pass maybe.
And Elijah's triangle is the most dangerous submission in the PGF history.
I mean, he's hit that triangle. I feel like he's hit it 20 times out of his 50 wins, maybe more than that.
And it's best when people know it's coming and they realize they're caught in it.
Elijah coming up on top. Both guys very comfortable trading positions back and forth with their guard. Elijah tries to sit in on a leg, grab him up. You know, one of the great things about this 6-minute rule set, there's not a lot of time for stalling. We have an aggressive stalling penalty that we're ready to go with, but I don't think we're going to. Ooh, jumps in quickly on an arm lock on Elijah, and he gets a little reaction from the champ. I was saying we have an aggressive stalling penalty, but these guys are, we're not going to see it in this match.
Yeah, no need.
90 seconds of elapsed time thus far in this match. It's been a busy 90 seconds. I mean, both guys have been on top. Both have gone inverted. Haven't really settled in a position on the floor.
And both guys comfortable in every position, too. You'll see them, they trade back and forth. They're just throwing jabs. See, where's this guy going to leave an opening? Where is he going to be vulnerable? Run it, fellas. I don't know what that noise was. Something came out of the house speaker and almost scared us all to death.
That wasn't a 5-finger death punch, was it?
I don't know. I feel like somebody 5-finger death punched me in the liver, dude. Max got a little deeper that time on his entanglement. Elijah comes up, and he's going to be looking to pass. Almost at the halfway point.
I mean, looking at this one so far, B-Mac, do you feel like either man is really playing their game necessarily?
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys are doing what we see them do. Both guys very comfortable with their guard. Both guys very comfortable with their passing. Excellent leg lockers. You know, they're taking no big risk, but they're staying active. Now Elijah moves into a passing position, getting a little contact. Decides to pull out of there.
Touch over 2.5 minutes remain here in this match.
Yeah, both are very dangerous. Both like rear naked chokes. Are both are really great leg lockers as well.
Go reset back to the middle. Elijah with that double grip on the wrist. And you see the way that Elijah reaches. He goes inverted and then he reaches for the right leg of his opponent. He's very good with that setup. Uses it to get into, he really throws a double attack with it. He throws an attack on the inside heel hook or the triangle depending on his opponent's reaction. Now he's got a wrap on that right foot of Max Hanson. Max tries to reach over looking for that shoulder crunch. Boy, neither guy really able to gain any ground on the other whatsoever so far.
An interesting thing in the PGF format, as we get close to 90 seconds left, it's only going to get more intense because both these competitors know that a draw is a loss.
Well, Elijah especially knows that. Max setting up a false reap attempt. Elijah sniffs it out. Yeah, that's a great point, Egg. And the PGF, because a draw and a loss really nets you the same result. Oh, here's a nice entry by Elijah. He's got a tangle on the leg. Oh, he's got something going on Max. He's got an inside heel. Oh, this is very perilous for Max Hanson. Oh, wow. Great shot by Elijah Carlton. Really good look right there. The first really dangerous moment of the match for either athlete.
45 seconds left to work.
Elijah draws him back to the middle.
Only 30 seconds left, though. They got to move.
I think we're going to see Elijah take one last shot right here. Something crazy.
Short time. There we go. First match going to end in a draw. Someone's going to blow an air horn somewhere.
That's time.
No points.
After 6 minutes, this match is a draw.
First match in the books here, B-Mac, your thoughts?
Well, I think that we just saw that Elijah can get out there and hang with everybody. Like, he's not some small town grappler that doesn't belong out here with these guys. Just the look off of that match alone,
yeah,
Elijah belongs.
Absolutely.
And I think just the look of that match gave us what we needed to know in terms of, is Elijah the real deal? Can he do it?
All right, our night continues here. Night 1 of PGF World Season 6. Again, TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. Appreciate you joining us as well. Again, PGF World Season 6, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Trying to find my guy, Bobby, both of them right now to see if he's ready for our next match.
I think they're about ready. He's coming out to the mat right now.
All right, time for match 2. Night 1, PGF World here in Las Vegas. We go back to Stephen Aiken. We'll get there.
I think he's waiting on a high sign from me, maybe.
All right, now back to Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our next match of the evening. Representing Black Rifle Coffee, Mike John.
Mike John making the walk tonight. He was the qualifier winner, I believe, Egghead.
That's exactly correct. Out of all the people on this roster, he had to fight his way in. And that gives him a lot of motivation, and we saw him do great work at that qualifier.
All right, we await his opponent. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, David Evers.
David Evers, a man who needs no introduction to those that are diehard fans of the PGF. He's had success in the past, and he looks to have success once again.
Season 3 champion. They call him Quadzilla, TJ. You weren't with us for Season 3, but we call him Quadzilla.
That's interesting.
Look at those legs.
Yeah, I know. All right, we are underway.
This should be very interesting. Mike John, of course, got here through the qualifier. He won the qualifier. Oh, look at that. Evers coming out aggressive right off the bat. Man, let me tell you something. When he grabs a leg, it's serious biz. That's it.
Oh, wow.
Kill under or break under a minute. That's 4 points for Evers.
Huge.
Look at this. The Season 3 champ, Quadzilla. Holy cow.
Oh, man. Let's make it official. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner, David Evers.
What a statement. David Evers picking up a cool 4 points. The break plus the additional point inside a minute. Man, things getting fast and furious for that gentleman here at PGF Season 6.
Dude, I think a lot of people were sleeping on these PGF guys coming into this season. And I think right off the bat, Elijah comes out, has the best entry and the best moment of the match against Hanson. And then Evers comes out and gets a big win against a guy who, look, and Mike John's really good. I mean, we saw Mike John really handle business at that combat jiu-jitsu team duel.
Yeah.
Man, look at that. We're going to get a look at that replay. I would love to see it. There it is, outside heel hook. And look at that, man. Just a great grip, double outside Ashi position. Man, David Evers, that's a huge statement for Evers.
Absolutely.
Huge statement.
And, 4 points for him and big statement for his team as well moving forward in this first block. All right, time for our next matchup. We're going to go back to Stephen Aiken.
Next up, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnall.
Jamie Carnall making the walk. A character to say the least. And we'll see what he can do here in his first match of Season 6.
Yeah, he was a runner-up at that qualifier. He had 3 rear naked chokes and a pop triangle armbar. Just a submission hunter.
Well, he hunts for another in his first match of this regular season. Now back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, Davis Asare.
Davis Asare now making the walk for his first match.
So Asare out of New Wave, the John Danaher team, second in the European trials. Just a very dangerous competitor.
Referee for this one, Master Eddie Bravo. We are underway.
This should be super interesting. See, can Carnall get out here and play with one of these guys who's very well known in the Nationals? Look at that arm drag right into the single. And Asare getting active right off the bat, already past the guard. Oh, my.
Setting up here in Neon Belly. Stepping over the head. North-south. Carnall trying to roll through.
Carnall does recover his guard. Survives a very serious opening attack from Davis Asare. Ooh, Carnall better watch that inside heel. Asare jumps all over him, uses the inside heel threat to move towards the back. Here he goes. Jumping on the arm now. Got this rear triangle locked up. Attacking the second arm. Got it.
Oh, it's right there on the minute. Right there on the minute. I don't.
Just missed it.
Oh,
just missed it.
Very, very close. But the submission does come. Wow. Nicely done. Let's make it official with Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing ex-Marshal, Davis Asare.
Big win for Davis Asare.
Keelan, I'd love to see that replay so we can make a determination on what the finish actually was, because I believe that I'm going to have to call that a shoulder lock. I don't believe that was a strangle. I don't believe it was a strangle. I'd like to have another look at it, though.
I thought I heard a gurgle out there.
Let's look at it right here. So he grips him up. Locking the triangle in and of itself is not enough. Let's have a look and see what does the trick. What gets the finish? So he reaches over, controls that second side. That shin is digging in on the neck right there.
Yeah.
But he's definitely putting its pressure on the shoulder. I think it's a choke.
I think
it's a choke. I think it's a kill.
And that is very important. If you're new to the PGF, there are 2 ways to rack up points here when you get a submission, a kill, which is a choke, which is worth 6 points, and a break, joint lock, which is worth 3. So, I mean, you're talking about 100% more of the points, doubling it up.
Oh, yeah, that's huge. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, exactly. But also importantly, with those 2 submissions, Marshall has 10 points on the board. That's very strong this early.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Our night continues here in our first block of night 1 here of PGF Season 6. For our next matchup, we go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
Well, if you're going to send a man to the mat that could change the tone of a team matchup, it's this guy, PJ Barch. First man drafted yesterday, and now he takes the mat tonight, hoping to be the first man to rack up points for Team Black Rifle Coffee Company. PJ Barch, ready to go to work here in Las Vegas.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad.
Haddad. That's right.
He had it with us saying his name wrong.
Well, you know, he was like the nicest ever about it. He's like, you know, actually, it's Haddad, but it's Haddad. It's whatever, you know. But
hey, he's lucky. We've done way worse with other names.
Man, yeah. As many shows as you and I have to call in Mexico. You should have seen me in Kazakhstan for Aiga, dude. I was losing my mind trying to pronounce all the Nurmagomedovs.
It's not easy. All right, we are underway.
More of a concern, besides his name being mispronounced, is the #1 ranked competitor he's facing off with right now.
Yeah, and listen, Nathan comes out here very highly touted. Elio Seneca called me on the phone and said, listen, you're looking for athletes. This is the best athlete that I've got in my association. And when Jacques Machado, very strategically in the draft, he knew that Nathan didn't have the credentials that some of these other guys, so he laid low, made a great play for him in the cut. Look at this butterfly sweep attempt by PJ. Nice reactions there from Nathan. I like that initial butterfly guard attack from PJ Barch. Interesting to see PJ, too, come out and play this thing by pulling guard. Getting, you know, he's known as a phenomenal wrestler, but he also knows he's got 12 matches to run this thing. PJ's just outstanding all the way around. He was #1 on the board for a reason. He's phenomenal in every position. Look at this butterfly sweep attempt. Nathan doing a great job keeping his balance, though.
Barch has been on a roll lately, picking up that Grand Prix victory in Polaris,
which we also saw in UFC Fight Pass.
There's a lot of things to see in UFC Fight Pass.
Man, don't you love it?
While Barch is a great wrestler, Haddad is not a bad wrestler himself. He went to the Kentucky State Championships.
Barch back to his feet for a brief moment.
Yeah, wanted that wrestle up. PJ excellent at that. I call that the big boy sweep. Oh, look at this. Haddad trying this flying knee slice, try to pass through the guard. PJ getting a good grip. That slide by as PJ tried to come up. Nathan looking sharp so far.
And that's his move. You see that in almost every match he has.
And you can tell it's his move because he tried to hit it in a transition right there. He didn't even wait for PJ to come all the way up to his feet. Nice grip on the shoulder here. And look at this sweep by Barch. Outstanding. And now look at this though. Nathan got a nice grip with the underhook on his right side. He's going to try to bring his left forearm around to the other side of PJ's head. Maybe start trying to throw his butterfly hook in on the other side and create some sort of shoulder crunch situation. A little arm bar sweep dilemma. PJ frames across the throat. Excellent work. It's the close guard of Nathan Haddad.
Barch now stacking inside of it, trying to separate those legs.
Haddad with a hard push off, and PJ just kind of smiles back at him.
Coming up on the halfway point of this match, 3 down, 3 to go. Again, TJ DeSantis along with Brandon Mccaghren, Egghead, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6.
Body lock for Nathan Haddad. He's got PJ playing with this knee shield. PJ tries to run in the frame. He's going to try to create a little distance, see if he can build some height over on his right elbow. Nathan keeping him locked up there. This is a nice pass attempt by Nathan.
I know we're just a little bit over halfway, but if the fifth member of Team X Marshall can even just get a draw against the top member of Black Rifle Company, isn't that a huge statement?
That's true.
And it's a huge statement about the parity and the depth of the roster as well. Nice wrestle up. Oh, my! Wow. PJ finds himself mounted.
Trying to maintain this position. Barch bringing his legs up high. Now scrambles up the
reverses
top.
It. Wow,
beautifully
nice
done.
Hey, we haven't even. Oh, triangle by Nathan!
Barch in some trouble.
He's got it! He's got it!
Locking it up. Maybe going for the arm bar.
PJ starting to slip his head out just a little bit, but a great angle by Nathan.
How big could this be?
Oh, my goodness.
Huge.
What a play. PJ's shoulder is out of the lock, though. I said he's got it, but I do not think he's got it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh. Wow.
What a shot from the man.
Another Wagner Road Chip push off.
He might not have earned the submission there, but I got to believe he's earned the respect of one PJ Barch. And there's still time left. 70 seconds remain in this match.
Man, what a great. Oh, PJ in on an arm in guillotine here, and he's getting over to it. Okay, he had to drop it. Man, how good does Nathan Haddad look right now?
Every competitor is taking note of that. No question.
I think these guys have come to play, B-Mac.
Listen, PJ Barch he's not just a Polaris winner. He's not just a guy who's known on the national stage. This guy finished 4th at ADCC, and Nathan is out here. I mean, he's very much leading the dance against one of the best guys in the world in this weight class. And pretty much everybody's favorite coming into this. There's a lot of back and forth about was it him, was it Varela, was it Canuto, was it Elijah. But nobody had PJ lower than number 2. Nobody. Only 20 seconds left in this one, man.
And this is one of those matches where I think
the pass attempt. PJ still got that right knee on the inside. I mean, nothing really comes from a pass except for a statement here in the PGF format, but a giant statement.
And more than a moral victory as well, I think, coming in, against someone the likes of PJ Barch and almost getting a submission, it draws a nice feather in the cap. So let's go back to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
It is a draw that looked to potentially not be ending in a draw. That was incredibly deep with that triangle. Wow.
Man, I mean, that was incredible match from Nathan Haddad. If that's any sign of what the rest of the competitors are going to have to deal with from him for the rest of this season, bro, that looks like a playoff contender to me.
We might be seeing the rise of X Marshall. Their number 5 guy eliminates the number 1 in a draw, but still draws him out. That's huge.
Absolutely.
And that locks it up for Team X Marshall. Hey, what's up, Elijah? I was like, no, don't come and bother me right now. It's the jabroni trying to speak up.
Now he wants to do an interview.
All of a sudden he wants to have an interview now.
All right, time for our next match. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
For our next match of the evening, coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Samson Phommabout.
Samson Phommabout making the walk, representing Black Rifle Coffee Company.
Black belt out of Sierra MMA, season 4 veteran, made the playoffs in that season. Just a seasoned MMA veteran as well.
Representing X Marshall, Ben Eddy.
Ben Eddy, always a fun man to watch as he brings a one-of-a-kind game to the mat. Safe to say, I think, B-Mac, one of the most creative and most dangerous, if not the most dangerous rubber guard player in the world.
In my opinion, the best rubber guard player on the planet right now, at least at the competitive level. There's always like rumors about the guys in the gym, but as far as who can do it on the mat, It's Ben Eddy, it's Richie Martinez. It's a short list, Jeremiah Vance, but Ben Eddy by far the most creative out of all of those guys. And look at this. Ben, it's all about the left overhook for Ben Eddy. And you know what's beautiful about this format is that they're going to have to engage with Ben.
Right.
There's no way to stay back and run for it. You'd never have to worry about that with Samson anyway. Samson jumping in, putting a heavy press on the ankle. Samson just recently had a big win over Barrett Yoshida when he took that title at the ADCC Long Beach Open, ran through a very experienced bracket, one of the largest brackets in the ADCC Open history, beat a legend to run through. Samson, famously in season 4, one of the hardest guys that you could ever try to submit. He's almost impossible to put away.
This is my first look in person at the.
Oh, look at this! He's just action. No, he throws it twice in a row. Samson understands the assignment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he understands what the PGF is all about. It's all about constant offensive action.
Just trying to say it. This is my first look at the, bigger sized Ben Eddy. He's been smaller in his career and now walking around much heavier.
Ben is a very patient guy, though. He's not gonna get out here and rush things just because you're playing a full court press doesn't mean that Ben Eddy's going to play a full court press. He's going to break the press, turn it into a half court game. He's going to look to get the overhook with his left arm, and if he gets that overhook, he's going to start trying to drag you into his game. And look at this, slipping around towards the back. He's got this, a nice work by Samson, recognizing what's going on.
I was getting lost in all your basketball references there.
Yeah, sorry about that, TJ. I know you get lost when we talk about anything other than soccer.
It's not true.
Oh, this is nice work by Ben Eddy. Strong underhook, gets the top position. He's trying to push through now, 3/4 mount.
Move his head to the other side, Samson. Move his head to the other side.
Ben digging a deep underhook over here on the left, cross face on his right side. Samson trying to scoop the foot and pull him back into a quarter, but now full mount all the way there for Ben Eddy.
See Phommabout trying to push that right leg down of Eddy.
Ben's known, of course, for his rubber guard, but he's a phenomenal jiu-jitsu player all the way around. Great passer, great leg locker. As you can see here, he's got a very strong top game. Oh, here comes Samson looking for this ham sandwich. Nice work, though. Ben keeping that right foot in the middle, blocking that ham sandwich attempt from Samson. Samson uses that thread of the ham sandwich to come up on top, framing against the neck of Ben Eddy.
Full guard here for the 10th Planet product in Ben Eddy. Now stacking is Phommabout.
Ben getting closer and closer to his game here. Here he goes. Ooh, Samson got to be very careful trying to pull away from that.
Half butterfly here for Ben Eddy. Bit of a scramble for position. Eddy going to come out on top. Touch over 2 minutes remain.
And you can hear Samson's teammates constantly say posture, 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 because they're very aware of the threat that Hindu routine in the rubber guard. They were talking about it earlier. I was watching Dean Lister's team coach him up.
Trying to wrap it up here now.
He's got the anaconda locked, but with Samson's back flat on the mat like that, it's going to be really hard to finish. Now pulling that elbow across.
90 seconds left in the match.
Ooh, Samson survives. I'm telling you, Samson is so hard to put away.
2 men engage, again on the feet. Eddy takes a seat.
Samson tried to jump at him again. in, reaching for the leg, using that to come up onto the top position. Been pummeling with his knees, trying to move past the guard of Phommabout. Samson gets a deep scoop grip on that far side, maybe trying to make a leg entry here as we approach the end of the match. Yes, Samson trying to make a K-guard entry here. He could have something cooking. He's going to go to the toe. Man, that might have been a better idea to make his move towards that backside 50-50 there, actually.
Final 10 seconds in the match.
Samson's just been flying around.
And that's time.
All right, so that one ends in a draw.
To make it official, we will go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Fun, exciting match. It does go the distance, ends in a draw. No points for either man, but a ton of points in the overall team matchup thus far. And, yeah, that was exciting first team matchup.
Exactly. Ex-Marshall in a strong position with 10 points. A little surprising. Black Rifle Coffee Company comes away with 0.
Yeah. Man, I mean, that's a statement. There's a lot of statements made in that first match, and Black Rifle Coffee feeling a little pressure after that first block is in the books, and it'd be interesting to see how they respond because, again, it's just their first team matchup of the night. They have 2 more to go.
And a lot of these competitors are still getting used to this format. A lot of them are used to 10-minute matches, so they compress 6 minutes. They have to go faster.
Man, to me, I feel like that's a little bit of an upset for the opening round.
Oh, yeah.
Team-wise, you know, Ex-Marshall comes out, David Evers with a big statement. You know, hey, you can't pump your fist like you're pulling for somebody over there. You're on the camera, dude.
He likes
I'm
numbers,
excited.
so he's like, yeah, numbers.
All right, so he's been talking about how he's a hobbyist. We might have been sandbagging him coming up here because we know he's great.
Hang on. I think I know the true answer to this. Is he on your fantasy team?
Might be. He might be.
Yeah, I tell you what, if you did pick up David Evers on your fantasy, great pickup. 4 points right off the bat for Evers, 6 for Asare. So right now, after the first team matchup, Asare is the #1 on the leaderboard, but we still got half of the first block to go. Now, don't forget, guys, the team that scores the most out of these first 2 team matches. So every time there's a team matchup, each team goes. So, for instance, we just had Ex-Marshall versus Black Rifle. We're about to see Epic Roll versus First Phorm. The team that scores the most points, not the head-to-head, but the one team that scores the most, everybody on that team is going to end up with an extra point. So you can come out there and go to a draw, but if Ex-Marshall, let's say that they got their 10 and Epic Roll and First Phorm are not able to collect 10 points or more than 10 points for their team, then everybody on Ex-Marshall is going to walk away with an extra, even if they went to a draw. So Nathan Haddad, Ben Eddy, Elijah Carlton, all going to walk away with an extra point.
I mean, that's where the whole team dynamic comes in.
It's important, man, because they're playing for $100,000. These team wins are huge.
Yeah.
Potential for you to get 3 extra points every night.
Absolutely.
Oh, we saw Epic Roll's team last season because they were so dominant. Some of the people that didn't have a lot of wins still almost made the playoffs just because of all the team points.
It's true.
Team points can make a difference, to say the least. And again, BMAC underlined it, $100,000 on the line for the winning team. I believe we're ready for our next matchup here of this first block. So let's get to it. Stephen Aiken going to be coming on the mat now to get our second team match of the night ready to go here in Las Vegas. Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our second team matchup of the evening. First out, representing Epic Roll, he's handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Handsome Kevin, all business. Did we even get the hair flip?
We didn't get the wink. We didn't get the hair flip. Those Epic Roll rash cards look good.
He has a serious competitor on his mind. He's worried about the match right now.
Yeah, he's got, I mean,
representing First Phorm, Renato Canuto.
one of the most highly anticipated players of PGF Season 6, making the walk for his first match here in Las Vegas. Renato Canuto, he's taken a long time away from active competition, and what does he sign up for? A lot of matches in one go.
Oh, that's exactly why he's here. He told me the reason that he started to make, look at this, just the way he approaches the mats is exciting, dude. The reason that he's making his comeback is because of the PGF format. He said, super fights don't interest me anymore. This is what I'm here to do. I want to go 12 times. I want to show my jiu-jitsu.
All right. It is handsome Kevin Sherrill and Renato Canuto. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6.
Canuto, very exciting on the feet, but handsome Kev, D1 wrestler. So he's going to come out here and make some moves on the feet as well.
Kevin was a state champion in Georgia and earned a scholarship to the University of Northern Iowa.
Nice catch by our referee, Drew Murillo. 24 by 24 mat space, highlighted by that beautiful Once Upon a Coconut logo right there in the middle, our title sponsor.
Everything's looking sharp, B-Mac.
Man.
I appreciate you letting me bring down the style points here.
Hey, listen, you don't bring it down that much.
Thank
Oh,
you.
nice entry by Canuto.
Canuto trying to bring this one down to the mat. Kevin Sherrill stuffing it, stays upright.
Nice work by Sherrill, but it's a good entry by Canuto.
He's so explosive.
You know, ring rust is something that is often talked about in combat sports. You feel there's any ring rust for someone like Canuto who hasn't been as active as he once was?
I don't know if I believe in ring rust, TJ. I'm a little bit of the Dominic Cruz school of thought on that. I believe, especially if a guy stays active, which we know that Canuto has stayed active. He's stayed just as active as ever, coaching, teaching in his gym, putting high-level competitors to work.
There's been a lot of hand fighting.
Yeah.
The 20-second clock might come in.
We'll see. I'm sitting right here beside the referee, and I'm the one telling him when to get busy with it. The thing is we want action and excitement. And Canuto, he stays engaged. You know, it's not like he's always running away from the fight or anything, but he's playing the edge of the mat a little bit. If he was stalling, if he wasn't moving around, if he was just going backwards, but he's making entries.
Coming up on 2.5 minutes of elapsed time.
Oh, nice entry by Canuto. He puts him down.
Nicely done.
And past the guard of Sherrill.
Sherrill holding on to the neck. He loses it. We'll see how Canuto wants to approach this here in top position.
And he's a phenomenal guard passer as well, guys. Handsome Kevin definitely got his hands full. He's got one of the top athletes in the world at this weight class on top, looking to pass through his guard.
Just past the halfway point.
Oh, look at that beautiful footwork. Slides into the knee on belly position. He flattens out handsome Kev. Knee to the belly. Got to be careful not to rush this mount attempt, though.
Canuto, both a gi and no gi world champion.
And now the full mount. Canuto really running the show here. Putting heavy pressure on, going for this mother's milk, going for the smother.
Canuto riding this full mount, putting the pressure down on handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Yeah, and he's putting some squeeze on this. Oh, is he looking for maybe a Barada Plata? That's what's going on. He's got something locked up right there. Kevin, big trouble. Renato wants to lock this figure four in, try to create this shoulder lock. It's all about the hand position of Sherrill right now. If his wrist is caught so deep that his forearm is trapped in there on the hip, it's going to be very hard for him to escape this. But if the wrist is starting to slip, which it was, nice work. A great attack by Canuto.
Back to the feet, 90 seconds left.
And now he pulls guard. Nice shot. Decides to pull guard with it.
We'll almost had a look at the back there, Sherrill, but able to shut that down. Canuto keeping the pressure on. Get a hold of that right leg.
And Hanson Kev said, "It's okay. You can drag me back to the middle." And a nice work by our referee, Drew Murillo. We've worked a lot with these referees to make sure that they understand exactly what we're looking for. We got referee out there on the mat, Eddie Bravo here. Nobody more experienced in the game than Eddie Bravo. And then we've got a couple of certified California State Athletic Commission referees and ADCC certified referees over here on the sideline helping me call the stalling. Their only job over here is to watch for stalling.
And you got referees and pinstripes, too. Big fan.
Yeah, whistles and
Big
flags.
fan.
I'm going to throw a flag if it gets crazy out there, TJ.
No stalling, but just about 30 seconds left.
And that was a little bit of the narrative on Canuto coming in was, is his style going to lead to some stalling calls? And I think what we saw here is that when he's got only 6 minutes to work, he's going to stay active. Now, he doesn't jump forward the entire time, but he's not taking steps backwards all the time and playing the edge of the mat right here.
Ooh. Time expires.
They almost killed a dog over there. Did you guys see that?
I did. Expect the unexpected here at PGF. This one goes the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No submission there, but a fun match to say the least.
Great match, and another tale of the PGF veterans getting out here and sticking it to the top dog, staying alive with them. Now listen, let's be honest about what happened there. Canuto led that dance, got his takedown, passed the guard, got the mount, jumped on that Barada Plata attempt. But it's not like he just shelled up and held on to survive. He got out there and he played the game with arguably one of the top guys in the entire roster.
But talking about parity again, we have a number 5 member of a team drawing out the number 1 of the other team. Huge.
Yeah, very
absolutely.
Interesting.
All right, our night continues back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete to the stage, representing Epic Roll, AJ Agazarm.
AJ Agazarm, unable to make the draft yesterday due to some travel issues, but tonight he is ready and he is set to take the mat here in the PGF for the very first time.
ADC silver medalist, collegiate Division I wrestler, just a wealth of competition.
Opponent, representing first Phorm, Kevin Beuhring.
Kevin Beuhring making the walk here.
This could be very interesting. A lot of people think and myself included, think very highly of this young man. This is a kid that's been training 3-4 years. Purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta. He's a submission machine, a finishing artist. But he's got his hands full in the ADCC silver medalist. Quite a bit of size difference between these two as they walk out onto the mat.
Here we go. We are underway.
And AJ immediately starts the circling routine. He's going to have to engage with this. Kevin moving forward. Let's see how AJ plays this. Getting active early.
PGF veteran Kevin Beuhring made the playoffs in Season 3 as a baby blue belt.
Yeah, brand new blue belt. Won the qualifier to get into Season 3 as a white belt. Subbed his way all the way through. And he's got deadly entries. Agazarm has to be very careful stepping in here to try to pass. AJ moving around on the outside. He's not moving backwards. He's moving. Oh, look at this. Beuhring got the entry. Okay, nice work by Kevin. Oh, look at this. Throws by the guard. Jumping in on a choke, perhaps, here on Agazarm.
Action on the edge of the mat here. Both guys staying active. Now we're off the mat. Eddie Bravo in control of this.
The action.
He's going to do everything he can to make sure they restart in that same position.
It's the kind of position where you're like, thank God we've got somebody with so much experience.
Oh, yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Eddie Bravo and Master Vic Victor Davila carry 2 grown men across a mat to reset them. Now we get... You always get a little bit of negotiating, though, on a restart. Everybody trying, nah, my hand was here. No, this was here. That's why you need an authority like Eddie Bravo to tell you where it was.
Hit the whistle, throw the flag, stalling on Agazarm.
Well, there's a whistle and a flag.
Hold on. Yep, we got to stop right there. I got a stalling call on Agazarm.
Stalling call?
Stalling on the reset.
AJ Agazarm on the reset.
It's you, dog.
Agazarm saying, yeah, wasn't necessarily just me. Now things change. Now, this call, B-Mac, does this take away something from Beuhring? I mean, he gets the referee position. Well, now he's almost back in the same position.
Yeah, and look, it worked out great. The ball never lies.
I like that.
Well, that's the nice thing about being the commissioner. I can make the call that I feel is appropriate. Agazarm's tough to put away right here. But Kevin sneaking in on him. Ooh, he's sneaking up on position here. Now he starts to lock up the back. AJ doing a good job getting his back to the mat here. Kevin going to look for this baby twister. Got a lot of pressure on the spine here on Agazarm. Agazarm never going to quit to that, though.
Body triangle here. Locked on. 3.5 minutes remain here.
Long time to defend your back.
And to be honest with you, going back to that stalling call, B-Mac, I mean, that sets a tone for all the competitors here. No funny business.
No funny business, dude. Like, ooh, he's going to squeeze across the face of Agazarm. Man, listen, you could say anything you want to about AJ Agazarm, but you can never, ever, ever question his toughness. I've seen this guy tough out submissions that any mortal would have quit to. Any mortal. But this position from the young man, Kevin Beuhring, has really got AJ in some hot water here. He's going to go for this baby twister again. I just don't think he's going to, and that's a 6-pointer if he lands it, but I just don't think you're going to be able to make AJ quit with this. And it looks like, to me, AJ may be starting to escape his hips and try to get over to the top position.
This is a touch under 2.5 minutes remain here. Again, putting some pressure on that head a moment ago was Beuhring.
Agazarm has more than 220 matches in competition, so he's been in tough spots before. You know that.
I mean, we've seen it. If you follow him at all, you've seen it over and over and over. He is so good at surviving positions that you just feel like anybody would quit to. Beuhring got him speaking Portuguese down there. Now running this nice crank in on AJ. Isolating that shoulder back behind him. Ooh. This is a very uncomfortable position.
90 seconds left to work.
Excellent work again defensively from Agazarm. He's a survivor, dude. But Kevin throwing a lot of offense at him.
Interesting thing, AJ Agazarm actually taught himself Portuguese. Pardon me.
Beuhring has this head and arm position. AJ using it to try to recover his guard. Just so patient. Kevin looks great.
.45 seconds left in the match.
Once again, the PGF veterans showing that they belong out here on the mat with these highly touted athletes. Nice recovery by Agazarm.
And just think about this. This is a purple belt.
Oh, look at this. Locking up an outside heel. Knee line slipped.
Final 10 seconds. And that's time.
Great match.
And a little bit of history there in that one, BMAC. The first ever stalling call. Pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and make this one official with Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Ends in a draw. And, I mean, I know how he feels about the stalling call. He made it. How do you feel about it?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah?
I mean, because 6 minutes, if you stall at all, that can be a significant part of the match. And again, looking at the parity, we have a 10th Planet Atlanta purple belt that just led the dance for a large part of that match with an 80cc silver medalist black belt.
Yeah. How much of that was a moral victory for Kevin Beuhring, the way he really controlled the entire pace of the fight?
I don't think Kevin Beuhring believes in moral victories, especially in the PGF format. There are no moral victories. There are draws, there are losses, which are the same thing as draws, and there are points on the board. There are no moral victories here in the PGF.
Okay, was it a moral victory for you for getting that flag thrown? And
no, because I didn't want to do it. I was really hoping I could go through the whole time. And, listen, maybe that was a bit controversial. But I felt like it was very obvious who was doing the stalling on the reset. And so I made the call that I thought was right. I didn't feel like the referees were making the move. I got the referee right here with the stalling call. I told him to make the move. He makes the move. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm the one that'll take the heat for it. Send the heat. I'm okay with it.
And this is what I like. I mean, the commission's sitting right here. He's got a bird's eye view, every angle. And if anybody's going to say, hey, we're not doing something right, I want to change it, it's him.
He's not afraid to get out there. We saw that last season. He hopped on the mat himself to do a reset.
Yeah.
So that's phenomenal. He will make things right.
Absolutely. We are rolling through night one of the PGF here in Las Vegas. CJ DeSantis along with the commish, BMAC, Brandon McCaghren, and the man they call Egghead. Getting some things right here, getting them a bit more dialed in. But thus far, BMAC, how you feeling?
I feel pretty good. Same that a lot of people expected. Low scoring so far. So all of your wins are going to play massively towards this playoff. And I think as people settle in and start realizing, especially as we move towards the middle and end of the week, they're going to start taking more risk, leaving themselves a little bit more exposed as they start to hunt for points. The pressure of the PGF is tremendous.
All right. That pressure continues. The matches continue. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming up next, representing Epic Roll, Andy Varela.
One of the biggest names to be announced for PGF Season 6 is this man, Andy Varela. He makes a walk representing Team Epic Roll. We'll see how he looks in his first matchup here on night one. Back to Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Cam Hurd.
PGF veteran Cam Hurd. We saw him last season, Season 5. He returned for Season 6. A stud wrestler and not afraid to get grimy and dirty. I remember he was bleeding all over the place last season. See what his season can get off to a start to when he draws the name Andy Varela. All right, we are set to go in this one. Our night continues live in Las Vegas. This is PGF Season 6.
This one's going to be fireworks. Both of these guys are non-stop action.
So Varela won their last matchup at the Phoenix ADCC Open with an Anaconda, and Cam has had this type of match circled on his calendar. He wants that back.
Cam just had a great showing at the ADCC West Coast Trials, made it to day 2, top 16. And this is a new weight class for him. We saw him last season at one nice foot sweep attempt by Varela. We saw Hurd last season at 185 pounds. And, oh, look at this. And Varela has a very mean front head choke. A nice job rolling through by Hurd, but got Varela all the way through his guard, and Cam Hurd recovers. Varela putting pressure down on him. Working their way back to the middle.
Clearing that guard, attempting to, is Varela.
And Hurd doing a pretty good job with his guard so far, but one of the staples of Andy's game is that he just moves side to side, back and forth. It's a constant barrage of sweeps. It's not just nice reset. It's not just one guard pass attempt. It's a non-stop barrage from Varela as he makes the move towards the back now. Single hook, and he's in good position early here against Cam Hurd.
And a ton of time to work. Touch over 4.5 minutes remain in this match. And again, this is our second team matchup of the first block. No points for either team thus far.
Yeah, Team X Marshall sitting pretty right now, 10 points out of that first round. Single hook control. Now here comes the second hook, and now the body triangle. Varela advances position again.
4 minutes left to work on that.
Starting to put a lot of pressure on the mouth and the jawline of Hurd, bringing that forearm right across the teeth. He's going to take a run at it right here. See if he can squeeze him out of there. And he's going to get that one.
The chin.
Varela goes for 6.
Getting the kill. 6 points racked up for him and his Epic Roll team. RNC getting it done. We will make it official with Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing Epic Roll, Andy Varela.
And that right there highlights why kills are so important. No points thus far for either team, and then 6 big ones with the kill. And, we talk about that low scoring sort of forecast by these competitors. Well, look at this right here. Nothing low about this score. Going for that rear naked choke. It looked like he was going to try to squeeze that jawline.
Well, he did, and that's why Cam lifted his chin. He put so much pressure across the teeth, across the mouth of Cam Hurd. He really had no choice but to lift his chin and expose his throat in order to save his teeth. Great play by Andy Varela, showing why he's one of the top dogs.
And he puts Epic Roll on the board with 6 big points. All right, our night continues here in Las Vegas. For our next matchup, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete to the mat, representing Epic Roll, John Cole.
John Combs making the walk, representing Team Epic Roll. This will be his first matchup of the night.
Black belt out of Zapatero top team. First got his start in Easton Training Center in Boulder, Colorado.
Got to feel pretty good about his team now being on the board. He hopes to put some more up in his first match. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
Jett Thompson making the walk. How old is this young man, Stephen?
17-year-old brown belt. Just a game opponent, but up against a very seasoned black belt with John Combs.
All right, we'll see what the youngster can do here against John Combs. Our referee for this one, Master Eddie Bravo. TJ DeSantis along with B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas for PGF World Season 6.
When we got ready to make the roster for this season, John Combs was one of the first people I called. I absolutely love the style that John Combs brings, and I know that he's a kind of guy who can put points on the board. He's a finisher, he's a risk taker, and his finishes are kills. He's an excellent, honestly, one of the best guillotines in all of jiu-jitsu at any weight class, any experience level. Excellent back attacker. But because he is such a risk taker, he does put himself in vulnerable positions sometimes, so he is susceptible to being finished himself. Jett Thompson came highly recommended to me from Matt Scaff, one of my most trusted training partners. Honestly, one of the best jiu-jitsu guys on the face of the planet, in my opinion, Matt Scaff. He understands the game. He keeps up with these guys, and he's like, listen, trust me. You have to get this kid on the roster. He's nothing but action.
1 minute down here in this matchup.
In my research, you want to look for Jett to kind of pop up and try to get that armbar. This is his favorite move from that position.
Latches onto a leg. Trying to drag Combs down into his range. Combs crafty, though. Jett post on his face, gets a little smile out of John Combs. Big kickoff by the young man.
Able to get free. Combs standing over the top of Jett Thompson. Now back to the floor.
Look at this. Getting in on the leg.
Oh!
Big win!
Are you kidding me?
Aoki lock for the young man!
Jett Thompson getting it done. 3 big points in a match that many probably were going to think he was going to get 0, but wow, let's make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
Hey guys, this is going to be a season of upsets. One thing you can count on in the PGF, you can absolutely predict the unpredictable here in the PGF. Jett Thompson comes out, gets a giant win over John Combs, one of the most highly touted athletes in the entire roster. I'd love to see that finish. It's the Aoki lock, it looks like. Outstanding.
I mean, I was honestly ready, BMAC, to have the narrative of that match be, great experience for the 17-year-old kid going out there, overmatched but still putting out a game effort. Not overmatched.
No. The prophet, Matt Scaff, looking like a genius once again. I see you, Matt Scaff.
I was ready for it to be welcome to the show, kid. No, it's welcome to the kid show.
Oh, look at you. Cutting the one-liners.
I think you just got your blue belt in broadcasting there, Eka.
Take it.
Good job. All right, our night continues. This is too much fun. It's PGF World Season 6, and this guy's Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the stage representing an epic role, it's Matt Elkins!
It's been a strong night for PGF veterans thus far, and Matt Elkins, anytime he is on the PGF mat, he has proven to be a problem and one competitor to keep an eye out on. He hopes to keep that going here this week in Las Vegas.
Representing First Phorm, Daniel Sathler!
And here's an interesting narrative. Right now, for the team points, X-Marshall won the matchup against Black Rifle. They scored 10. But right now, Epic 6, First Phorm has 3. So Epic Roll still in the game. If Matt Elkins can get this big, and we'd have to call it an upset here against Sathler. If he can get an upset with a choke or a kill or a break in under a minute, then he can get the win. Or he'd get the tie for his team, and they would also receive the team points.
Yeah, you get an extra point for getting a submission inside that first minute. So we'll see how aggressive he comes out here.
Matt Elkins, a very, very good wrestler, solid black belt, very experienced MMA fighter as well. And most importantly, tons of PGF experience.
Technically, First Phorm could tie for the team points if Sathler can get a kill in the next 28 seconds.
Look at that. Sathler, though, not scared at all to take risk. We saw in his matchup at Who's Number 1 against Max Hanson, he will fly at you. He will. I mean, that was one of the most beautiful triangles you'll ever see. Nice entry here and a good takedown by Sathler. Sits back on a leg. Tries to rip on one. Elkins follows around, trying to make a move around to the back, and a nice counter from Elkins to stay alive with it. Nice leg drag here by Sathler. Action-packed, both of these guys. Sathler checking that shoulder. Puts Elkins down. Elkins fights back to the feet.
So first Phorm is eliminated from the team points.
Yeah, I thought so just by a quick look. Math not my strong point though, you know. Thank God for spreadsheets.
I mean, thank God for Egghead, too.
Yeah, for sure. Keeping us straight in here.
Touch over 4 minutes remain here in this match.
Man, he considers Sathler to be the steal of the draft, going for only 1,100 PGF points.
Me included. Elkins has a very strong, choke-heavy game. The kills the finishes that he does find tend to be kills.
26 out of 28 submissions of his in PGF history were kills.
And on the single leg is Sathler.
Sathler chasing him around, controlling that single. Let's see how Drew tries to reset him. They're going to bounce it back to the middle.
Elkins saying that Sathler trying to take some liberties here on this restart.
Everyone tries to win the reset. Everyone tries to win it.
It's true.
Hey, if you don't, then you're not a very experienced competitor. You got to try to win the reset. These guys are so high level. Every little advantage that you can find, super important.
And we've already seen the parity.
All right, back at the center of the mat, Sathler.
Oh, look at this flying attempt here.
Goes aerial.
Got him.
Wow.
What a play by Sathler.
What a submission.
Dude, what a highlight.
Beautifully done for Daniel Sathler. He gets the break over Matt Elkins, and Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner, representing first Phorm, Daniel Sathler.
First points of the season on the board for Daniel Sathler. And he went aerial to get it. Beautifully done. Egghead, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, we've seen he has highlight reel finishes. And both the highlight reel finishes in the recent history were flying attempts. So anyone that locks up with him has to be aware that he's going to come flying at you.
Yeah, an exclamation point to end the team matchup there, concluding our first block. And you know, those points don't really help first Phorm in the narrative of getting the team matchup, but you know, points on the board for the overall season, and Daniel Sathler with style points picking up his first points of the season. Yeah,
looked phenomenal. Got out there, out-wrestled the wrestler a little bit, put him down a couple of times. You know, Elkins didn't look bad, but man, Sathler's such an explosive athlete, and that's exactly what we expected, exactly what we predicted from Daniel Sathler. The steal of the draft comes out, puts 3 on the board. And now here's the narrative. Block 1 is over. PGF Season 1, Block 1 is over. Team X Marshall. Everybody on X Marshall gets an extra point. So David Evers came out, got 4 with that break under a minute, got that elbow genie bonus point, but he leaves with 5 because his team wins.
That's huge.
That's huge. Davis Asare had 6, now he's got 7. And so Davis Asare is your leader after Block 1 of PGF.
All right. What a night it's been, and we're only through 1 block of night 1 of Season 6 at PGF World, so a lot more headed your way, so please go absolutely nowhere. PGF World Season 6 Night 1 continues live from Las Vegas next. Maybe not now. Now, maybe? I don't know. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of moving parts. All right, I'm going to try it again. You ready?
All right, let's see if he goes.
Night 1 continues right after this. Live from Las Vegas, this is PGF World Season 6. You know, I thought I could control things. Apparently, I can't control everything.
You're not. I wouldn't say that's your strong point, TJ.
Why are you always so truthful when we're on the air?
Well,
you could like butter me up a little bit and say, like, yeah, no, you normally have control in your life.
You know, honestly, this is an opportunity for us actually to talk about the matchup that we're going to see next. It's going to be one of the most anticipated matchups of the entire season. Black Rifle's Max Hanson is going to be coming out taking on first Phorm's Renato Canuto. That's what we're going to see to open up Block 2. You guys have any thoughts on how you think it's going to go down?
It's going to be fast-paced because obviously we know Renato Canuto, one of the most exciting, dynamic competitors here. You saw it, you know, constantly is moving. But also Max Hanson has said that he knows 6 minutes is very short and he's going to keep the pressure going. So I don't know what the result's going to be, but it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and I honestly, what we've seen tonight thus far has been so electric that I'm with you, B-Mac. I think we need to just sort of expect the unexpected, and you never know what's going to happen. And we just saw a flying submission attempt and finish. We saw a lot of the veterans do well. I mean, outside of the Elkins submission there, we've seen a lot of these PGF staples come out and really perform and prove that they're very worthy of being on the stage.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I think we're going to see from this match, one of the storyline really of this next matchup between Hanson and Canuto, Canuto's very high-paced, and we all know that. He's incredibly fast-paced. But Max Hanson, you know, we saw in his match against Elijah, and if you watch much of Max in his style of play, he's a very patient, calm, like measured player. And so I think this is really going to be like a half-court style ball versus a fast break kind of ball. So I'll be very interested to see, will the style of Canuto be able to pressure Max into stepping outside of his normal game and making a mistake?
All right, I think we might be ready to go to a commercial.
Dude, I'm almost scared to let you try.
You ready?
Okay.
Pump me up, Coach.
All right, listen. One shot, mom spaghetti, etc.
All right, live from Las Vegas, you're watching PGF World Season 6. We'll be back right after this. No, we won't. So, I don't know what we're doing.
From Las Vegas, and standing with me right now is none other than Roger Gracie, the coach of Epic Roll, and right now it is tied up 6-6, 2 joint locks against Andy Varela's Hill. So how are you feeling going into the next round?
Pretty good. I mean, we've been doing good so far. Luckily with the foot, but I mean, it is what it is. It will be a long week, so.
And we did see John Combs limping off a little bit. Did you get to talk to him after he had that leg lock?
No,
was he feeling
yet.
Okay?
Yeah, not yet, but I think he's fine. I mean, I'll talk to him now. But it didn't look that bad, but it looked quite tight. It looked quite fast.
Yes, Jett Thompson definitely got the points for that 3. And now you guys are headed into the next round. What is the message for your team going in?
Same thing. Let's keep going.
Just keep going?
Yeah,
we cannot wait to see it.
Yeah.
Guys, we'll see you out there.
All right, we're back here, Matt's side, night 1 of PGF Season 6. TJ DeSantis along with Egghead, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren. Alex just spoke with Roger Gracie, an Epic Roll. Your thoughts on where we stand thus far right now, B-Mac?
Very interesting. I'm going to pull up my handy spreadsheet right here and let us run through it. So X-Marshall with the 10 points versus Black Rifle, the win by David Evers. First win of the season, inside heel hook, or it's actually an outside heel hook. I wrote down inside, but it was an outside heel hook. Outside heel hook in under a minute, utilizing what we call the elbow genie bonus point in honor of our friend Jonathan Roberts, a PGF legend. He was so famous for finishing those arm locks in under a minute. We had to change the rules for this guy. We wanted to award more points for somebody that finishes in under a minute. So Evers comes out, gets the outside heel, scores 4 points for his team against Mike John. Probably a big upset in most people's scorecard.
Oh, yeah.
Davis Asare comes out, gets the a win that a lot of people really expected. Asare comes out, gets the rear triangle against Jamie Carnall, scores 6, and then both of those guys leave with an extra point because of the team point. And so 5 on the board for Evers, 6 on the board for Asare. Carlton, Haddad, and Ben Eddy each walk away with 1 point even though they didn't score because of the team points. Epic Roll and First Phorm, they actually tied 6-6. One win was Varela against Cam Hurd with the rear naked choke. Jett Thompson, Daniel Sathler, both got wins, but both breaks, 3 apiece. So they had 6 for First Phorm, 6 for Epic Roll, but 10 for X-Marshall. X-Marshall wins block number 1, led by Jacques Machado.
So you're the boss around here, right?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we're starting our next block or if we're going to commercial break.
I think we're going to start the next block.
I
feel ready.
Where's Stephen Aiken at?
I feel like it's time for Stephen Aiken.
Where is he at?
Hey, he's got to be floating around here somewhere.
Oh,
I think I see him.
I see him over there.
Let's make a move to Stephen Aiken.
Okay. All right. He's the boss. That's why I listen to him. Let's go to Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our next matchup of the evening. Up first, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hanson.
Max Hanson making the walk as we are set to kick off our second block of the night here in Las Vegas. Max Hanson ready to go for Black Rifle Coffee Company. Back to Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Renato Canuto.
The action has been fast and furious here in Las Vegas for night 1 of PGF World Season 6. And it feels like Renato Canuto was just on the mat no more than 20 minutes ago. And this is where I think these competitors, Eggs, start to feel that gauntlet.
Yeah, some people talk about like doing open mats in a lot of different matches, but these are all high-level competitive matches, and it's going to start wearing on them.
Max Hanson comes out, pulls guard right away.
Again, this is our first match of the second block. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6, brought to you by Once Upon a Coconut. Canuto standing over Hanson.
Hanson comes in looking for a grip. Hanson just very fluid from his back. Comfortable inverting, comfortable moving in and out of the leg locking positions, comfortable coming back to the top with his wrestle ups.
First minute down in this one. Trying to wrap up that leg. Canuto wise to it.
Hanson's a black belt out of Adama, a Pedigo affiliate.
Yeah, his coach is Dante Leon, and I really feel like man, I tried everything I could to get Dante Leon in this. He said, "Let me send my boy Max Hanson instead."
Canuto standing on that right leg.
Oh, look at these, dude! He is so fast.
North-south here.
Oh, wow, what a play by Canuto. Just that consistent pressure. Oh, wow, Max thinking about throwing up the buggy choke. Heavy hips, no space coming from Canuto. Nice recovery by Hanson, but, man, Canuto just immediately blasts right back through it. Oh, Hanson trying to drag in on the leg. Nice recovery by Max Hanson. Using those leg lock attempts and entanglements to threaten Canuto and push him out of position.
Halfway point of the match now.
Oh, Hanson wraps up an ankle. Canuto expertly avoiding. And here's a false reap. Okay, Max is hey, look, he's getting some looks. Renato's starting to get aggressive with those collar ties. Hanson does a good job using his inversion to recover his guard. He's just very, very comfortable in these inverted positions. Canuto got a little frustrated there. Those feet were coming around from Hanson. He got kicked in the mouth.
Yeah, that one caught him in the eye.
We're gonna get a little stop right there on the time. I believe that was an eye poke. That was the hand. All right, Eddie Bravo calling him back to action.
.90 seconds left here in the match.
Canuto stepping on the leg. Canuto starting that pace now. Trying to push through. Oh, he falls back on the leg. And Eddie's going to send him back to the middle.
Wonder if we're going to see a sprint here towards the end. 45 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, it looks like it. Canuto starting to turn up the intensity. Pulls into a leg drag. Oh, making a move towards the back here. Hanson keeping his back flattened out. Nice play by Canuto.
30 seconds left.
Rolling over, looking for the head now. Hanson comes to the top for the very first time right here at the end.
Coming up on 10 seconds left.
False reap entry here from Hanson. Canuto does a nice job avoiding it.
And that's time. No points scored as we go the distance. Stephen Aiken will make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Draw there between these two competitors. Had a brief stop for an accidental eye poke, and then a lot of action and aggression on display through the final, say, 90 seconds or so, but no submission to speak of.
Yeah, and you know what I noticed on the face of Renato Canuto leaving the mat? Frustration. So he's 2 matches down, no points on the board for Canuto, and he totally expected himself to be in the lead after 2 matches, I guarantee it.
I mean, you could say a lot of people expected him to be in the lead.
Yeah.
A highly touted competitor to come in here. You know, he and Nogi world champion.
Yeah, not just a guy who's done well, world champion.
And at any point, there's so much tension because he could, like that, pop a flying submission, and it's all over.
All right, our night of action continues here. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, it's Mike John.
Mike John, PGF qualifier winner. Back to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee Company. Shakes his coach's hand, Dean Lister, in his corner. And now we await the arrival of his opponent, back to Steven.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Kevin Beuhring.
Kevin Beuhring on his way to the mat.
Just had that really strong showing against AJ Agazarm. But he knows he has to put points on the board, so he's going to be looking for that submission in this match.
Here we go. We are underway.
Beuhring and Mike John. Mike John really got to be careful with this kid. Kevin's entries, his off balances are just so good. Conversely, Mike John is an absolute master of the guillotine choke as well, just like John Combs.
Oh, but he can definitely hit leg locks as well.
Look at this. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a good leg locker. I feel like Beuhring may be the strongest leg locker here.
So we have a little 10th Planet on 10th Planet Crime going on. Kevin Beuhring, the purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta, and Mike John, the black belt out of 10th Planet Orange.
Oh, nice play by Mike John.
So in an interview in the preseason, Kevin Beuhring had talked about David Evers' size being problematic because you had to adjust things for his body type. Mike John's about the same size. I wonder if he's having some problems because of that.
He doesn't seem to be having any problems right now. He's got a nice pass going right here. John with the nice recovery. Kevin moving around towards the north-south. And now here's the exposure. Here's the back exposure. We're going to move into the truck. Rolls him through. Nice play by Kevin Beuhring with the back. Nice job, Mike John, with the good recovery.
Back to the center of the mat.
Time for me to drink another coconut water.
Time for me to tell you PGF World Season 6 brought to you by Once Upon a Coconut. A lot of flavors, too. They're pretty good.
I like the pineapple.
Three and a half minutes remain.
Beuhring doing a nice job. Here's a good off balance by Beuhring. Mike John rolls through, finds himself on the bottom, and now Kevin really created a nice pass from this last time. And here's a nice false reap attempt, and that was really beautiful work by Kevin Beuhring to recognize that false reap, to pull it out. Good reaction defensively. Resets back to the top. Heavy and strong pressure here by Beuhring. Oh, look at that hip switch to counter. That's the same way that Vinny Magalhaes passed the guard of Gordon Ryan famously. The last time that I can remember seeing Gordon lose, actually. Vinny passed him with that exact play right there. Gordon reached up to try to grab that shoulder crunch sweep. Vinny hit a hip, posted on that hand, hit a hip switch, passed the guard, and that's what Kevin Beuhring does here to find himself past the guard of Mike John.
I'm in side control here. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remain.
Kevin creating a nice crossface pressure here. He's going to have to get busy, though. This 6-minute match, that time runs down fast. Mike John throws up the Hail Mary, uses that to recover. Mike
Now
John
back
to the feet. Yep. Beuhring takes a seat in the center.
Under 90 seconds remain.
Nice sweep by Beuhring over to the top position. Uh-oh, this could be trouble. Nice recognition, though, by Mike John. Man, just anytime I see Beuhring attack a leg in any way, it just makes my blood chill. So dangerous.
Back to the feet, under a minute remains. Beuhring back to the floor.
Beuhring's teammate, Roger Carlton, concurs. He says anytime he grabs you, you don't feel safe.
Trying to use this body lock to pressure the underhook. He's got John down flat on his back. Pummels that foot to the inside, but a really nice job with the butterfly hook by Mike John, keeping Beuhring out of there. Oh, look at Beuhring. Taking a risk at the end of the round.
That's time. We go the distance, no points. Competitive match between Mike John and Kevin Beuhring. Stephen Aiken will make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
First team matchup of our second block underway here in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis along with the commish, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, man they call Egghead. Having fun?
So far.
Yeah.
So far, yeah.
Having fun.
I didn't like that I had to call the stalling. It made me feel bad.
You
I know AJ's
going
going to be. No, because I think it was the right call. I know AJ's going to be mad at me. I'm going to go back there and talk to him.
I think it sets the tone, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I know it was the right call.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think it was the right thing to do.
Right. So why are you feeling bad about it?
I just don't like when people are upset at me, TJ.
I'm going to remember that. I'll make you feel that a lot more. It might help me in my dynamic with you. I might be the power player of our couple.
That'll never happen.
It's true. You can choke me unconscious if you want to.
We can do that right now if you want.
Let's not. Let's not. Egghead, your takeaways thus far throughout the night. And also, you know, we're mid-team matchup. You're looking at a team that's actually going back-to-back. First Phorm was the second in the second team matchup of our first block, either in the first team matchup of our second block. This is where I think this becomes a mental battle as well.
Yeah, we're 40% through this second team matchup for Black Rifle Coffee Company, and they still haven't put any points on the board, which has to be getting to them. Because, you know, it's a long season, but the more matches that you slip through your fingers up putting points on the board, the harder it becomes to win that $100,000.
And the more pressure it builds, and the more likely you are to take some silly risk and end up losing the match as well.
That's right. But another takeaway is, like, the PGF veterans have really shined. They haven't always put points on the board so far, but a number of them have, and the other ones have exceeded expectations.
Proved that they belonged, I would say, is really the order of the day for a lot of these PGF old school rednecks coming out of the South that don't know nothing about jiu-jitsu. Turns out they know a lot about jiu-jitsu.
Oh, yeah.
Biggest shock so far of night one?
Shock?
Yeah.
I'm not shocked by any. Oh, yes, I am.
Yes.
Jett Thompson, John Combs.
Has to be.
You know, I knew that Jett Thompson was going to come out here and bring it. I have to be real with you. I did not expect him to put away John Combs.
Yeah, that's the unanimous decision. Easily.
Easily.
Let's see if we got more in store for us. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Carnall.
Jamie Carnall making the walk for his second matchup of the night. He would love nothing more than to put some points up for Team Black Rifle Coffee Company. He'll get his shot here in our second block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Hurd.
Cam Hurd representing First Phorm. His second match of the night. Our referee for this one is Master Eddie Bravo.
And you got to think both of these competitors think this is a winnable match.
Absolutely. Carnall, of course, came out, looked great in the qualifier, took second to Mike John, but he strangled everybody else that he got his hands on. Cam Hurd, I would say, is the most improved player on the roster. That great showing that he had. Oh, look at that. Beautiful work. Cam Hurd. Nice. Oh, you do not want Cam Hurd grabbing your head, I'll tell you that.
In a solid position here is Hurd as he tries to step over.
Oh, my goodness. Jumping on that head early. Using it to pass the guard. Holding on to the chin strap. Look at this, Carnall working on arm lock here on the backside. Nice job slipping out of there by Carnall, using a very unconventional tactic to free himself from danger.
Didn't he liken himself to a raccoon?
He did.
So he was in a garbage position.
Yeah,
he said found something nice in the trash.
He said all these guys liken themselves to dogs. He said, I'm more like a starving raccoon.
Gonna fight you for that piece of pizza in the trash.
I had a pet raccoon once.
You did not.
I did too. June the raccoon.
I believe you.
Found her in the month of June. I got all the scars to prove it. They're feisty.
Double underhooks for Carnall. Cam tries the foot sweep. They drag it back to the middle. Good awareness of the mat. Carnall tries to hike him up there. Nice job by Cam Hurd breaking out of that position. Arm drag. Carnall forced to pull guard in response.
2 minutes down here into the match.
Nice work. Again, using the threat of the headlock to pass around the guard. And he's got something cooking here. And he is so strong, and he's got a good bend going.
Hurd in
Falls to his
business.
back. See if he can finish it. Trying to get 6 against Jamie Carnall. He's got a great bend going on that neck.
That arm of Carnall is in now. Hurd trying to get that left hand in. He regrips around the arm again. Carnall able to get free.
He tried to pull that hand out and move to the naked guillotine or the high elbow. And just made the move. Look at this. Cam Hurd showing a little bit of guard work. Carnall evades it easily, though, and now finds himself as the offensive player.
Halfway point of the match.
Cam using the leg lock threat to get himself off of the bottom. Cam showing that his guard work is much improved, and we saw that at the ADCC West Coast Trials. He came out, I believe, in the round of 32, pulled guard. No, it was, round of 32 to win his way into 16. Came out, pulled guard, finished with an arm lock.
Restart here. Hurd elects to take a seat.
Where did Cam wrestle? Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech. He wrestled since he was 5 years old.
He looks like a guy that has wrestled since he was 5 years old.
Carnall looking to attack the leg. You got to watch out. You can't let Jamie Carnall get to your back. He is a very good back player. Strong rear naked choke. Strong positionally. These guys going at it.
A lot of movement here. 2 minutes remain in the match.
Look at this.
Trying to isolate that left leg is Carnall.
There's a gray convertible with the alarm going off outside. If you have a gray convertible, please go check your car alarm.
There's a lot of cool cars out there.
I wish I
don't
had
know
a
if you
gray
guys saw
convertible.
that.
90 seconds left.
Oh, look at this. Shoots
Ooh.
the triangle.
Ooh.
We saw him do this at the qualifier. Going to the arm. Can he finish it?
Hurd in trouble. Carnall trying to take that arm home.
Oh, survives it.
Wow.
Wow. Dude, I sort of thought Cam was trying to drag him off the mat there for a second. But he had plenty of room to move backwards and make the escape.
Yeah, just trying to pull himself out.
Yeah, he great job defensively surviving that. Nice threat from Carnall. Nice attack here by Cam Hurd, though. Sitting in against the leg. He's got a nice trap going.
40 seconds left.
Carnall got Cam breathing hard out there, jumps on the head. Ooh, looking for this anaconda threat.
30 seconds left to work.
It's enough time to make it happen if he can keep that head. Nice job by Cam using that sucker drag to get him out of there.
Now back on this.
Now Cam going to attack the head one more time before the round ends.
Short time, 10 seconds remain in the match.
Oh, he's got to put the gasoline on it right there. Has to let it go. This one's going to a draw. I really enjoyed that match, though. I thought that was really fun.
There it is. 6 minutes in the books. Match expires. Will end in a draw. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After a really hotly contested match, this match finishes with a draw.
Fun match. We saw a lot of aggressive movement, close submissions. I mean, rabid raccoon, maybe.
I thought Cam was pretty close on that choke, on that guillotine choke. That was very dangerous. I wonder if maybe he didn't pull that arm out just a little bit too early, got a little bit greedy on the hunt for the submission, made the move towards the naked guillotine just a little bit too quickly. Had a good threat going with that arm in guillotine. I always say you don't want to go to the arm in guillotine or to the naked guillotine until you've turned the athlete into a philosopher. Once you get him trying to think about how to get out rather than trying to explode and react out, that's when you make the move. And I think he just made that move while Carnall was still an athlete.
All right, we're going to make our move to our next matchup. Back to Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
#1 player in our PGF draft, PJ Barch, taking the mat for the second time tonight. He represents Dean Lister's Black Rifle Coffee Company team. Time for his opponent, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
Here he is, the youngster, Jett Thompson. B-Mac, what can you say about Jett Thompson?
Well, I think one thing you got to say is that you respect him.
Yeah.
There's no more sleeping on him. He comes out and puts John Combs away in the very first match. And, you know, PJ didn't have the match that he wanted in match #1. He found himself in very deep danger against Nathan Haddad. Almost got triangle choked. Here we go.
We are underway. Again, 6-minute matches here in our PGF regular season. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. Appreciate you joining us for night 1 of PGF Season 6.
Jett makes an aggressive guard pull, tried to use it to get in on the legs. PJ, much too savvy for something like that. PJ, probably the best guard passer here. Jett is very, very wiry, very aggressive. Check out this grip TJ's keeping on the foot. Keep your eye on that. We could see, I don't think we will because PJ's such a disciplined passer, but he could use that to threaten the toe hold enough to make Jett make a mistake with his guard. Jett has a good grip dug in on that far side, though. He's got a scoop grip, got that foot posted on the inside. Oh, tried to shoot that triangle up at PJ.
Jett is definitely not starstruck here.
No, he's too young. He doesn't know. He doesn't know to be starstruck.
And he might be a star in the making. And he's already struck once tonight.
I think you might be right about that, TJ. I think that people are going to walk out of PGF Season 6, at least night 1, with a new name on their lips, Jett Thompson. What a great name to be a star, too. Jett. Come on, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job by PJ. You know, Jett's pretty big for this weight class, too, man. He's not like a little kid. He's not like a wiry little fella. That kid he looks strong.
And it's just wild because if you talk to him, he is definitely a 17-year-old good old kid from Oklahoma.
Yeah, he definitely is. And he's got his dad, Joey, here with him. Like, salt of the earth, wonderful people. Just the nicest people you could ever run into.
Whoa.
I don't know if that was very nice by PJ Barch, but
I didn't have a good look at what happened. He smack him?
Pretty much a open palm strike
All
to
right.
the face.
Listen, I respect it.
he's a combat jiu-jitsu veteran.
Jett kicks him away and smiles at him. He's like, man, I've lost some teeth before. That ain't nothing for me. At what point does PJ start to feel the pressure of putting the kid away?
I mean, honestly, I think about 3 minutes ago. We're at the halfway point of this match. I mean, points very important here in PGF, and I think the pressure was, coming into this one. We'll see it ratchet up a bit more.
They're getting handsy with each other. A lot of hands to the face right here from both guys. And Jett trying to scoop that far leg again, looking for a K-guard entry. Posting on the mouth of PJ repeatedly.
And again, you want to talk about pressure. The pressure in this match is on PJ Barch. He's supposed to win.
That's what I'm saying. At what point does that become like a serious threat to him?
Oh, we're there.
He keeps posting on PJ keeping his cool, though. He's not really even reacting to it.
He just has that reputation for being that calm, cool professional.
He is, man. He's the consummate professional. And look at him smiling. Jett Thompson pulls him into the closed guard, and Jett just really like reaching up to check PJ's mouth just for fun at this point. Jett comes from a jiu-jitsu family. His mom, also a brown belt, by the way, an active competitor.
Jett actually promoted her to brown belt.
No way.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
How does that work?
You can promote your mom.
Coach let it happen.
I armbarred my mom one time, and she bit my leg. I did not promote her for that. I kicked her out of the gym. She's out.
She hit you with a flip-flop later?
Birkenstock.
No, there you go. The choice of moms everywhere.
Only 90 seconds left.
Jett actually got some hot water in his interview with PGF Insiders. He called his mom a hobbyist, and his dad said he'd tell on him.
Yeah, that's strong words from the young man. Jett trying to create an angle. PJ keeping his right forearm in good position, stopping the hip movement of Jett Thompson.
Barch stacking. A little smile there from the young man to PJ Barch.
Just hands all over him, and PJ falls back on a leg in response. And these
25
just
seconds
look.
left. Whoa.
I'm telling you, man.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game from Jett. Like, just constantly with the hands on with the Butter Panther. And now PJ returning the favor a little bit.
To be fair, PJ started it.
Hard kick away by Jett Thompson. Jett trying to spin through, make something happen as we approach the end of this match.
Again with the hand on the face from Jett Thompson. Tick-tock goes the clock.
It's bold. I mean, one thing you have to say, Jett Thompson is not intimidated. You said it. He is not starstruck.
Wow.
That's a wrap. We go the distance. No points. Two guys embrace one another. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Well, a match that was entertaining to say the least. They got a little bit gritty and grimy, and yeah, that frustration I think definitely on display there, and that frustration is going to continue to build the longer it takes for each player to get their first points of the season. I think we saw some of that there.
So we already talked about how the PGF veterans have shown that they belong. Jett Thompson has definitely shown that he belongs.
Absolutely, dude. Big win over John Combs. Unintimidated, gave up no positions against pretty much everybody's consensus #1, PJ Barch. Top 4 finisher at ADCC Worlds, PJ Barch. Jett Thompson not intimidated at all. And we come down to the last matchup here between Black Rifle and First Phorm. Phommabout versus Sathler. It's been all draws. One of these guys scores right here. He's going to get the win for his team and potentially set them up to, I mean, you could, but with one win, it's going to be hard to win the team block here.
It's tough.
All right, pressure on for our final matchup of the first team matchup of our second block.
Match of the evening. Coming forward for Black Rifle Coffee, Samson Phommabout.
Samson Phommabout representing Dean Lister in the Black Rifle Coffee Company. Again, this is our final matchup of the first team meeting in the second block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Daniel Sathler.
Daniel Sathler representing First Phorm. Calm, cool, collected, takes his time as he walks to the mat. We get a high-stakes matchup here in the final matchup of this first team meeting in the second block. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, along with the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. Phommabout takes a seat.
Oh my, making it, what a play, and he's got it.
Oh my
goodness, he's gonna finish that. This is gonna be 7. Oh!
7 points in the books. Wow, what a statement, what a performance. And that's points, BMAC. Those are big, big points.
Whoa, Daniel Sathler.
Big night for him. Let's make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing First Phorm, adding 7 points to his total, Daniel Sathler.
7 huge points for Daniel Sathler and his team. First Phorm able to get something done in that first team matchup of the second block. And man, that kid, Daniel Sathler, look at this, guys. I mean, just phenomenal stuff. This had a lot of action, and Sathler able to get the last lap.
Dude, Samson came out just a little bit, I don't want to say lazy, but a little bit lackadaisical maybe with his leg lock entry, and Sathler making a big statement, biggest scoring play of the night so far. Kill in 20 seconds, 7 points on the board, 7 points to his team. Wins the team matchup for First Phorm against Black Rifle.
Man, what can you say, Egg? You got to be impressed.
Just cementing his position as the steal of the draft.
100%. I told you guys, man, this kid is no joke. It's not some accident he's in here. Andre Galval sent this guy to us. He's like, yo, this is the guy you want for the PGF.
All right, our night continues. Time for our second team match of the second block.
Insane.
Back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshall, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
It's been a good night thus far for Team X Marshall, and it's been a good run in the PGF over multiple seasons for this man, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton, on the mat for the second time tonight in Las Vegas. He is looking for some points for himself and X Marshall.
He's looking for some revenge.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, handsome Sherrill.
And this is a super fight, BMAC, that is exactly that. Yes, it's part of the team format, but if this was on an individual, fight card, I'd be paying to see this one alone. Handsome Kevin, he has some history, to say the least, with Elijah Carlton, and I'm here for it, Egg.
Oh, most definitely. So the former teammates at 10th Planet Atlanta, something happened, no longer teammates. But just last season, we saw Elijah pop Handsome Kevin's ankle, which caused him to have that spa day and lose a quarter of his matches.
Well, the time for talk is over. We are underway. Sherrill takes a seat.
Yeah, interesting. He chooses to pull guard. Elijah sits in quick on a leg. Sherrill retracts it. I like that approach to the guard pass there by Elijah. Gets that hand on the outside of the knee, spins him around. Kevin trying to set up that shin-to-shin guard. Elijah looking to step into the middle against it. He chooses to retreat to his guard and back up. Elijah, definitely aggressive, trying to step into the ends. Oh my! Got to be careful here. Elijah's a finisher. Trying to drag him in.
Referee
The
let
ref's
him work
gonna let him
off the
play a
mat.
little bit. Just hard to find a spot to reset that.
That's the right call, I think, by the
Yeah, I
ref.
think so too. Got Cash retreating over there on the side. Elijah with the good inside position here.
I'm hearing a report that the chat has donated $300 towards a ref-o-rama.
A ref-o-rama?
I guess they want to see the refs go at it at the end of this.
Well, we'll have to see how that plays out. That sounds pretty awesome. Elijah has a bit of an entanglement cooking here. Nice work by Sherrill to disengage that. Elijah calls it back to the middle.
Carlton back to his feet.
Kevin tries to wrestle up. Elijah does a nice job. Reaches out, frames with that right hand, then kicks the knee free.
Just interesting that Elijah's standing. He usually sits down for the guard.
Yeah, he's been on the feet and top position quite a bit tonight.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
This is where Elijah does some of his best work from this kind of half inversion.
Kind of lulls people to sleep, then snaps a triangle on them.
Back to the center they go again.
Trying to get those butterfly hooks in elevation, does Carlton.
Yeah, got a good elevation, just wasn't able to capitalize on it. There's a nice 2-on-1 grip. Dragging Kevin down into the game. Oh, man, Elijah is just so dangerous. You really can't do anything that you feel like is the right thing to do because he's got traps against all the quote-unquote right reactions.
Both have to be feeling pressure because neither have put points on the board yet tonight.
90 seconds left in this one. Carlton back to the floor.
Elijah trying to create an off balance. Kevin doing a good job of framing him out of there, making it super hard.
Trying to come up on top was Carlton, but Sherrill follows him back to the feet. .45 seconds left in the match.
Elijah trying to draw Kevin in. Playing lazy, trying to draw him in, making a mistake. Getting over aggressive. Kevin a very disciplined player though. He doesn't really make a lot of mistakes.
.20 seconds left.
Tick-tock goes the clock. Looks like this one is headed for a draw. And that's time. Revenge not on the menu tonight in this one. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points. Egg, your thoughts?
The pressure has to be mounted for Elijah Carlton. And obviously, he has Renato Canuto coming up next. If he looked at tonight, he had to probably circle this one as a winnable match. It went to a draw last time, but of the 3, this was his chance to put points on the board, and it just slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, and Canuto was frustrated earlier tonight as well, so high stakes in that one between 2 very competent competitors. That one headed your way later on tonight here at PGF.
Carlton, Canuto, Barch, 3 of the top 4 prospects coming in, 3 of the top 4 picks after the draft, all blank after 2 matches.
Interesting nugget right there.
That's very interesting. Very interesting. Big spend on all of those athletes from every team. No points so far.
All right, block 2 continues here in Las Vegas. What remaining matchups in this block are really pivotal for points to be scored, do you think?
Okay, well, right now we're about to see Evers versus Agazarm. Evers came out and put 4 on the board. Agazarm came out. Look, it was a good match that he had against Kevin. You know, he ended up getting his back taken as a result of the stalling call, you know, and then Kevin led most of the dance from there. Yeah. So I almost kind of like feel like I have to throw that one away because of the way that it went down, right? Asare, though, Davis Asare, points on the board. Andy Varela, points on the board, and they'll face off in the next match after that. Then you got Nathan Haddad versus John Combs. Combs definitely feeling the pressure. Nathan definitely feeling like he belongs out here after in any other rule set. It was a draw here. Any other rule set, Nathan walks out of there with a win against PJ Barch with that threatened triangle. Ben, Eddie, Matt Elkins also coming up to close out block 2.
It's been fun and exciting thus far. I believe we're getting some batteries changed here. It's a long night here at PGF for the athletes and the crew as well.
Oh, yeah, dude. It's a long week, man.
Yeah,
you know, we're sitting out here, we're going 30 matches after the draft.
Yeah.
After all this setup, we're going 30 matches a night for 4 nights in a row just to find out who makes it to the one-night playoff on Friday. It's a lot going on. There's a lot to keep up with. I feel like I'm doing 19 jobs at once. But those of you that are watching, that are alive in the chat over there, whether you're watching this on the UFC Fight Pass YouTube channel, if you're over on my YouTube channel, BrandonMC.Ninja, the PGF World YouTube channel, wherever you're watching, Caffeine, Kick, Amazon, Twitch, we're everywhere right now. Facebook, we're streaming everywhere.
Did you say Amazon?
Well, Amazon runs Twitch.
Oh.
That's what I meant to say. We're not on Amazon.
Well, we're worldwide. You can watch us in the Amazon.
You could do that if you got an internet connection, because it's free to watch. That's the main thing. And
there
so, you know, that is one thing I will say while we're trying to talk a little bit here. I wanted to make this free for everybody to watch. Like, we could have put this behind a paywall, you know, and real talk, I would have made a lot more money if I would have put it behind a paywall, you know what I mean? But to me, it's really important that if we're going to keep the theme of jiu-jitsu, PGF is everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu, it's important to me. The NBA is not hiding behind a paywall. The NFL is not hiding behind a paywall. Like, we want this to be something that everybody can watch and become addicted to. Play in the fantasy. If you haven't done that already, make sure you're playing in the fantasy. Somebody put that link in the chat. Okay, that's enough for me. Let's do it.
Back to Bobby, both of them. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshal, David Evers.
Here he comes, David Evers. Evers representing ex-Marshal. See what he can do here in his second matchup of the evening. And we await his opponent. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, give it up for AJ Agazarm.
Here is his opponent, AJ Agazarm. See if we see a different sort of tempo for him after that stalling penalty earlier in the night.
And all the competitors know about AJ Agazarm. ADC silver medalist, 220 plus competitive matches out there. But how many people knew about David Evers before just 20, 30 minutes ago?
Not many. You know, I don't think it was the pace of AJ that was the problem with the stalling. Like,
right.
It said it was his pace. It wasn't his pace.
Right.
It was the fact that he was like wouldn't work with the referee on the reset.
I'm gonna question his pace to getting on the mat to start this one.
I don't mind it so much. Listen, I'm an AJ fan. AJ got a lot of haters out there. I'm not one of them. I'm an AJ fan.
He marches at the beat of his own drum.
I love it. I respect it. I respect a winner. You know what I mean? And AJ's a winner.
He says he doesn't talk smack, he just speaks the truth.
Yeah, he said he was the bringer of reality in one of his... They said, y'all set me up here to be the heel. He said, I'm not the heel, I'm the bringer of reality.
There you go. A little dancing out there.
Hey, I'll tell you what, one thing that's not going to happen, you're not going to muscle David Evers around. Check out that strength of those grips. Okay. Can he drag AJ down into his world here? He's got a good bite cooking. Setting in a deep grip with his right arm around the ankle of Agazarm. They're jawing back and forth a little bit. Oh my goodness. He's looking to go belly down on this. Did AJ say, God, you're strong?
Everyone has said that that's faced David
Oh
Evers.
my.
He's getting a good look here.
Oh, this could be a problem for Agazarm. He's hard to put away, man. Navigates that so well. A position that would have terrified almost anybody.
Now back to the feet. 90 seconds of elapsed time.
Evers using that grip to pull him down into the game again. Agazarm, he's going to want to reach with that left hand towards the crossface, but check out those grips, those interlocked fingers over there on AJ's left hand. Now AJ creating a good position for himself here, and Evers works. Oh, look at this. Beautiful sweep by Evers.
Nicely done. Evers now in top position.
Falls
Sits
into
back
the
for a
leg.
leg. Decent look here for Evers.
Oh, my God. He's got a powerful straight ankle lock.
Oh, some serious grimaces from AJ.
AJ studying the rules from the mat. Listen, dude, I'm glad AJ's here. Y'all can say what y'all want.
What an interesting question. For a second, I thought that was like a question off mic somewhere else.
No,
like, what?
He was asking, and Keelan was answering him off on the sideline.
To be fair, he did miss the rules meeting.
That's
so,
true.
You know, just,
Yeah, in fairness.
Clarifications. Evers just relentlessly going for those legs, and he used that strategy very well in Season 3. He got mostly leg locks, but that allowed him to get the finale tournament where he won it all.
Oh, here's the outside heel.
What?
Dude, AJ is such a character. I would love to get the isolated audio of that later and hear what he actually said.
Say what he wants, but he's been the one defending for 3 minutes.
Well, he got a really strong top half guard position against Butter half position. He put Evers back flat on the mat, had a strong underhook. Evers just used it, able to use it to sweep. And also, to navigate through these leg lock positions fearlessly, calmly, I think that actually speaks really highly of AJ's game. Come through with a little pressure on the throat.
2 minutes left in the match.
Evers with the cross post on the shoulder. Working his half guard. Yep, I was going to say he's going to want to get his butterfly hook back in. AJ doing a nice job, uses his right hand to pummel back to the inside of that. Evers, again, creates a leg lock entry on the escape, but AJ's so good freeing his knee line. Evers may be thinking about that back step, but AJ just not having it. Gets a little bit of a back exposure, almost got there. Oh, AJ has a nice grip now around the waist, making a nice move to the back of Evers. This is excellent work. Uses it to come up on top, past the guard, and Evers does a nice job. Pummels that left foot back in and recovers his half guard.
I mean, if you got points for popping the commentary team,
yeah, dude, he'd be winning for sure.
Inside the final minute.
Evers moves into the lockdown. First time we've seen the lockdown so far tonight. Not a high-paced match, but a lot of activity nonetheless. A lot of good entries from Evers. AJ feints the shot. Gets Evers to pull.
10 seconds.
AJ getting active now, just trying to put the pace on, looking for a leg drag, and that's it.
Time. We go the distance,
nice
no
match.
Points.
I thought that was a really entertaining match for me.
Absolutely. All right, to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
That one ends in a draw, but a fun one, as you mentioned, BMAC. And hey, where are we at on points so far in this block?
In this block, Sathler's 7 points is all we have.
That's it.
So far, first Phorm is still in a commanding lead.
Well, you got Asare versus Varela coming up. You got Nathan Haddad versus John Combs. Ben Eddy versus Matt Elkins. So a lot of potential points still out there.
Almost definitely.
Yeah, that first Phorm team, though, definitely hoping those 7 points hold on, but we shall see as our night continues. All right, back to Stephen Aiken for our next competitors.
All right, AJ, what's up, brother?
Oh, Dewey Cooper and Heather Gracie over on the sideline.
Who are we facing? Grayson, are you right here with us? All right, man. Tough couple matches in here so far. You like you're having a good time. You want to give these guys a couple of lessons on how to finish those leg locks, it sounds like?
He's coming to my academy in Santa Monica to learn back escapes and ankle locks. I got you. Já foi uma vez.
Is there anything else you think these guys are going to learn from you this week?
You know what? Just, hey, learn and have fun. You guys, that back room is so serious. I'm trying to lighten it up a little bit. Get you guys, this is so sick. You know, props to PGF, Brandon putting the show on. This is really rad. This is a cool environment. Nice to do some grappling out here in front of you guys on a Monday. A Las Vegas Monday afternoon.
Woo! Thank you, AJ. We're glad you're here, man.
I'm never going to turn down an AJ Agazarm interview.
No, never. Yeah. Never. Listen, we talk about him as the heel. What if AJ walks out of here as the nice guy, dude?
Unexpected. I mean, but we've seen that all throughout the night. Everything's been unexpected, it seems.
In pro wrestling, they call that a face turn. You go from a heel to the baby face.
Yeah, well, you know, he hadn't really been the heel here yet. It's just all straight baby face so far in the PGF.
Perfect.
He had that pretty saucy text in the text chat.
Oh yeah, that's true. That was pretty salty.
Let's go back to another baby face. It's Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler coming to the mat representing ex-Marshal Davis Asare.
Davis Asare making the walk here, representing Team ex-Marshal. He's on the mat, ready to go. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela making the walk, representing Team Epic Roll. Ready for his second matchup of the night. Our referee for this one is Master Eddie Bravo. Here we go. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead. Appreciate you joining us. We are live from Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6.
So Asare currently in second place. Got that triangle in that first round, but also got that extra ex-marshal team point. So he's in second place with 7. Varela had the kill, so he's in 6. He's in third place.
This is a matchup for points in the standings up near the top.
And this is a matchup that Varela specifically called out in the lead up to PGF. Ooh, hard inside, almost kick. But Varela said the last time they faced, it did go to a draw, but the match finished with him squeezing, he said, quote unquote, squeezing Davis's head like he was going to pop it. So see if he can find his way to the back and try to finish it this time. Asare looked really, really good in his first match, though. So did Varela.
One minute of elapsed time.
Throw by.
The prior match was in the ADCC Phoenix Open.
Two great competitors on the mat, BMAC. I'm curious, what was it like trying to get the athletes for this season? I mean, obviously a $100,000 prize, you know, it's big money, high stakes, but it's still a different sort of format where these guys game.
Oh, dude, once I told them that Roger Gracie was coming, everybody just said yes. It was like the easiest roster I've ever put together.
So Varela, a black belt out of 10th Planet, Las Vegas. Asare is a purple belt out of New Wave Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, this a home game for Varela. BMAC, do you know if he's staying at home? Do you know if he's at the Airbnb with the rest of the team?
Varela staying at his own spot. This is a true home game for him, for Canuto also.
It might be an advantage for Andy Varela.
I mean, I feel like that's got to be a huge advantage, right? Action moves to the floor. Look at that. Tries to wrestle up, and now Asare playing the guard again. Asare tried to lure him in, lull him to sleep, take a shot on him.
We are approaching the halfway point of the match, about 15 seconds away from that mark. BMAC, you've seen enough action here to avoid a stalling penalty?
Yeah, well, nobody's really moving backwards. You know,
Right.
just because they're not having success doesn't mean they're stalling. You know what I mean? There's a difference between a slow pace and like avoiding the fight. The name that we've given the stalling penalty is excessive avoidance.
Right.
That's what we're trying to.
So nullification of one another's offense is not stalling.
That's not stalling. Just
Yeah.
just because you're not scoring, you know, a football game that ends 3-0 is nobody's stalling. It's just nobody's scoring. You know.
No thought of a get down rule for PGF?
Thought,
okay.
Thought, but that's not the way that we wanted to handle it.
I like it.
We wanted to have something, a rule that carried across not just from the feet, but, you know, people kind of give slow matches on the feet a bad rap. I want to see good wrestling.
Sure.
But I also don't want to see boring guard passing. To me, that's just as offensive. Not offensive.
Offensive.
Yeah.
And TJ, Brandon's not afraid to throw the flag. We saw it a number of times. At the
I
ball.
know. I'm eager to throw the flag
I saw it
just to watch it. But I'm also trying to play the game in a fair way. You know, I don't want to. Listen, if something crazy is going to happen in an Andy Varela match, where's it going to happen? It's going to be on the feet.
Right.
You know, like I feel like if we just throw Varela and Asare down to the ground just because it's not going exactly the way that we thought it might go, that's not I mean, we're taking away some of the most exciting potential from a match like this.
Right. And you throw the flag when you have to, not to, you know, make an impact in the match.
Correct.
Inside the final minute, you can see the intensity starting to get a little turned up here.
And to his credit, Asare's not afraid to stand with him.
Shot there. Going to get a reset here in the center. 30 seconds left.
Both still looking for their opportunity.
Clock not on their side. 10 seconds. And that's a wrap. 6 minutes in the books, no points. Match ends in a draw. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, so if you're following along at home, those 7 points from the first team matchup of our second block, they're still looking pretty good.
They're holding up. I mean, only 2 matches left. First Phorm might get those team points.
B-Mac, your thoughts on that match?
You know, it wasn't the most exciting match, but I feel like you guys are trying to pressure me into
Hey, no. Styles make fights.
Stall. Yeah.
And that's what that's, I mean, I like wrestling.
Look, sometimes it's not action-packed the entire time. You know what I mean? So, you know.
We've had a ton of action already, too.
Chat, let me know. If you're in the chat, let me know what you thought of that.
Let us know. Eggs monitoring. We'll pass along the message. All right, time to pass the baton to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshall, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad making the walk here, representing Team Ex-Marshall. Again, if you're just joining us, we are into the second team matchup of our second block of the evening. Team first Phorm in good position with 7 points thus far. No points scored in this team matchup. Now back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, John Combs.
John Combs making the walk. Where do you think his mindset is at right now? Okay.
He needs points. He has a reputation for getting kills, for getting chokes. He lost in the first match straight up, so he needs to get points. But at the same time, he's facing a very game Haddad, who faced the #1 ranked person and came out unscathed.
All right, we are underway.
Combs, we talked about it earlier. He's a risk taker. He'll go out, and that risk often pays off for him at the black belt level. Excellent point scorer, knows how to, and point scorer in this format, by the way, knows how to go out there and get chokes. One of the best guillotines in the world in his weight class. Whereas Nathan, I feel like he really made a statement the first time we saw him out there against Barch. Had Barch in serious trouble with a deep triangle, controlled most of that match. Oh, look at that. Combs reaching for that chin strap. Tried to wrestle up. Nathan going to have to be very careful dropping his head down into range where Combs can put his hands on the head.
So far, the chat's been pretty supportive of that Varela Asare match, saying it was more interesting than seeing someone full guard.
Yeah, I feel that, you know. Not that, and listen, ooh, nice wrestle up by John Combs.
Makes sense he was an All-American wrestler.
Dad kicks him off.
Now we got PGF veteran Michael Libby chiming off. He may be looking for some sort of get-down rule.
Well, he can get on down here and start his own promotion. Love you, Libby. Oh, look at this. John Combs dragging Nathan down. Oh, this is bad news for Nathan. Look at him switching off towards the Darce. Look at John just drag him down into the water like a gator with a bite. Oh, he pulls in on it. Doesn't quite have it. Has to let it go. Man, listen, that is a very dangerous position to find yourself in with John Combs.
Haddad stands. 3.5 minutes remain in the match.
Oh, look at this. Nice step around. Nathan now looking for a Darce. Combs creates an off balance, gets himself out of trouble. Both guys showing offense. Look how good Combs is at the timing of that snap down to attack the head. Haddad has to pull into the closed guard. Combs stands, trying to slice that knee up the middle.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
Nice work opening the closed guard for John Combs. Good technical movement there. Nice passing. He's got Nathan flat on his back. Knee on the belly. Underhook on the far side. Combs moving into his offensive cycles now. Steps around. Combs also has a very good triangle from this position. Look at Combs sneaking that foot through. Oh, just a little bit preemptive. Didn't have the trap he needed on that arm on the far side. Made the move to the triangle too early, but I like, there's that slide by. You talked about it, Egg. Excellent work.
Off the mat, almost onto a couch.
Yeah, dropped him right into the lap of his ex-Marshall team. Old Dean over there on the sideline. Combs creates a good position. Gonna try to work this knee cut. Digging for the second underhook on his right side. Excellent passing by John Combs.
Nicely done, knee on belly here. Just a touch under 90 seconds.
Oh, this is gonna be a triangle. This is another triangle setup from the top, but from the opposite side. So that's really the opposite setup that time.
Haddad wise to it.
Yeah, and you see how quickly Haddad got his head back to the mat right there? He was exposed. Combs on the attack, though. Looking for a Darce choke here.
Good time to work here. A minute remains.
There's another triangle setup. Now all the way into the mount. Combs really leading the dance, but not able to put Nathan away. Looking towards this arm triangle now.
Decent look at it. 45 seconds, less than that remains.
Nathan got his hand on the inside. Combs going to try to finish, though. He's going to take a risk and try to finish this. And
I like the mindset here with short time.
Yeah, the shoulder's not quite in position. He's getting closer and closer. May switch off to this rotolitine here. Back to the arm triangle again. Looking to kick off and get out to the side. Nice footwork.
20 seconds left.
As long as Nathan is looking towards that arm triangle, it's going to be very hard to finish it, though.
Now just 10 seconds remain.
Again, trying to throw that triangle. Switching off to an arm lock now.
Time will expire. Combs aggressive. Was in a bit of business late. Haddad survives. And this one's going to end in a draw. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And again, those first Phorm 7 points still looms large as we continue through our final team matchup of this second block. TJ DeSantis along with the commish, Mccaghren and Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. Appreciate you joining us live wherever you are. We're in Las Vegas. It is the site of night 1 of PGF Season 6. And this is our last matchup of this?
It is.
All right.
Ben Eddy versus Matt Elkins coming up right here.
All right, a lot on the line. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the mat next, representing ex-Marshall, Ben Eddy.
Here he is, Ben Eddy making the walk. This will be his second match of the night. And again, a lot of pressure on these two athletes, as points would be huge.
Unless one of these gentlemen gets a kill within
True.
the first minute, the team points go to Phorm. Or first Phorm, pardon.
Here is Matt Elkins, PGF veteran. And our referee for this match is Master Eddie Bravo. You were mentioning it, Egg. You know, points, they're going to have to come within the first minute. It's going to have to be a kill to tie first Phorm. So see how aggressive these guys are early in this first 60 seconds.
This is a fascinating matchup to me. Very contrasting styles as far as the techniques they use, but they really both play a similar pace. Matt going to keep a little bit of a higher pace, but he has a real chill game as well. Oh, look at that pass by Matt Elkins.
Nicely
And
done.
Nice recovery, though, by Ben Eddy. Now Matt getting into the pass again. Matt has to be very careful he doesn't get dragged down into this Ben Eddy spider web of terror.
Yeah, we get drugged down there, B-Mac. You're not just in Ben Eddy's world. You're in his universe, and it's a hard thing to get out of.
He's just so good down there. And the thing is, you've just never felt what he does before in the training room. It's not that it's impossible to defend. It's that you've never had to try to defend it before. It's just such a unique game.
Would it be fair to say he has the most dangerous guard this season?
Closed guard style for sure. There's a lot of dangerous guard players out there. David Evers, I mean, you have to think David Evers got one of the more dangerous guards. Kevin Beuhring, very dangerous guard. But that close range butterfly to closed guard style, rubber guard for sure, got to give the nod to Ben Eddy.
And there we have it. First Phorm gets the team points.
Yeah, big points for them racked up, but still a important match for these two competitors.
Elkins doing a good job so far of avoiding Ben's most dangerous positions. But Ben doing a good job of keeping Matt off of the guard pass so far. Matt thought about that back step there. Ben blocked it with the extended leg. Ben weaves the foot across, and then Elkins has to keep his eye. Oh, look at this. Elkins got to keep his eye on that foot trending across the hip. Inversion from Ben Eddy. Tries to follow up with the wrestle.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat on the feet. Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
Oh, nice slide by and a move to the back by Matt Elkins.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
Nice play there by Matt Elkins.
Matt Elkins is the black belt 10th Planet Birmingham, a lead instructor and lead of it.
Inside the final 2 minutes.
Has Ben as Ben gets more and more aggressive, I think it really plays more and more into Elkins' hands. He likes that kind of style. Ben framing out across the body. So Elkins tries to now pummel through. Grip on the wrist from Ben Eddy, trying to stop that lead hand of Matt Elkins from coming in for the crossface, flattening him out. You can see that battle between those two right there. There's that crossface, flattens him out. Almost completes the knee slice, and a great recovery at the last second by Ben Eddy.
Elkins bails back to his feet, standing over Eddy. "60 seconds remain. "45. Eddy back to the floor. Elkins on top.
Looks like Elkins wants to take a risk on that leg. All right, Ben finally finds his closed guard.
10 seconds left. And that's a wrap to the match.
And a team match as well.
And it concludes block 2 of night 1 of PGF Season 6. To make this one official, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
2 blocks in the books here in Las Vegas for PGF Season 6, and a huge second block for First Phorm. 7 points gets it done. They get a team point, and man, it's been a night of a bit of unexpected action, but man, we continue to go on and continue to see how this thing unfolds, and I'm having a blast. Again, I want your thoughts on what we've seen here through 2 blocks.
It's just been amazing. You know, we had 5 different submissions in that first block, a lot of back and forth, a lot of action. And then the second block kind of showed what a lot of people were anticipating. With the higher parity, the higher level of competition in PGF World 6, that every submission is dear. It's going to be hard to get them. And we saw only 1 submission in that entire block. You know, Daniel Sathler gets the team points for First Phorm with, you know, that quick kill.
And what an explosive submission it was. That rear naked choke under a minute against one of the hardest guys to finish here, Samson Phommabout, just absolutely made this place pop. Daniel Sathler, again, steal of the draft. And let's see here. Let me add up some points here. So Evers and Asare, both with, let's see, Evers has 5, Asare has 7, Andy Varela has 6, Jett Thompson with 3, and then Daniel Sathler with 3 in round 1, or block 1, plus the 7, plus the team point in block 2, means that Daniel Sathler's sitting at 11.
Wow.
And actually, Jett Thompson got that First Phorm point as well, so he's at 4.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he did pick up the extra point for being on the team. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, so Jett Thompson in the playoff hunt right now.
But as we kind of talked about before, through 2 blocks, Renato Canuto, Elijah Carlton only have 1 point apiece, and that's because of team points. PJ Barch, John Combs, both with 0. Who would have ever anticipated that?
Where's Hanson sitting? Has he got a team point yet? I think Hanson's still scoreless.
You're correct. He also has 0 as well. I mean, all these people that thousands and thousands of points were spent, you know, by their coaches getting, so far not showing us the points.
Very interesting, man. Very interesting. Let's see how this last block pays out. As I look through it, I see a couple of big matchups here. Okay, so I see Max Hanson, Kevin Sherrill. What I'm looking for is winnable matches for guys. So I see Max Hanson, Kevin Sherrill. That's a style matchup that I think that's a winnable match for Max. I see Jamie Carnall, Andy Varela right there. You got to think that Andy's just slobbering, trying to get a hold of 7 right there on Carnall. PJ Barch, John Combs. You got Samson versus Elkins. Canuto, Carlton coming up. Beuhring, Evers. That's a rematch that we're looking to see. Cam Hurd, Davis Asare. Jett Thompson, Nathan Haddad. And then Sathler versus Ben Eddy. And I bet he's just dying to get back out there. We'll see him close out the block 3 and close out the night for us. If Sathler comes out and scores again, he takes a commanding lead on the exit of night 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a long week. You know, this is just night 1 of a 4-night regular season. And, of course, our playoff coming your way Friday, live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. Man, it's going to be a fun week. It's already been a fun night, and it continues here live in Las Vegas. He's BMAC, the commish, Brandon Mccaghren. Egghead, I'm TJ DeSantis. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with more of Night 1 of PGF World Season 6.
Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because X Martial's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X Martial team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X Martial flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X Martial isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
Oh, he's going to flip Carson with that. He's making him turn with it.
There's a tap.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Look at Landon Torville.
What's going on with the PGF and the money and the things like that, that's answers the one fundamental problem we have as professional athletes in the sport. I mean, it could change everything about the sport.
This is the future of jiu-jitsu right here, and I'm just ecstatic to be the face of it right now.
PGF is the shit. We all got paid before we even started sweating. Ain't nothing better than that.
We are underway. Anderson in the white rash guard, getting pushed around here by the Minnesota Maniac.
Kevin Sherrill's sitting at home because I broke his ankle.
Hard collar tie. Oh, that was.
Whoa. Because they don't see a future in it, but I do see a future in it.
Haven't done anything but just like come and did what I'm supposed to do, you know, and just let's f people up, you know.
He doesn't take it as serious as I do. This is a lifestyle for me.
It's my first experience with something like this, and I just want to say, Brandon, thank you. PGF, everybody. I mean, this has probably been one of the best experiences of my life.
It kicks you into this state of, like I said, excitement or fear or nervousness or happiness. And then when you get to the battle, you get to the competition, all that stops.
Travis's scariest attacks, he's in. He's got it.
It's almost like a feeling of nirvana.
I think I'm just addicted to the high of competing and winning, and it's fun. I think I'm an addict by nature. I just enjoy the thrill of it.
And right now, PGF's sitting by itself. It's that lone soldier, you know? So I think that if if the PGF can gain enough traction, it could potentially change the competitive scene in jiu-jitsu as a whole.
We're going to keep building this until everybody can get paid what they're worth in the sport of jiu-jitsu. We will have the biggest jiu-jitsu promotion on the planet.
Welcome back to Season 6 of PGF. I am standing by with Dean Lister, and you are a guy with a lot of experience coaching. You've coached the Ultimate Fighter, so you are no stranger to giving advice to your team. Your team right now has not scored, so what is the message going in?
It's normal, it's the first day. My guys, almost all of them the first round, a little bit, not lazy, like maybe a little sleep, you know, so tomorrow I have to wake them up with something. It's okay, it's normal. At this level, everyone's really high level, so that's a desire not to lose, you know? And the thing is, if you don't put yourself in the situation to win, you're just gonna not lose, or you're gonna lose. So you're always taking a chance. It's nerve-wracking because everyone here is high level. So tomorrow's gonna be a little push in the right direction, but I have a lot of faith in my team still. It's all good.
And we just got done watching X-Martial and Team Epic Roll. Team Epic Roll is going to be your next matchup coming up. So when you're looking at some of those matchups, is there anything in particular that you're wanting to execute on?
You know what, right now, it's just going to finish off the night well, hopefully. I'm just going to be a positive influence and be in the corner. Nothing specific I'm looking for. There's good matches. I'm looking forward to all of them.
And you told me off camera that you told PJ to get a little aggressive out there. He was getting some hands to the mouth from Jett Thompson. So when you're asking your #1 seed to really show out and be a leader, what is the message you have for him?
Yeah. In that situation, it's normal for one to put a lot of pressure on themselves. You know, it's very common. So I told him, man, you know, let loose, don't be so nice. And it's like we could be sportsmen, but be a little rough. It's okay, you know. We're not in a real MMA fight. We can be friends afterwards. You have to be a little more intense, right? So they're going to tomorrow for sure, and this round as well. I'm telling them right now, push a little. Don't be so nice. Be a little rough. Manhandle the person. Don't be ashamed of it at all.
Well, we cannot wait to see the comeback of Team Black Rifle, coached by Dean Lister, and we'll be back with many more matchups after the break.
Season 6 of the Professional Grappling Federation is set to be arguably one of the biggest events in the history of jiu-jitsu. On April 21st in Las Vegas, the world will finally get to see what jiu-jitsu looks like as a real sport. One of the most compelling storylines for me heading into Season 6 is the story of Elijah Carlton. He's been the face of the PGF for 5 seasons. He's won multiple regular seasons. He's won multiple championships by winning the playoff. But now with the level of competition being raised so much higher for Season 6, the big question for me is, can Elijah take all of that experience that he has as a PGF champion and apply it to these high-level athletes and make it into the playoffs? Or could he even really surprise some people and come out as the champion again?
2 blocks down, 3 to go here in Las Vegas. It is night 1 of PGF World Season 6. I'm TJ DeSantis, along with the man with the 20-pound brain. They call him Egghead, and I'm going to put that brain to the test right now, Egg. Not quite in the way that you might think. I want to talk about the mental warfare game because we just saw Alex Wendling chat with Coach Dean Lister, and Dean Lister basically summed it up by saying, you know, it's time to turn up the heat. I know it's the gentle art, if you will, and we're all here supporting this movement and PGF doing big things for jiu-jitsu, but it's time to be a little bit, I don't even know if I want to call it selfish, but more team-focused. Get grimy out there. Make it dirty and make the gentle art maybe hurt a little bit.
Well, some people would consider there might be an issue with so many of these competitors competing at a very high level in other rule sets that, you know, awarded referees' decisions,
right,
or advantages,
True.
or winning by points based on takedowns and other things like that.
Yep.
The PGF doesn't care about any of that.
No.
It is get a submission or you lose.
Right.
And because a draw gets you no points, it's the same as a loss. And sometimes it takes a couple matches for people to actually really have that sink in for them. They have to sell out there, and that's essentially what, you know, Coach was saying. Like, you can't just play to not get submitted. You have to play to submit.
Yeah, you know, I think that the longer this week gets and starts to unfold, we're going to see that intensity ratchet up more and more. And I think we've already seen it a little bit tonight. You said it, Egg. You know, we have some really big, high-profile players here in this season that are sitting with that goose egg next to their name when it comes to points. And as we head into this third block, momentum's a big thing in combat sports, and each and every player on each and every team wants to finish this night strong so they can carry that momentum into night number 2.
Oh, that's very much right. So coming into the PGF season, every competitor knew they were going to get 12 matches, which is a lot for a competition. But at the end of tonight, 25% of the season is over.
Yeah.
And if the big names put up 0 points, that puts a lot of pressure on them. And it puts a lot of pressure on their teams. Because at the end of 4 days, one of these teams is taking home $100,000. That's a lot of pressure.
100%. Obviously, the team dynamic is something that's very important. All of those teams want to come out on top and get that $100,000 grand prize. But let's not forget the other type of scenario we have here. Teams are all good, but come Friday, those teams go by the wayside. Each and every one of these athletes want to find themselves in the playoff hunt, and that's where those individual points get more and more important.
Exactly, because not only are we talking about the $100,000 for each team, for the team that wins the regular season, but those top 8 competitors, that put up the top 8 amount of points, they will be in that season finale, the postseason, if you will.
Yeah.
The finale tournament that takes the top 8, and it's a single elimination tournament. So it's going to be a little bit different. Right now we have the 6-minute rounds. That's going to be 10-minute rounds, and there will be an overtime because we have to have some winner of the match.
Right.
And at the end of that 8-person finale tournament, whoever wins will not only be the PGF World 6 overall champion, but they will take home possibly an additional $20,000.
Yeah, an additional. Look at that, B-Mac. Joining us back here, Matt's side, as we were in Las Vegas for PGF Season 6. It's been a fun night. And, I just want to get a word from the commish real quick.
Okay.
2 blocks down, 1 to go. Fight capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. You ever think that the PGF would get here?
Yeah.
From the first season?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew it would. I'm out for world domination, you know what I mean? It's killing season. These guys are trying to be the best at what they do. I'm trying to be the best at what I do. So, yeah, I did. Did I know what it was going to look like? Did I think it would be after season 5? Probably not. But this is the goal. This is where we're going. Honestly, I feel like we're just getting started. Now, let me switch the topic on you a little bit here. So I just got back. I called every athlete and every coach into the back, and here's what I told them. All right, you've had enough time to get warm. You understand what we're doing now. The stalling calls, the excessive avoidance calls are going to be much more aggressive across the board now. And Jean-Jacques and Roger grabbed me and they said, yes. And that's how I knew it was the right choice. So I gave them all a little speech, and let's see if it does any good. I'll tell you what it is going to do. This little meeting that I just had with my referees is going to do them some good. So we're about to start pulling the trigger on this thing right here.
I kind of think that they're not necessarily jitters, but I kind of think that maybe it hasn't gotten real to everyone yet. $100,000 cash prize, that sounds good on paper, but it's real money. It's real money that hangs in the balance, and sometimes you need a little wake-up. You need a little slap across the face. You need that cold plunge, if you will, to get the blood flowing.
Listen, everybody out here is so good that if we don't have something like this, they're not going to take the risk necessary to get the points. And so if they're not going to take the risk, we're going to put them in risky positions.
I like it.
So here we go.
Spoken like the man in charge, B-Mac.
Yeah, and I had a little moment with AJ backstage. It was very positive.
Oh.
He understands.
He
didn't like it.
Right.
Oh, and I'll tell you this. I actually had to do a little consult. We had to go to the replay backstage. The arm lock, Sathler versus Elkins.
Yeah.
There was some dispute back there that maybe that was a guard jump, which is against the rules. And we had to go to the replay. My judgment is that it was an arm lock attempt. It was a flying arm lock attempt. But the leg did not make it over before he hit the ground. But he cut an angle. And listen, y'all know I love Matt Elkins. Matt Elkins is my boy. So if I was going to have any bias, I would have it towards Matt Elkins. But I didn't feel that it was a guard jump. He was throwing the hips at the shoulders, and he he didn't make the leg over the face, but the leg over the face is not what makes an arm lock. It's the attack, it's the angle, it's the attempt. There was no danger. In the rules meeting, what we said is throwing the hips at the knees is what we're trying to avoid. Scissor leg takedowns, jumping guard. So we did have to go to the replay, though, and to be honest with you, it was a hard call. As I went back to the replay and we slowed it down and looked at it, Matt had a really strong argument. Not strong enough to sway me, but it was a strong argument. So quite a lot happening behind the scenes back there in the back.
And you know what I love? The transparency here. When are you going to get live updates like that from a traditional mainstream sports commissioner? You're not going to.
Yeah, just this one.
Just this one. You're my favorite commissioner, B-Mac.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
You're my favorite commentator.
Thank you. Take that.
He's the analyst.
Oh,
that's
true,
what I
true,
consider him.
True. I'll take
He's the statistical analyst.
That's right. I'm TJ DeSantis. He's B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren. This man is Egghead. And I know you're plugged into the chat. What do they say tonight?
They're having a lot of fun.
Yeah?
There's a lot of people that they're really excited for Sathler. And I agree with you, Commish, because if you look at intention, you kind of look at some history, too.
Yeah.
And if you look at Sattler's history, he does flying submission attempts. He doesn't do the guard pulls.
Well, he did it before that.
Yeah.
He's already done it tonight before that happened.
Exactly. And so that definitely I think it's the right call. I mean, it might look a little weird, but that I'm sure that's his intention. But they're excited. They're having fun. People are really pumped for Jett Thompson.
Dude, he's fire. I love the kid, man.
I'm curious. Dunk of the night. What are we looking at for dunk of the night so far?
Sathler versus Samson Phommabout.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, that was insane.
Yeah.
Made the crowd pop, dude.
Yeah.
Made the crowd pop. I gotta shout out to David Evers for his quick leg lock as well, but wasn't worth as many points. So, and it just didn't feel as explosive and it wasn't the same viral moment type of thing, you know.
And also meaningful, because David Evers, that was huge for him, but Sathler not only put 7 points on the board for him, got points for his whole first Phorm teammates.
Yeah.
And won that team point for all of them.
It wasn't in 20 seconds? Something
Yeah,
like that.
20 seconds. I think it was 20 seconds
Who gets
flat.
a rear naked choke in 20 seconds? That's hard.
Daniel Sathler.
That's true. That's right. I just saw it early. I don't know why I'm asking the question.
Daniel Sathler.
My apologies.
That kid's the real deal. Man, if he comes out and gets another win against Ben Eddy, he's going to be heavily into the driver's seat. Oh, look, it's my BFF, Bobby, both of them.
Yeah. You want to go to him?
Let's go to him. Let's throw it to Stephen Aiken.
Stephen Aiken.
For our next match of the evening, coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hanson. And his epic roll opponent, handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Handsome Kevin Sherrill with that hair flip. He takes the mat for the 3rd time of the night, representing Team Epic Roll.
As you pointed out, Brandon, the pressure is definitely on Max Hanson. Highly anticipated competitor coming into this season, and so far has 0 points.
All right, we are underway. First match, the first team match of our 3rd block of night 1 of season 6 of PGF World. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. Hanson goes inverted for a brief moment.
Ooh, kicks Sherrill back, and Sherrill wrestles up, puts him down.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
So Max Hanson, the black belt out of Dante Leon's team Adama.
Now back to the feet.
handsome Kevin Sherrill, brown belt, training out with both Atlanta Top Team and LHM.
Referee halts the action here, taking a look at where they're at. And we're going to get a reset. PGF Season 6, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Action back underway. Push off again by Hanson, back to the feet.
Hanson getting aggressive with him, pushing him around. Max digging in a good grip on this far side. He's going to be coming up looking for this Choi bar. Kicks him off again. They connect heads on the way up.
Saw that. Hanson.
Ooh, nice entry by Max Hanson.
Trying to attack that
Look
leg
at that
of Sherrill.
cross-side entry. What a beautiful entry by Max Hanson.
Sherrill able to roll through. Now back to the feet. Sherrill pushes away. We get a reset in the center of the mat. Hanson takes a seat.
That was a really, really nice entry.
Halfway point of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Ooh, he's going to try out this Max Shashinsky style straight ankle lock. Uses it to come up and sweep.
Sherrill stands.
Ooh, shoots the triangle. Arms lock on the other side.
Sherrill trying to
wrestles
get
up.
free, and Hanson falls up back to the feet. Hanson back to the mat.
Handsome Kevin, so good on the feet. Again, University of Northern Iowa wrestler.
Be ready.
They know how to wrestle in Iowa, too.
Oh, yeah. Then he's a prior state champion in high school.
Looking at our clock here on the screen, it's stopped, so I don't know where the official timer's at. There it goes.
Yeah, it's off by about 30 seconds, it looks like. The official timer is right now sitting at 1:23 left in the match. So it's off by exactly 30 seconds. So just a heads up on that, guys.
That's the first time you've ever given me official time. Usually it's the unofficial clock with the overtime from you. But
yeah, no, I got it going on over here this time. Referees are sitting on the edge of their seat looking to throw a flag on Kevin Sherrill.
Warning, Sherrill!
You can hear that warning coming in for Kevin Sherrill.
He's going to have to get aggressive here. He's going to end up on the bottom of this referee position.
He's shooting that triangle attempt against Hanson, but now he bails on it. Back to close guard. There's the whistle.
That one ends in a draw. And Sherrill did get the warning there from the referees.
All right, we will go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points for either man. Ends in a draw. That was the first match of our first team matchup here of this third and final block. Again, night 1 of PGF Season 6 here in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. I saw you were looking at that anti-stalling criteria there.
Yeah, so, you know, if someone's called for stalling 3 times during a match and it goes to a draw, the person that was not stalling gets awarded 2 points.
That's right.
And if there's 5 stalling calls, you're just done.
Yes.
And you get, the other opponent gets the 2 points as well.
That's right.
But again, everything in the PGF made to focus on offense, action, making this exciting for all of you.
Yes, and we're going to be getting more and more aggressive with that as the week goes on. As these guys get more and more comfortable with these draws, I'm going to start pulling the trigger on them faster and faster. So I've instructed the referees, let's turn this thing up. I need more action than that. And we're going to see Mike John, AJ Agazarm here.
All right, let's go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Mike John.
Mike John, the PGF Season 6 qualifier. Taking the mat again for his coach, Dean Lister, and his team, Black Rifle Coffee Company. We await his opponent for their arrival, Stephen Aiken.
And his epic roll opponent, AJ Agazarm.
AJ Agazarm. He makes the walk. He still embraces the heel roll. He's dressed in all black. That's a dead giveaway. He's dressed in all black.
Almost like he's typecast.
But he's been nice. He's been nice to
He's
show.
been great, man, honestly.
He was very encouraging in his energy. Of course, both competitors trying to actually get on the board.
Right.
Both so far have 0 points. And so they'll only have 10 more matches, including this one, to try and make that finale tournament.
Here we go. Oh, look at that. Mike John dragging AJ down into a guillotine position early.
Wow.
Mike has a really dangerous guillotine, man. Oh, and he's over on his hip, and that arm is all the way across. AJ, even if he's in big trouble, AJ, he'll go to sleep.
Agazarm reaching back for the legs there of John, trying to make some space and open this up. John goes to top position here in the mount.
AJ finding a little space to survive, though. Mike might want to think about slipping towards a triangle right there. AJ gives the thumbs up. He's in. What if AJ just bit him right there?
Well, we definitely see it with this camera angle.
Look at that. Forces Mike John to adjust his grip.
All right. Action off the mat. Agazarm clear, so we're going to get a reset here in the center. Agazarm with a message for the commission, I think. Back underway.
AJ Agazarm, the very veteran competitor, black belt out of Gracie Barra, more than 220 competitive matches. Mike John on bomb there, black belt 10th Planet Orange.
Warning! Agazarm.
AJ Agazarm with the warning. Did you say Gracie Baja?
Baja.
It's okay. I know about jiu-jitsu. So.
TJ,
That's all I got.
Some of these competitors have called Hajar Roger.
I know.
Okay, so
I may or may not have too.
I think I heard Roger call himself Roger.
Yeah, I heard that too.
And check out just that warning. Put AJ right into. Ooh, this is a high elbow here. This is a high elbow guillotine. This is pretty good looking. Forces AJ to his back. AJ looking at a Kimura now. Okay.
Digging for
This
that
could be
arm.
interesting.
Trying to go
John
for that
tried to reverse it. Nice. Good sequence from both guys.
Nice bit of action there. You are correct. Just past the halfway point. 3 down, 3 to go.
So Mike John on top was the winner of our only qualifier for the season, so he earned his spot in here by winning.
Yeah, he's really the only guy that earned his way onto the roster. Everybody else pretty much hand selected. AJ entering on a knee bar here. And Mike John countering with a leg lock of his own. AJ is excellent at navigating these leg entanglements. And look at that. AJ now looking like the aggressive player that I know he's capable of being. He has so much like gamesmanship to him that I think he gets lost in the sauce sometimes with that.
Lost in the sauce?
Yeah.
I like that.
I don't really know what it means, but it just felt right.
Ooh, toe hold.
Got a big reaction from Mike John.
Touch over 90 seconds remain. Referee Eddie Bravo going to direct the 2 men to the center of the mat.
Good heavy hips from Agazarm. Trying to break that knee shield down. Step around the side. Mike John wants this guillotine again, but AJ very nicely follows it over to the opposite side with his hips.
Inside the final 45 seconds of the match. Some dialogue. Final 10 seconds of the match.
Oh! He takes his shot.
There's time. Mike John offers his hand to Agazarm. Agazarm shakes it. We go the distance. No points awarded. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
A draw with some exciting moments to it.
Absolutely.
I feel like just a little bit of aggression was enough to get these guys going.
I mean, there was a straight up clash of heads there at the end.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So
some hard collar ties.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And some dialogue. I always like some good dialogue. You know, it's fun.
Oh man. Yep. Carnall versus Varela coming up right here.
All right. See if either of these gentlemen can cash in on some points in their final matchup of the night. To welcome them back to the mat, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnall.
Jamie Carnall taking the mat for the final time of this opening night here in Las Vegas for PGF World Season 6. He hopes to do it big for Dean Lister and his Black Rifle Coffee Company team. We await the arrival of Andy Varela. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his epic roll opponent, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
There won't be any stalling in this match. Andy trying to get after him right away, jumps on the head early.
He wants that 7.
Varela in good position early.
He's got a good bend on the head of Carnall here.
Now stepping over.
Stepping over.
More attempt here for Varela upcoming. Carnall as wise to it as he can be, trying to hold on.
Varela using this Kimura to move around. Oh, just a beautiful combination attack. Showing the Kimura, then showing the arm lock, now showing the rear naked choke.
Just missed out on the bonus point.
Still in great position here is Andy Varela.
Horsepower. Ooh, he's going to try to close him out right there, just not quite in position.
Thumb post with our right thumb. With our right thumb, post on his elbow. Break that connection, Jamie. It's come, I can see his pinky.
Carnall survives. Wow.
Carnall okay for the time being, but still has a very dangerous man on his back. Andy Varela working that body triangle.
He's going to have to find a way to bust this body triangle, or he's going to stay in trouble for the next 4 minutes. Varela getting aggressive across the face.
Oh, there's the tap. Andy Varela getting it done. He submits Jamie Carnall. Points for the 10th Planet product to make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner representing Epic Roll, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela gets his hand raised in his final match of the night, submitting Jamie Carnall. Talked about how he was definitely motivated to get some more points in his final matchup, and points he got. Solid stuff for the Ninja. Andy Varela.
12 points on the board for Varela.
I was going to say, where's he stand now?
That's 12. That puts him in the front.
Yeah.
Front runner, wow.
And he also puts Epic Roll on the board for this block. Possibly getting those team points for everyone on that Epic Roll team.
Carnall was able to survive for a little while, but ultimately Andy Varela gets the submission and the points. Time for our next matchup. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler comes to the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
PJ walking out. I got to feel like he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now.
Final appearance of the night. Would love to pick up some points here on day one. We'll see if PJ Barch can do it. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his Epic Roll opponent, John Combs.
Here comes John Combs, representing Team Epic Roll.
PJ has a win over John Combs via an inside heel hook at the Emerald City Invitational. It was a few years ago, but he still has that win.
John Combs a different man than he was at that time, but so is PJ Barch.
All right, here we go. PJ Barch representing Black Rifle Coffee Company. John Combs representing Epic Roll. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. Combs takes a seat.
Regardless of their history, they're just two competitors in the PGF trying to get on the board.
Barch changing sides, looking for this guard pass, back and forth. Combs gets a deep overwrap on the right leg of Barch. Pushes that near butterfly hook in. He might try to sit back on this Mateusz Jashinsky style ankle lock. PJ does a nice job countering, freeing himself from that entanglement. That's a super dangerous lock, man. Guys are starting to catch on to it. It's starting to spread.
.90 seconds of elapsed time in this match.
I mentioned before, the PJ Barch really came into the PGF with a lot of momentum, having won that Polaris Grand Prix very recently.
Varela definitely looking to set up this ankle lock, Aoki lock combo attack on the leg, the right leg of PJ Barch. We've seen him make a move into it a couple of times, but PJ is just very, very good at recognizing those entanglements and knowing exactly what to do to navigate them safely.
Trying to get underneath Barch is Combs.
Tries to throw that arm off.
We've arrived at the halfway point of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Combs looking for a grip and a wrestle up. PJ denies him. PJ consistently coming forward. Combs consistently coming forward. Just neither guy able to get anything cooking just yet. Ooh, trip. Gets him off balance.
Two minutes remaining in the bout.
Combs looking to dig the double underhooks. Comes back to the grip on the head. He definitely wants to pull down on PJ's head, get him reacting, and see if he can drag him into his front headlock attack series. PJ all the way over into the mount. What a pass. What a pass. That was incredible.
He's got some time to work as well, but 1 minute and 10 remains.
Nice recovery by Combs.
Referee Eddie Bravo going to reset them in the center of the mat.
Combs coming up with a grip on the leg. PJ can be very hard to wrestle up successfully against PJ Barch.
30 seconds. In on a leg is Combs.
Ooh, outside heel hook attempt.
Short time.
Had the bite, but did not have the positioning.
And it expires. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Two high-level competitors go the distance. PJ Barch unable to get anything, as is Combs. Your thoughts, Egghead, on what we saw there?
You could have bet me a lot of money that you know, to say that these guys wouldn't have any points at the end of day one. I would have bought $1,000, $2,000, I mean, a lot of money, a substantial amount of money. I can't believe it.
That none of those guys would have points on the board. That's crazy.
Yes.
PJ walking out with a blank. Combs walking out with a blank.
Hanson walking out with a blank.
Hanson's out of here with a blank. Canuto and Elijah Carlton still coming up in the next round, but Canuto could be walking out of here with a blank as well.
All right, our night continues in Las Vegas. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Next athlete coming to the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Samson Phommabout.
Samson Phommabout. He would love to end his night with some points. See if he can do just that in this final bout of the evening. Back to Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his epic roll opponent, Matt Elkins.
Another PGF veteran, Matt Elkins, making the walk. Six minutes on the clock. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. It is the site of PGF World Season 6, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Oh, nice. Oh, look at that.
On his neck.
He's got a good grip on that chin. Gets his hands together. He tries to pull Samson down into a arm-in guillotine. Matt Elkins taking a risk here. He's putting that squeeze on him.
Elkins back to the feet.
Dude, look at the effort going into that squeeze.
Trying to trip him back to the mat is Elkins. He ends up on bottom, trying to roll through.
Oh, going into the naked guillotine. Samson got his hands in. Matt saves it. Tries to trade into the Darce now.
Referee going to walk him back to the center. Elkins still working.
Yeah, he's got a standing Darce here.
All right, referee walks him back to the center of the mat. Elkins really hanging tough with this.
Samson hanging tough in there. Matt putting a lot of effort into this squeeze.
Ooh, trips him down.
Gets him to the ground. Oh my gosh, Samson survives.
Elkins trying to stay with it. Referee hasn't intervened yet. Now he does. Elkins doing his part by continuing until the referee actually calls a halt.
I said it before, both these guys are very, very tough, both with substantial MMA experience.
Full body triangle here for Matt Elkins. Still a ton of time here to work as well, just under 4 minutes.
Oh, man. Elkins drawing him in. Samson's going to be hard to put away here, but, man, you couldn't ask for much. And, hey, watch out for this switch to the arm triangle by Matt Elkins. That's one of his better attacks.
Trying to get that position is Elkins. Phommabout able to weather the storm thus far.
Yeah, Elkins did a great job, though. Recovered that bottom underhook. It's going to give him a much better angle of attack. He's got one of Samson's hands out of the defensive mix.
Halfway point of the match.
Keep digging, Matt. It's the last one of the night. Let's go, bro. You got time, bro. You got time, bro. Just put a triangle on your legs now. Cook with the digs. There you go. Leg lock there. Chokes, number one thing we're worried about, Samson. Stay under there. Yes, sir. Good, good. Yes, sir. Yep. Nice. Good. Trap that strangle hand. Drive his wrist down, then punch the choke. Yes. Yep. There we go. Right foot on the ground. Right foot on the ground. Your head's too far away, bro. Right foot on the ground. There we go. Now hip to your left. Scoop to the hip hard. Nice. Yes. Other hand. Better traction to that foot. You got 2 minutes to work here, Matt. You hear him breathing, bro. You're cooking him. This is good. Stay on it.
Matt sort of working towards a kind of half Nelson there.
Deep in the armpit. That's great. We can't access it. Nice.
Approaching 2 minutes left in the match.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd be over there with Roger. I can see the action. I can't see him from over there. Get your head in there, bro. Get your head to the bottom side. Yep.
Samson surviving. Ooh, this one's a lot deeper. Man, Samson is just such a survivor here. Matt has been putting nothing but straight heat on him since the opening bell.
90 seconds remain.
Oh, Matt's going to go for this arm in attempt. Samson talking trash from inside the lock.
He said hard to put away. He only had 1 loss in season 4, his prior season.
Now inside the final minute of the match.
And you can hear teammates from both guys.
Samson Phommabout survives it.
Wow.
Elkins trying to kick through for a triangle. I cannot believe Samson survived for that long. Insane.
Credit to both of these guys.
Oh, nice entry here by Phommabout.
We're not done yet.
He's making this inside spin. Elkins looking to attack him, counter with a Darce.
And there we go. Time expires. Wonderful bit of effort turned in by both men. Elkins pretty much purely offensive, Phommabout purely defensive, and that was a fun match. No points awarded, but great work turned in by both gentlemen. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
A hard-fought draw. Good action turned in by both men as our night continues here at PGF. Samson Phommabout, man.
Tough dude.
Absolutely. The durability, I mean, a 10 out of 10.
Epic Roll wins that team matchup there. 6 points from Andy Varela with the rear naked choke over Jamie Carnall. So, listen, 1 choke was enough to win the last block. Will it be enough for this one? Canuto versus Carlton. You got to think that one definitely has potential to go to a draw. Of course, has potential to go either way as well. Beuhring versus Evers, Hurd versus Asare, Jett Thompson versus Nathan Haddad, and Daniel Sathler versus Ben Eddy.
And who would have thought that, you know, one kill might be all you need to win a team matchup?
Yeah, we talked about it throughout the night. You know, a lot of parity in the PGF competitors. They all came for it, and they're all really tough.
All right, time for our second team matchup of this third and final block. We go back to the mat to Bobby both of them.
For our final team matchup of the evening, representing first form, Renato Canuto.
Renato Canuto making the walk. B-Mac, what do you think is going through his mind for his final match?
I think he wants to, he needs to put some points on the board. That's what he's got to be thinking. I have to put some points on the board, and I got to do it right here against Elijah Carlton. It's a tough way to need points.
All right, time for the
opponent, representing ex-Marshall, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
There he is, Elijah Carlton. No jabroni salute on the walk. He's here for some points, and he draws the name Renato Canuto. See what he can do. First match of the final matchup of the teams here in our third and final block. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead. Appreciate you joining us. Opening night of PGF Season 6 live in Las Vegas.
And in one of the lead-up videos to the PGF season, Renato said, "Hey, I got my eyes on you. I've been watching your stuff." So he's been looking forward to this match.
Carlton trying to set him up for this play exactly right here. Draws Canuto's legs into the openings of an entanglement. Will Carlton, gets a good look at an inside heel hook right there. Gets a little slap bump from Canuto in response, acknowledging that was a good shot. That just goes to show you, man, Carlton is incredibly dangerous. You cannot make a mistake against him. Canuto now creating his first real pressure pass into a leg drag. Nice work by Carlton recovering that knee back to the inside. Elijah tries to draw you in with this lackadaisical style where he wants you to think that you're safe. Ooh. Oh, look at this. What a play by Canuto. Carlton recovers. Canuto shakes his head.
Nice effort there by Renato Canuto. 2 minutes down, 4 to go in this match.
Canuto's threatened to grip on the heel hook a couple of times himself, just shown that Elijah that he will fall back on it. Carlton has double butterflies on the inside. He might get a look at a leg right here. Canuto just so good at avoiding. Ooh, a steamer lock attempt by Canuto. That's pretty good.
Just past the halfway point of the match.
Renato got to be very careful with this style of pass that he's playing right here. This is one of Elijah's classic setups. If he throws that leg over the face while that bottom leg is across the hip, so good at finding the triangle from that spot. Double unders pass now from Canuto. Elevates Carlton's hips. Carlton's struggling to get him back to the ground. Carlton almost shot that triangle.
Four down, 2 to go.
This is the setup that Elijah likes. Right here it is. There's a nice setup. Oh, nice job by Canuto. Just stays away.
Bit of a disengagement here by Canuto as he stands.
So Elijah Carlton on bottom, a black belt of 10th Planet Atlanta, multi-time PGF champion. Of course, Renato Canuto on top, both a gi and no gi world champion. And the black belt head of hybrid jiu-jitsu here in Las Vegas.
We are inside the final minute of the match.
But currently, these two champions only have 1 point apiece, coming from team points from their respective teams winning a block apiece.
Canuto moving towards the Barambolo, trying to get to the back. Leaves his leg behind a little bit. Canuto looking to fall back on the inside heel. Gripping up for the Estima lock on the other side of it. 10 seconds to go.
And that's a wrap. We go the distance. All right, we go back to the mat to make this one official with Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded.
Okay. Beuhring and Evers coming up next.
All right.
2 leg lock specialists. Both and different styles of leg locks too. Evers definitely best known for his straight ankle lock attacks. Powerhouse straight ankle lock. But as we saw in his first match tonight, an excellent outside heel hook as well. Kevin Beuhring, known for his outside heel hook, his inside heel hook. Definitely the heel hook is his best attack. But really, who thought we'd see Canuto walking off on day one? Hanson, Barch, all of these guys walking out of here with zeros on the board.
Elijah.
Crazy.
All right, back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Next athlete coming to the mat, representing first Phorm, Kevin Beuhring.
Kevin Beuhring taking the walk to the mat for the final time here on this opening night of PGF World Season 6. See what he can do in his third and final appearance here tonight. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, David Evers.
Here comes David Evers, representing ex-Marshal.
So they actually faced each other twice in PGF Season 3. Their first matchup during the regular season was a draw, but then they saw each other in the finale postseason tournament where David Evers won by leg lock.
See what happens in this third meeting here tonight.
Quadzilla. David Evers. You can see why they call him Quadzilla. What a foot sweep right off the bat. Evers so good at pummeling that left butterfly hook back into position.
So David Evers on the bottom there, PGF 3-season champion. He's a black belt out of Flux MMA and Mushin Jiu-Jitsu.
Nice entry. Look at this. Beautiful entry by Evers, and he's got both legs controlled. He's got the knee line trapped. This is big trouble for Beuhring. Oh, man. Big trouble for Beuhring. Legs totally under control.
First minute in the books here. Trying to get a good look here.
If he can keep that second leg controlled, Beuhring could find himself in real trouble. And it'd be interesting to see which attack Evers chooses. He's going to try to straight ankle the free leg. Going to give some power to it.
He definitely has power.
Now switching off to the Texas Cloverleaf. Going to be hard to finish that with Beuhring's bottom ankle controlled so high up on the calf. It is a lot of pressure. It does hurt. Doesn't really create the break. When those ankles in the Texas Cloverleaf, when the ankles cross down low, where it's like ankle over ankle, that's when you really get that breaking style pressure out of the Texas Cloverleaf.
Well, he definitely got a grimace out of Kevin Beuhring.
Oh, it does hurt. Listen, it does hurt, but it's probably not going to create break. Having said that, look at this dude. Here, this is a little better now with the Texas Cloverleaf. That can create some breaking pressure. Oh, my goodness! He got it. Oh.
It looked like a tap. This might be a committed call.
Keep him in position. I'm going to the replay.
We're going to go to the replay.
I'm going over here to the replay.
I mean,
don't move him. Don't let him move an inch.
It looked like a tap to me, Egg.
It looked like a tap.
Yeah.
What else was he doing?
And
I love you, Kevin Beuhring, and your father, Alex, but that sure looked like a tap.
All right, here's the replay.
Look.
He was clearly upset by it. The intention to tap might not be there, but that looks like a tap.
What are you doing there, then? That's like a bump up. What?
1, 2.
He's not grabbing anything.
Let me call in my referees. Referees, come in.
BMAC doing his part. Referees coming in. This is definitely the biggest moment of controversy thus far here in night 1. BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the commissioner.
Man,
looking at it, we can see it again here.
He taps his leg twice in quick succession.
At least twice. I'd feel better about it if it was 3 times. But here it is, Egg. Let's watch. 1, 2, and then he pulls his hand back. It's a tap.
Yeah.
Ruled as a tap. Be careful, I guess, moving forward if you are going to, it's hard. Maybe we can chat with him later to figure out.
Yeah, let's talk to both of them at the end of this. I'd
100%.
like to hear from both of them.
That'd be great. All right, we go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
And your winner, representing ex-Marshal, David Evers.
Big win for David Evers. Celebrating there.
It was a tap. It was a tap. We looked at it 15 times over there. We slowed it down. We checked different angles. It was a tap. I want to hear from both of them.
All right, interviews to be had. And Kevin Beuhring going to be joined here now with Stephen Aiken. Let's go to him.
All right, I'm here with Kevin Beuhring. Kevin, a little bit of controversy at the end of that match.
You were stuck pretty tight. The ref called tap. You said you didn't tap. Anything you want to say?
I didn't tap, man. That's all I got to say, honestly. Promise you,
I understand, man. It definitely looked like your fingers were floating a little bit there. It sucks to be stuck in that situation. I think our referees did the best they could. We look forward to a lot more from you this week, man. Thank you. David.
David Evers now on his way to chat with Stephen Aiken.
Big dog. How you feeling?
Feel good. Feel good.
Yeah, that was a tough matchup. Someone you probably had circled on your calendar for this week. Tough guy. Do you think that that was an actual tap?
Well, you know, I have to look back at the footage and everything, but it didn't feel like a tap.
Did not feel like a tap to you?
It didn't feel like a tap because, you know, you're in the moment, especially in high-level competition. People, you know, you really have to go to the break. So.
Okay, well, it's nice to hear that opinion from you, man. I think the judges and everybody were in unison that we thought it was a tap, but I appreciate your honesty, man. What else can we see from you this week?
Oh, man. After today, go back rest, come back again tomorrow, explosive as ever.
Points. Let's go, man. Thank you.
David Evers, honest in his assessment of the conclusion, saying he didn't feel like it was a tap, but
so the chat overwhelmingly agrees that was
and let's take a look at it on the replay a couple of times, Keelan.
Well, especially real time, guys. It really
looks
like
right man, it definitely looks like it.
Real time, I think it actually.
Real time looks worse than the replay.
Yeah, you can make an argument that it wasn't a tap in the slow mo, but real time.
Keep it on this replay. I want to see it a couple of times.
Yeah, let's take a look if we can. This is the slow mo, and the slow mo again. It doesn't look as convincing. It still looks like a tap. I don't know what they're doing with that movement.
I don't know how you can argue against it. Honestly.
What else are you doing?
Yeah, if there hadn't been an uprising right there and he had not protested, I would have never thought that it wasn't a tap.
No, if you cut it there in a highlight reel, it looks like a tap. There's no controversy. You know?
One more time right here. Zooming in on it. Dang, look at the PGF, dude. Get into this replay.
Andy's grimacing. You notice the face? He's grimacing at the same time he taps.
And he laid back like he had tapped as well. You know, like his.
But I mean, I mean, if that's acting, he's the best actor ever because he's clearly upset about the match being stopped. So
give it to me one more time, Keelan. One more time.
See if we can take a look at this replay again.
Oh, hey, that's us.
That's us?
Well, not a replay of us.
Here we go.
Just watch Beuhring's reaction after. He almost lays back in resignation like, I did tap. And then he reacts. So watch. I think I get a tap.
There's a grimace.
And then he kind of goes, dang it.
But this is authentic too.
Yeah, but how many times have you seen a wide receiver trap a ball on the ground and come up like they caught it?
Yeah, I mean, every time.
Exactly. So,
look, I don't think that Kevin meant to tap. I got to say that. I don't think he meant to tap. I think in his heart he didn't tap, but his hand tapped.
Some people in the chat are calling that a panic tap. Even when
yeah, that's what I would call that. Like, his body reacted to save himself.
What's the move, B-Mac? Do we classify a tap as only being something that happens 3 times?
No. That was a tap. Right. It was a tap.
I mean, yeah.
It's a tap.
It's a tap.
It's a tap. What are you going to do? I mean, look, I hate it for the kid. It's a tap.
Still night 1. He can come back from this.
David, that's a big win for David Evers, too.
Yeah.
Big win.
All right.
We're gonna run that on Instagram, and we're going to find out. The people will let us know if I was an idiot or if, well, I am an idiot, right?
Right.
But
that's a different question altogether. So. All right, let's go back to Stephen Aiken to continue our night here.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing First Phorm, Cam Hurd.
Here comes Cam Hurd. His final matchup of the evening. He represents First Phorm. Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent to the mat.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, Davis Asare.
Davis Asare, representing Team ex-Marshal. Hey, Ked, real quick.
Dude, listen, I have to tell y'all this. My mom just texted me. She knows nothing about jiu-jitsu. She goes, it was a tap.
All right, we are underway. That caught me for a loop there, B-Mac.
Oh, look at this. Hurd and Asare want to get busy right away.
Asare keeping the pressure as he comes up now. Hurd on the
strap.
head.
Hurd rolling through. Asare just defends it very, very well, though.
These guys are taking the notice to get after it to heart as they are going after it here.
Oh, Darce choke.
Hurd in some trouble.
Oh, Davis shaking his head. He's like, I got that one.
Nicely done. Davis Asare coming out quick.
Under a minute.
Is that it?
Wow. That's a wrap. Huge points. Huge, huge points. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
And your winner, Davis Asare.
Wow. Wow, wow. Davis Asare getting it done. Submission in under a minute.
So he gets the 7 points for him.
Yeah.
But he just locks up the team points for all of Epic Roll. I'm sorry, all of X Marshall. I apologize.
Marshall.
Yes. So the X Marshall now has 10 points, and everyone's going to get a team point.
Huge night for X Marshall.
Big time. And for Davis Asare.
Absolutely.
13 for the night just by himself without the team point.
Wow.
Sorry, 2 team points, pardon me.
Yeah, 2 team points. What a phenomenal night for Asare and his X Marshall team, and still not done. More matches.
That was a tap. that one was a tap.
Yeah, safe to say. Safe to say.
Yeah.
All right. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next grappler coming to the mat, representing first form, Jett Thompson.
What a night it's been for the youngster, Jett Thompson. He hopes to cap it off with another solid performance.
What a huge win this would be for the kid.
Oh, yeah. All right, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing X Marshall, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad. He's ready to take the mat for the final night, or for the final time tonight.
You know, something interesting. No injuries tonight. No injuries. Everybody still appears to be in the game.
You don't talk in the middle of no hitter.
Listen, I don't know about baseball, dude, so.
Yeah, he only knows about basketball.
Okay, let's see how the kid comes out. He has no fear in his heart, I can tell you that. We've seen that already tonight. Came out and attacked John Combs, got the tap in his first match. Went aggressively after PJ Barch in his second match. Took the #1 ranked preseason athlete to a draw. Look at that.
Haddad trying to get his left arm away, and Thompson not letting him have it.
He got that country boy strength.
Cartwheel. Attempted the pass there for Haddad.
These are probably the 2 nicest people in PGF history.
Of all time.
Yeah, really, they might be. Like,
wow.
They're both just the sweetest people to be around. Now they're out there trying to kill each other.
Yeah, I mean,
what an interesting sport.
Rubbing their foreheads together. That doesn't feel good. That's not what nice people do.
Oh, toe to the mouth. Kicked him right in the teeth. You love to see it.
But Haddad's reaction was nice.
Oh, look at this, getting into the omoplata. Nathan has to roll out. Nice attack from the kid.
Not only is Jett Thompson unfazed by anybody that he's out there on the mat with, he's unfazed about getting aggressive. He's going for it.
Clubbing on the head, just bouncing Nathan's head, looking to create a reaction out of him. Pull down on that head, try to get the guy to pull back, and then you chase him up to the top.
Two men move back to the center of the mat. Correct me if I'm wrong, 17 years old is Thompson?
17.
What can you do in Vegas at 17?
Go home and hang out with your dad until tomorrow. I don't want to hear about nothing else.
I mean, he might be able to win $20,000 for himself.
Not tonight he won't.
Not tonight.
But he can set himself up.
It's a journey.
Jett has a death grip on those fingers.
Yeah, I remember last season you had the combine. I would love to see what his grip strength is. I suppose we could ask some people that have grappled with him tonight as well.
Yeah, I believe. Oh, look at this, shooting the triangle. Coming around to the other side, looking for this Choi bar. Nathan, oh man. The kid is, hey, the kid's the truth, man. He's got a great angle right here. Oh, man. Nathan doing a good job. See, he's using his right hand to post against the back of the tricep. That's what's keeping Jett from being able to turn this angle effectively. Let's see what Jett chooses to do with this, though. Can he force a triangle out of Nathan? Nathan now getting very aggressive with his head, driving it up into the chin. Jett pummels to the inside on the right, now loses that position.
.90 seconds left in this one.
Digging over, getting his hands all over the face right there.
Warning, Haddad!
Warning being thrown the way of Nathan Haddad.
Oh, here comes the kid on the offense now.
He loves an armbar.
Final 30 seconds. Haddad able to clear out the guard. Final 10 seconds. There we go. Nice effort there, but no points. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Draw there, but another solid performance by Jett Thompson at 17 years old, really proven to be a factor here at PGF. Not an easy fight for anybody that is going to take the mat with him, and credit to Nathan Haddad for surviving some precarious situations.
Yeah, listen, I think that as the week progresses, that style of Nathan Haddad is going to start to pay dividends. That aggressive style, pushing on people, getting them a little bit irritated, I think that's going to start to pay dividends for him as we progress through the rest of the week. Still a long way to go.
One more matchup here tonight in our final block of the evening for the participants. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
For our last matchup of the evening, coming forward for first Phorm, Daniel Sathler.
What a night it's been for Daniel Sathler. He makes a walk for the final time. How many points does he have, Egg?
He currently has 11 points. He's in third place, but he could easily get into first place with a kill.
Who's in front of him?
Currently, Davis Asare with 15 and Andy Varela with 12.
All right. Time for his opponent, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshall, Ben Eddy.
The master of the Hindulatine, Ben Eddy. He makes the walk for the final time tonight, representing Team ex-Marshall.
And to be clear, Brandon, I already gave ex-Marshall their team points because they've already secured them.
Yeah, no problem.
Here we go.
We haven't seen Ben Eddy get into his rubber guard one time tonight.
It's true.
We haven't even really seen him get into it, much less get one of his attacks off. Sathler has been a machine all night. Making a move towards the back here. Ben Eddy got to watch himself. Could be in big trouble. Oh, Ben trading off to a leg, though. And now he comes out of that exchange with a leg attack. Sathler going to the toe hold on his own, though.
Can he get a reset here?
I like that choice.
Action back underway. What do you call that, B-Mac? Shuffling? Dancing?
Just dancing a little bit, you know, getting excited.
Ben Eddy on the bottom, 10th Planet Black Belt out of 10th Planet Austin.
Sathler comes out of that Autos count. Andre Galval Andre Galval hand-selected this young man to come and be a part of the PGF. Just felt like he had exactly the style that was needed to come and win this thing.
How cool does that sound, by the way? Andre Galval selected someone for PGF.
Pretty dang cool.
Thank you.
One of the top teams in the world.
Nice. Ben, though, trying to lock the legs up around the shoulders. And Sathler's. Ooh. Hey, time.
Look at the replay for guard pull there.
I want to see if that was a guard jump. If that was a guard jump, I got it.
The commish going to take a look at the replay. We have the benefit of replay here. Again, jumping guard can be construed as illegal here. And it's not about necessarily intent. If you jump for a flying attack, you got to clear the hips and knees.
That's the rules.
PGF World Season 6, presented by Once Upon a Coconut. BMAC, the commish, taking a look at it.
Ooh.
Egg, you saw it on the live stream. What are you thinking?
That looked like his legs were definitely going towards his hips, which is directly against the rules.
Yeah, we can see it there.
Yeah, that's nowhere near his shoulders.
I mean, he's doing it in transition, and obviously the target sort of changes as he comes up.
But his hips are going
correct.
Right.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I think the intent was right. I think the result was not. And it comes down to what we see here in the replay, just like with the tap.
And here's the deal. We're talking about risk mitigation.
Right.
And so the whole idea of not having the pulling guard is to mitigate the risk of somebody getting injured.
All right.
No. The second DQ in PGF history.
Well, to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Due to the foul of jumping guard, Daniel Sathler has been disqualified. The win going to X-Marshal and Ben Eddy.
Ben Eddy getting his hand raised, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2 points go the way of Ben Eddy?
Correct.
2 points for the DQ victory over Daniel Sathler. Not the way we wanted to end PGF night 1, but hey, it's sports. That's how the rules work.
All right, now I got to go deal with a bunch of angry people, and I love you guys. Y'all figure it out up here.
Got it.
We've talked all build up to season 6 about who the biggest heel would be, and right now it might be the commissioner, BMAC, depending on what side of the fence you are and whether or not you're on team Daniel Sathler right now. And tough night or tough way to end the night. A great night for him leading up to it, but rules are rules.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's about risk mitigation, and the idea of not pulling guard is we don't want the hips going towards the legs and possibly breaking one of these competitors. We have a 12-match season. That's a lot of time, and we need them to be healthy.
Right.
So we take extra precautions, and it's clearly spelled out during the rules meeting that he was here for. And here's the thing. They're saying he intended to do a flying armbar, flying triangle, but at the same time, if you're going to try that, you're accepting some risk yourself. If you can't get your legs, hips up high enough, then you've essentially cost yourself the match.
It's everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. Let me give you a sporting analogy. When you are playing football and you're a defensive lineman, you're just trying to tackle the quarterback. If he threw the ball, well, while you're trying to sack the quarterback, you're actually roughing the passer.
There you go.
And that's kind of what we saw right there, and the rule is the rule. Yeah, you might not agree with it. Yeah, you might feel like it was a bad way to sort of end the night, but rules are rules for a reason. Taking a look at it one more time. Well, this is actually just some action from that match.
I mean, otherwise it was a good match.
Yeah.
Back and forth, guard passing, threading the legs. It was entertaining.
Yep, and there it was. Sathler went for it. And, again, it don't misconstrue a DQ with intentionally trying to cheat, because I think that's the issue that anybody would have. I don't think he was intentionally trying to do anything wrong. But safety is safety.
And we're setting the precedent.
Yeah.
Kind of like that early, stalling penalty.
Right.
The commish has to step in and say, hey, it's the first night. Here's the rules. We're going to enforce them. This is how we play the PGF.
Right.
And again, compared to everything else is so objective. Either you get the tap or you don't.
Correct.
Either you secure a submission or you get no points.
Yep.
Easy to follow, for everyone to know, hey, who won the match. But maybe we could look at some of the standings.
We're going to do that in just a moment. We are going to go to Alex, who is standing by with an interview. Alex, take it away.
I'm standing by. I am standing by with Ben Eddy. Ben Eddy, an interesting ending, but the disqualification.
All right,
towards that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. He's hitting nice moves. Generally it's okay, but when we're going to make that call, then we got to make that call. I can't be expecting that as an athlete when the call is that it's going to be illegal, so yeah, you have to play by the game. He had a little bit of an overhook, but he clearly just jumped and held the closed guard. So, and literally like how it jumped, it's like, yeah, it's what it is. It's dangerous, yeah.
But you must be pretty proud of your team. You guys are in the lead by quite a bit.
Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, we're getting a lot of subs. We got a lot of guys going after it, doing really well. Davis is leading us right now. So, yeah, we're doing. I'm happy with how our team's doing. Yeah.
How was the energy after the first round against Black Rifle Coffee? You guys were 9-0 against him. What was the energy going like into the other matches?
No, that was great. Yeah, yeah, helped our team feel like strong, like kind of where we were at. I think in general, like it's been a little like tense. The atmosphere here has been like very tense, very cagey. A lot of anxiety, you know. So I think we'll see more submissions and more loosening up later on, you know, tomorrow, the next day. Today, everybody felt a lot of adrenaline dumps, you know, like very like high anxiety, like let's just get a draw, you know, and then it's fine, you know. So it felt like I couldn't really get in, get tight, get into my stuff because it's very cagey. But
well, we cannot wait to see more action. PGF Season 6 is really bringing it all. And Betty, congratulations on such a great performance today. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Ben, Eddie gets 2 points for that DQ win. And, yeah, man, let's talk about points because, albeit anticlimactic, not the way Ben Eddy wanted to rack up some points, points are very much important. And points were scored by many, and others thought some others would score some points, and they didn't. Let's talk about it, Egg.
Yeah, definitely. Just to show some consistency, we had some of the same issue with the first disqualification, which is Fedor Nikolov against Cam Hurd last season. He said he was going for a flying triangle. Didn't get there.
Right.
Again, you take the risk. But to your point, going back to the points. So right now, Marshall in a pretty commanding lead with 22 points overall. First Phorm with 13 points and Epic Roll with 12. But the real shocker, the commish, Brand Mccaghren, thought that the Black Rifle Coffee Company was the team to beat.
Yeah.
They have 0 points on the board. Just very surprising for everyone, you'd think. Again, now looking at the individual standings, we have Davis Asare, who himself got himself 13 points because he had the kill,
right,
and he had the kill within 1 minute. However, the ex-Marshal winning 2 different blocks, he gets 2 bonus points, 2 team points.
That's huge.
So he's now at 15. So we have Andy Varela, 2 kills of his own, 12 points in second place. Daniel Sathler had that awesome rear naked choke within 1 minute, got himself 7 points, and then the 3 on top of that with a break. Currently at 11, since he, with that quick kill, got that team point for first Phorm. Following up with the number 4, David Evers, returning, defending 170-pound PGF champ, here with 9 points. Jett Thompson, the kid.
Man. What can you say about the kid?
He's a killer.
You can say everything about the kid because he brought it tonight. And I can't wait to see more from him, just making everyone feel uncomfortable. He brings a style that is fun to watch, and it's been incredibly effective for him thus far.
No one is safe against him, and he's not backing down from anyone. He's not worried about anyone. He's worried about getting those submissions, and that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's all he can do. He's 17 years old in Sin City. You can hardly go to a rated R movie when you're 17 years old.
I think you can,
No,
right?
hardly. I said hardly.
Oh, okay, pardon
me.
It's been a while for both of us. So
it's been a long night. I mean, everybody's running the gauntlet here in Las Vegas, and we're just getting started. Successful draft last night, successful night 1. We've got 3 more nights of this regular season, and of course it all leads up to our finale. The playoffs start on Friday, which is live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. Go sign up, step into our world at UFCFightPass.com. This has been a sport that has grown leaps and bounds over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and PGF has a completely different spin on the world of jiu-jitsu, and we've seen some huge steps in its evolutionary process here tonight. First stalling penalty, second DQ, and just let's talk about the stalling penalty here, Egghead, because it's incredibly important to understand what stalling is, and maybe even more so important to understand what stalling isn't.
So the idea is that you have to be trying to advance your position, trying to make something happen. We want action, actually trying to do something. If you're actually trying to delay or avoid, that's what we're worried about.
Right.
So it's in another one of the rules is called excessive avoidance. So idea that you are trying to close the distance, you're trying to make something happen. As long as you're doing that, and you're showing that aggression, showing that offense, you're good. It's when you do that, kind of skip around. You're quote-unquote resetting, but you're actually stepping backwards a whole bunch. Or maybe you go off the mat and you take extra time to get back in the action. All those things are going to get you the ire of the ref and the commissioner.
Yeah, no, 100%. PGF is everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. One of those things that you love about sports because I can tell you this because I know a lot of people that don't necessarily like football. They love fantasy football. You can love fantasy jiu-jitsu, believe it or not. Our fantasy is available for you at PGF.world through Fantasizer. And, you know, what do you think the mindset is going to be going into day 2 for people, you know, picking their lineups? Because, you know, we've seen some, you know, top projected players not walk away with any points. Maybe that's even more of a reason to put them on your team for day 2, because if there wasn't enough motivation coming into it, that motivation has been turned up even higher going home with the goose egg.
Very much so. We've talked about the previous seasons kind of like a regression to a mean. You know, if somebody has a really amazing day, chances are they're just going to have more of an average day the next time. You know, if you lay a goose egg today, there's no way you can tell me that 2 days in a row that PJ Barch, Renato Canuto, Elijah Carlton, and Max Hanson, and John Combs, all of them aren't going to get a submission tomorrow? No way. Now, of course, look at the matchups. You want to pick ones with like what we think are lopsided matchups to guarantee you those points. But, man, you got to think of a fire is lit under those competitors, because now we have 25% of the PGF regular season is over, and they have no submissions.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, too. You talk about 25% being done. That doesn't sound like a lot, but when, you know, every point counts in a very big way, every match that goes by where they don't secure points, the heat is going to get turned up just a little more. And, you know, we're going to see how that affects some of these guys, especially, you know, guys like, you know, PJ Barch, that was #1 overall in, you know, the draft order. And you mentioned Renato Canuto. And I think we're going to see a completely different vibe, a vibe that was, I think, on display later in the matches tonight. I think that aggression, that urgency, probably going to see that from match 1 tomorrow.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, just, again, thinking about this, Renato Canuto and PJ Barch both went for more than 50% of their team's budget for the draft.
Yeah.
More than 50%, and neither of them got a submission today. Hey, they're the leader of their teams. Everyone knows it. They got to step out front. They got to lead from the front, and you got to believe they're going to bring it tomorrow. First thing, as you said.
Absolutely. All right, what a day it's been here in Las Vegas. Day 1 officially in the books of PGF World Season 6. You know what I like about sports?
What do you like about sports?
I like post shows. I like people breaking it down. And I think people are sick of you and I. So I'm going to throw it to Rafa Esparza and his team to break things down even more. For Egg, B-Mac, Brandon McCaghren, the commission, I'm TJ DeSantis. We'll see you later here, live from Las Vegas.
Thank you so much, TJ. We appreciate you, and it is so great to see you guys. You don't want to go anywhere, but I have a question to start off tonight's post show. And I hope you're seated. I hope you're ready to answer this question, because some people weren't. The question I have for you, the $1 million question tonight, was this a tap? This was the first moment here at the PGF that we actually had controversy, and yet maybe not the only one for the evening. So we're going to be talking about this and much, much more, because controversy is king here when you show up here at the PGF Post Show. Hey, you're here right now. Welcome to the official PGF Post Show. Hey, what's up, everybody? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you live after the first day of action here at the PGF. And I got to tell you, if you wanted something spicy, you had it. You had a little bit of everything. You had drama. You had maybe the first signs of alliances or collusion. We'll get to that a little bit later, but there's a lot of trends and a lot of things happening here. Fortunately, I'm surrounded by the best of the business. Is brothers. I've got two people who are actually the brothers of the best of the business, because they're a little bit more affordable, but I promise you, their analysis just as top tier. Let's go to our youngest analysis here, and that is one, Jake Watson. Jake, how are you doing, sir?
Well, my brother Ed's watching at home, then Raff thinks very highly of you. Man, what a day. What an absolutely amazing day. Day 1 of
that's any indication of how the rest of the week's going to go, Raph, I'm very excited.
Beautiful, and he's not alone. He's got other people here who are helping him as well. We got one of the biggest OGs in the game, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. We've had a great night of matchups. I lost track, actually, of when it went from day to night, being here, being so engulfed in the action. Like you said, we had a great night of firsts. Lots of new things took place with a little drama, which, you know, that's kind of the way I like it, Raph.
Well, you know, what better time than the present to get into our first topic of discussion? So what's going to happen here, viewers, you're going to see a topic pop up, and that's the one we got to talk about. I don't even know what it is, so it'll be a surprise to me, too. Oh, here we go. Topic, what trends have you noticed today? I'm going to go ahead and start on over with our good friend, Tim Freeman. What is the biggest trend that you have noticed so far today, sir?
You know, the biggest trend that I've noticed, and you hit on it earlier, is that it is a night of firsts. It's the first time we're in Las Vegas. It's the first time we've been here working as a group. It's the first time we've seen Andy Varela in the PGF. We saw the first kid get his first submission as a PGF competitor. So, yeah, a night of first, and I'm telling you, it's not going to be the last for sure.
Beautiful, Tim. That was a great analysis, and I want to say, is it a competitive element even here at the broadcast booth? Because I noticed it's kind of catching on. I noticed that when I'm going out there, guys are trying to pummel with me, and I'm like, I'm on the broadcast team, dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, lots of hand fighting, lots of front headlocks. You got to be totally on guard. If you go to dap somebody up out here, you could get caught.
I love it. Jake, what are you noticing in terms of the trends here over at this beautiful place for grappling?
Well, Tim nailed it on the head. This is a night of firsts. But one of the things that I'm noticing, I can break it down into the bottom game and the top game. In the bottom side, the competitors that are playing guard are going for a lot of leg attacks. I mean, that is every no-gi tournament that you see in the modern era. There's going to be some dangerous leg lock assassins, as they're called, and they are just gunning for the legs. You saw Max Hanson, though he wasn't able to secure a submission today, still going after it, and a lot of competitors are doing that. And to counteract that on top, we're seeing a lot of body lock passing, compromising the hips, arching the lower back, making it difficult to get elevated and put in those leg lock situations. Sort of the dynamic moving forward, I think.
I want to point this out. This is something I'm not sure that you guys noticed, but our first block started fire. Our second block, we didn't have as many submissions, and people started thinking like, oh no, what's happening with the PGF?
Yeah.
I got to tell you here, this is a marathon. It is not a sprint. So for those of you who are in the comment section trying to tell us your thoughts on what will make a better rule set, I dare you to find a rule set that will attract this top-tier talent. So thank you for your participation. But what I will tell you is this. One trend that I've been noticing consistently here is the look in the competitor's eyes when they're like, ooh, I could go for this arm bar, but I need this back choke.
Yeah.
And you will see people abandon submissions that you think they've pretty much got. There were a couple times where even Andy Varela was like, man, if I just did this Kimura, we could go on, but that's maybe 4 points max. So I've been very intrigued to see how that gameplay is going. And when we talk with a few of the athletes, maybe that is something that we can ask them. Let's go ahead and check out our second topic of discussion here, sir. Well, here's a big one. I don't know if you guys can capture what the mood feels like. A lot of you are seeing it on TV, but there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that maybe you don't know. So I thought I'd start with you, Jake. What is the mood here? What is the collective mood at the PGF HQ?
If I had to describe it in one way, I feel like a lot of the competitors and the people watching just feel like they're a part of something special. I mean, you're in a place, a non-disclosed location that we will not share with you. It feels like blood sport. There's sponsors on the mat. There's amazing camera work. There is a lighthearted feel. The competitors are having a great time. And honestly, I feel like some of the competitors, when you really ask them, hey, how are you feeling about this entire event? They're having to remember that they're only 20% done with this tournament. Hopefully, some of them are only 25% done with this tournament because, I mean, I see I'm calling it a tournament, even me. It's not a tournament, it's a league. And so a lot of competitors have to wrap their minds around that, and I feel like that's the kind of feeling out process in this first day.
The thing to remember, young Jake Watson, there is a tournament still involved in this. So it's, you're not wrong, it's just we're not to the tournament yet.
That's what they're fighting for.
But the points that you're working for, 4, get you to the tournament. It's a full chicken egg situation. Tim, what are you noticing as the collective mood here at HQ?
Well, you know, the mood, it started with anticipation. I think a lot of people had opened their minds to this idea and decided they're going to give it a chance, and especially the folks that were here in person and the people that were following on the live stream. How's it going to play out? And as far as I could tell from the folks I've talked to, from the communication that I've had, everybody's pretty satisfied and actually feels pretty good about what happened. And I think we were kind of on a good high there right until the end. Then the mood started to change a little bit and it got a little more dramatic. And I think that drama actually filled everybody up with anticipation for tomorrow. We got day 2 right around the corner. Everybody's on edge. Everybody wants to see what these guys are going to do, the adjustments they're going to make, the adjustments their coaches are going to make. It's going to be an exciting day. The mood is the mood's ready. That's what the mood is.
Well said. And I think the one that I noticed, and I'm not sure that we can really capture this as well on this show, but from the very beginning to when things started kicking up, how quiet it got. There were a few matches where it just went stone silent, which is weird from the whole jovial nature. And I think what's happening is you're seeing a lot more of these athletes start to realize the stakes. You're seeing people who have never done this rule set before or this brand in PGF, and now starting to think, oh my God, I might be a top contender who has 0 points. And as it stands, I have to check my numbers here, but I think we were at one point in contention for having 8 athletes with 0 points. So even if those numbers are wrong, that fear of having 0 points is huge, especially if you came in for a big premium. So I think that's going to be part of the story going from today to tomorrow. Gentlemen, I want to thank you both for your ability to go ahead and help us out here. But right now, we're actually making you guys into producers for the show. So you're going to go chase down some top-tier talent who have agreed to do interviews with me right over here. So we're going to go and excuse Tim and Jake. You guys will be back to close out the show in a little bit. But meanwhile, to our friends over here, we want to say thank you so much for tuning in. We also want to thank our partners over at Caffeine. Caffeine is a streaming platform where you can catch all the greatest sports, events, you name it, it is there. So we want to thank them for being so good to us. We also want to thank many of our partners who have been incredible in making sure that this event has gone on. I mean, if you're looking at the 4 teams responsible for getting us some of the best people in the world, listen, you can't go wrong with any of this stuff, my friends. You know, I'm very happy to bring on a young man here who, you know, he came in hot. I don't even know that we're not going to have beef here. Maybe his next match is with me. I hope not. I like my legs. I really wouldn't want him to bust it up. But I want to ask you, young one David Evers, what did you do that made you feel you were the top dressed yesterday, sir?
Oh, well, number one, I'm not young. Secretly half Asian. Asian don't raise it.
How old are you?
I turned 32 this year.
It's still young to me, bro.
Oh, my bad. You're 25, right? So we're
100%. 25. That's exactly what we're going for. You know, we lowered my seat to try and make me look like I'm going in a high chair right now. No, you look incredibly young. You look good. But to me, still a young gun. 30? Dude. Stop making yourself past your prime. You're in your prime.
5 or 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Okay. So, why do you think that you were the top dressed yesterday?
We're trying to make it a professional sport, right? Even whenever I coach at tournaments, I'm wearing a suit. It's like in NBA, you know, or any professional sport, a lot of the time, they're top dressed.
Yep.
And so I'm just trying to keep that same energy, especially as we try to push grappling to be that.
How long did you take to put your ensemble together? And did you have help? Because I want to know, were you using performance enhancers? Did you have someone giving you tips on how you were supposed to dress yesterday, sir?
Oh, no, sir. I actually, so, you know, I'm a full-time engineer.
Yes.
And so I have like 3 custom suits. And I wear them occasionally. It's like jeans and polo one day. And then, you know, sometimes I throw on the suit, might as well throw it on. The only thing I missed, tie bar, lapel.
Yeah, I mean,
sweet.
I had to deduct some points for that, but I thought
understand.
all things considered, you stood out. And then I immediately got territorial, where I was like, why are you better dressed than I am? And I'm on the show. And so I was like, I don't want to meet him yet. He's already got the edge on me. And then I realized your arms. What is your tailor doing with your suit? Because most times tailors would be like, yo, do you want to let this out a little bit? Because you are compact in that thing, sir.
Well, what's funny is so it's a custom suit, right?
Yeah.
I get it from Scene. It's this company out in California. And so, you know, it's a little spandexy. It fits me pretty well.
I didn't say it looked bad. I'm just saying, look at the space in this, and then go back and look at your suit later, sir.
Well, what's beautiful about it is, you know, you don't have to take it to dry cleaners or anything. It's machine washable. So.
Oh, sick.
And it doesn't wrinkle very much. So I just threw it in my luggage. I unpacked it yesterday.
Do you understand? I brought 4, 5, 6, 7 different suits for this occasion. So there was a lot of laundry that I had to go through, and I always bring backup. So anyway, very proud of you. The reason why I wanted to bring you on, you actually started us off with our first submission, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. How did it feel to be the first person leading off with the first submission here at the show?
Well, you know what's kind of funny is immediately after the match, I was like, yeah, I got 4 points, but I probably should have pushed for the choke more. So it is what it is. You know, a game time decision, I saw it. I'll just take it.
It's hard, man, because the other thing is you also want to try and get it within that first minute because there's the extra bonus there. Yeah. So, I don't know. From my time competing, I've never gotten out on the mats and been like, I better put this dude away in 1 minute or I don't get points. It's like, wait, you got all the time. You got time, bro. Like, don't worry about it.
I mean, the opportunities come, especially when you're aggressive with your entries and everything, hand fighting. So the opportunities are going to show up.
Absolutely. Do you mind walking us through how you were able to get your finish in that first match? Do you remember it, first of all?
I do remember the finish.
Uh-oh.
I don't quite remember the setup.
Okay.
You know, it's just...
Some engineer, let's go ahead and say this. I was like, you know what my favorite comment was? People are like, is he really even an engineer? And I was like, what are we going to do? Look at him and be like, prove it. Like, bring him here and be like, hey, man, bust out some stuff that we can tell if you're legit or not. What I want to say is this. Your finish. Walk us through that, because to me, I have heard rumor that you have a lot of power when you're generating your finishes specifically to your leg locks. Can you speak a little bit about that and how you felt?
I mean, there's breaking mechanics to it as well, right? I was having this conversation with my professor last night about, you know, when to start introducing power into your, you know, techniques and everything. Because as a white belt or any lower belt, honestly, you start to get success as you do things with power. Yep. And then it starts to become addicting. And then you get up to the higher level and you do things not quite as technical. You're using your power and you're going to get exposed. Yep. And so anyway, with the finish, honestly, my right leg was over his hamstring. My left leg has a job to accomplish. I have to put a wedge in front of his quad. Yeah. Right? I get the grip, and it's not your typical finish of the heel hook. It's more of a crunching, right? Yeah. Because you're not able to get the tension to finish the heel hook in like a conventional 50-50. Yeah. And so it's more of a crunching finish.
It looked so impressive, and I just thought there was kind of this moment where people got excited, and it made the crowd kind of come alive. And so I know we're not doing an end cap on any of this, but I wanted to give you your props on the day of one competition, and also to give you your props and say, I didn't rank you as my #1 in terms of how you were best dressed, but I did pick you on my fantasy team.
Oh,
so
thank you.
all I'm saying is congrats to you and me, because, you know, smart up here. I'm also looking at a guest who's not on my team, and I don't want to get into that too much, but he's great, and we're going to get to him in a second. But I want to tell you this, sir. I wish you continued success this week. I look forward to speaking with you, but I wanted to say congratulations on a very good first day, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You have a strong handshake as well. We'll see you a little bit later. David, thank you so much for being here. All right, now I'm excited to bring on to this show a young talent that, quite frankly, scares me. This young man, if you look like you are going to get into a match with him, I guess my best advice to you is run, because he's so young, he's going to terrify you for years. So I want to bring on this young standout, this young prodigy, Jett Thompson. Jett, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great.
Bro, I have to compliment you, the great work that you're doing, and the fact that you're here. What does it feel like to be a 17-year-old competing amongst a wide variety of ages, experiences, and insanity?
It feels good. I've been competing at like adult for a long time, so it doesn't really like faze me as much anymore. But it's great to be here competing with such high caliber competitors.
Can I ask a question of you? Would you mind unscrewing this a little bit and bringing this down? I don't want to cover your nice face, young man. The people, they deserve to see a championship looking face. Just screw it. Oh, man. There you go. All right. Can we get that shot back of him? Yeah, that's the stuff. All right. So you're saying that you do come in with experience going up against every different type of age and ethnicity and you name it, every type of demographic. But does it feel weird to be the only one? Like, I think you're the only teenager. Am I right on this?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard any of the jokes we've said about you?
I've heard a few of them.
You've heard a few. Which one was your favorite?
One of them said I was like 37 with a $25,000 child support payment.
I mean, you know what the nice part about it is that we were hearing things about your lovely family, and I try not to ever do jokes on kids, but then I remember this kid specifically can kill me, so I feel like it's the way that life equals out. Tell me about your favorite part of the day thus far, sir.
My favorite part of the day was probably my first match, the only one I got a submission in. But
so does that bug you? Does that eat at you that we only got one submission here today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was hoping to get at least 2, but ended up only getting 1. This is definitely, like, looking at the schedule, is definitely my hardest day.
Yeah.
But I'm feeling confident I'll be able to get a lot more submissions and score more points.
Can I point out something here? Some people didn't get any points today. So you're already on the board, which is a good thing. So you want to be in that camp.
Yeah.
Team points versus team no points, it gives you a little bit more confidence going into day 2. So you should be proud of that. But I'm with you. I'm a perfectionist. You know, sometimes I tell people if they look at my footage when I've competed, I'm like, oh, that's a boring match. Don't even bother.
Yeah.
But you didn't really have boring matches today. Talk to us about the match where you did get your finish, sir.
I did get from a finish. Honestly, I don't even really know what happened. I walked out there, and the last thing I remember was like walking out on the mat, and then I just I can't remember what happened. I just walked out.
Okay.
Walked off the mat.
Do you want me to help you a little bit here? You want to see if I can jog the memory?
I got like an Aoki lock.
You did get an Aoki lock. And I was about to be like, bro, you should remember that. That'd be in my highlight reel the whole day. You got it on the very accomplished John Combs. I've rolled with John, and I know how tough he is. And
really good opponent.
Excellent jiu-jitsu artist. So to get that kind of a win right now, it told me not only the caliber that you're coming with, but the caliber you're performing with here at the big dance. So that's a really important distinction, and I think you're already off to flying colors. And you made so many of us so happy here today. So we're probably going to talk later in the week, but I'm going to make you 2 promises. One, I'm probably going to still make fun of you for being too young, okay? And I hope you're okay with that.
I'm all right.
And number 2, I want you to keep doing good things, man. If you keep giving us finishes like that, I think it's a very big possibility you could be the person that justifies what people said was a steal at the draft. So keep doing big things, man, and we'll continue cheering for you, all right?
Thank you.
Hey, great work today, sir.
Hey, thank you.
Please, enjoy the rest of your night, young man.
Thank you.
Don't ever triangle me. I don't like it. He's already a little too tall. I don't like it. All right, we're going to conclude now with our last interview with an individual who is, man, let me tell you this. There are spicy competitors. And then there are spicier competitors. Today, we had a spicier competitor. This man was fire. In his matches, heated, excellent, gave us great moments. And yes, there might have been a controversial moment or 2 toward the end, but we wanted to bring him on to give him props because I think, and I'm not in charge here, but you had perhaps the biggest display of showmanship with your 7-pointer earlier today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, Jett Sathler. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good, thank you.
Okay, we need to talk very calmly first. Okay. You were a little heated maybe about 20 minutes ago. Are you okay, and do you mind explaining why you were heated?
I just didn't really agree with the decision, because when I jumped for the arm bar, I didn't close the guard at all, and the referee, that was...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you mind stepping a little closer to that microphone like that? No, you're good. Thank you, sir.
And the referee told me in my face that for him, he wouldn't stop, so he came from the outside. So that's why I was a little mad about, but Brandon already talked to me. He's such a nice guy, you know, and I'm loving to be here. And I was mad at the moment, but tomorrow's another day. You know what I mean?
Can I tell you, just selfishly, why I was concerned? is we had already said, hey, will you do the show? And I was like, oh, please do the show, sir. We haven't talked. I want you to come. I want to give you props, sir. Like, this is a big thing about being able to do this. Because I don't know if you've gone to other places. Do you normally do, like, sit-downs after you compete? Like, do you do interviews after you compete normally?
Sometimes.
Here and there, right?
Yeah.
But never on a post show, right?
No.
Never like this, right?
Never like this, yeah.
Well, see, bro, look at, oh my God, this dude's $1 million smile. See, what is this? What are we looking at here, sir? What is that hoodie?
It's my sponsor. Yeah, it's they help me a lot.
Very nice.
It's a very good
Well,
brand.
I mean, you're made for TV. And let's get into the highlights themselves, because that aggressive back take had us all enthralled. So what were you thinking in there? And then what did it feel like when you realized you did get 7 points in that moment?
In that moment, I wasn't really too much focused about how many points I was. I was just in a vision where all I saw was his neck, to be honest. So when I got into that match, I was calm, as you guys can see in the replay in my face. And the strategy was to just play my jiu-jitsu, and by his reactions, able to submit the fight. So the reaction he had was to sit, pull me in a kind of like entangle on my legs, you know, and then I just felt the opportunity coming, and so I took the shot.
I'm gonna be so honest, man. I was watching you, and it's the back take that I always dream of getting, and that I was just watching you just conceive it, do it, and then hit it, and you looked so happy. But I was just curious, because I wonder when it sets in, like, oh, it was really good, like you get the extra point in addition to the choke. Because the previous round, I'm sure everybody wants the 6 points. You got 3, but you got the extra bonus on that one too. So far you were delivering for us in those very first 2 rounds, and that has to make you feel pretty good going into day 2, because I think you're at the top end of our athletes in terms of points, are you not?
Yeah, for sure. And that's why exactly I came here, you know. I came here to entertain people, you know, and put on a show. That's why I risked at the third match, I risked that, because that's what I made for, you know. I just want to entertain people, submission, you know, and I think I did a good job. I'm a little sad because at the end I was sad because I wanted to really fight Ben Eddy the whole time, you know. But if you guys are curious about how this match would go, I'm gonna be posting on my story our last match. You know, it happened about 6 months ago, and I'm not gonna even say anything, just gonna post some highlights of it, and you guys are gonna just see how that could go.
Hold on.
You know?
Oh my God. You know what? We need to bring
really
you
good
around.
for him, and
Hold on. We need to bring you around a lot more, because you did the slyest version of trash talk I've ever seen, which is, I don't know, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna put some video up, and
I'm gonna be posting it, yeah. My goal here is not to do any trash talk, you know, and I'm just telling you guys what's in my heart, and I'm just being myself, you know.
May I tell you, you're great. And I'm so sad that we have not met previously, because I recognize that we need to do a long-form interview, because you have a great personality in addition to your excellent jiu-jitsu, and you are at the top for a reason. It was really fun to watch you, man. Again, as we say to everybody here, we're just Switzerland over here. We're just hoping for good jiu-jitsu, but already mission accomplished on day 1. I know if that was your goal, already off to a good start. Keep it going, man. Keep giving us great stuff.
Thank you so much, and tomorrow's another day. We're gonna come for more.
That's right. Let's go. Oh, I love it when a guest comes out with a threat for the next day. It's like, you didn't see anything. We doing this tomorrow too, and the next day, and the next day.
Yeah.
Set them up, rack them up. Let's go.
Let's go.
Daniel, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, guys, here's what's happening right now. We're actually going to cut back to our 2 friends. Jake and Tim are going to join us, but I see it. Well, maybe one of them is going to join us. Oh, no. Oh, Brandon and Jake is happening. Okay. Wait. I thought I was in charge of this part, but I have been overridden here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the commish himself, one Brandon Mccaghren. Brandon, hold on. You're not even in a suit right now, sir.
Dude, I went to change. I beat the brakes off a cold cheeseburger.
Oh,
I'm ready
so
to go
jealous.
now.
I'm jealous because you're out of a suit and you have a cheeseburger in mouth. All right, Jake, you're not important right now. Brandon, what did you see tonight that you were happiest about?
I was very happy with my team, my staff. That was the thing that I was most pleased with, is the way that the staff responded to everything. I thought another thing that I was really happy about was the way that the athletes reacted to the controversies that came up, because they were total class acts, total gentlemen, and understanding. And listen, let me just tell you guys something. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to make some more. But I will always do what I think is the right thing, even if it's against one of my, like Matt Elkins, one of my black belts.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fair armbar. And so I made the call that I thought was right. And then when it came around to the jump guard on the end with Sathler, I thought that one was pretty obviously, whether you agree with the rule or not, that's not in question. Do I like the rule? That's not a question. It doesn't matter if you like the rule. That's the rule that was laid out. And according to the rule that was laid out, I felt like that was the right call.
So you were talking a little bit about how you made the decision. Do you mind walking us through, because we weren't privy to that necessarily? I know you were back on commentary, so I wasn't sure if you would fully explain that. What was the basis for the decision in terms of that jump?
Okay, so let's take both of the jumps into account.
Yes, sir.
So the first one with Sathler and Elkins, he had the overhook, and he makes the jump towards an armbar, and he cuts an angle on the dive, on the jump. As he cuts the angle, the leg doesn't come across the face. And so that was really Elkins' major contention, was that, look, he jumped guard, he didn't jump an armbar.
Got it.
He was jumping towards an armbar, though, and he was cutting a good angle, and the major criteria is that the hips didn't throw themselves towards the knees, right? In the second, I guess the hips never throw themselves towards anything. He didn't throw his hips towards the knees, okay? And that was the way that we determined what was going to be against the rules during the rules meeting. In the second guard jump, I felt that he didn't make really any progress towards a submission. And as we looked at the replay, the hips went to the knee, even causing the knee to buckle backwards slightly for a moment.
Yeah.
And so that was the basis for the decision.
And just to double check, Ben Eddy is okay. There
He's
was
totally
no actual
okay.
injury.
Yeah,
but,
he's totally okay.
But
There's no injury.
Within the confines of the rules, that's
Yes.
how he went. Hearing you describe this, though, I'm now realizing, yes, I'm going to pitch you a spinoff, even though we technically are a spinoff here.
Okay.
But I realize there's a missed opportunity for a court-esque show, like a Law and Order spinoff, where you go through this. Because the way you described it, it's like a detective in one of those shows where you're like, she was wearing red lipstick, and she was murdered while walking downstairs. Everybody could tell the east wind took her down. Like, it was incredible.
Someone's going to take a still of that, because you were just flipping off the camera without realizing it.
Raph.
I did not. You can't
Raph,
prove it.
This is a family show.
First of all, this is slander. Second of all, I think there are some other people who are way ahead of me in terms of the family element. I have been on my best behavior. There have only been, to my record, 3 swears. And I think
Which ones?
Ooh, the good ones.
I didn't even catch those.
The really good ones. What's that?
I didn't catch those.
That's how good I am, though.
That is good.
No, legitimately, I think I have not really sworn. I think I've been very there. The hard part is if I'm doing this and producing at the same time, the brain just takes over in autopilot.
You know, we're grown-ups.
Yeah, I feel that.
I mean,
Listen,
y'all are grown-ups.
I mean, the other thing I always like to think
I came
about.
rolling in my little backwards hat like one of the little rascals.
Hello, fellow children.
Hey, guys.
Before we get you on out of here, B-Mac, I do want to ask, say one nice thing about Tim Freeman since you did steal his chair.
I defer my time to Jake.
There we go. Jake Watson, you have to do it. He said to do it.
So, Tim Freeman. Tim Freeman has such a symmetrically bald head.
It's bald everywhere.
And his he has a nice choice of glasses. He really does well with the whole touch of gray on his beard thing.
Hold on, boo this man. No. I gave you the chance to slam dunk this.
What do you mean?
Listen, dude, hold on. You want to say one nice thing about Tim Freeman?
Oh,
Tim,
yeah, one nice thing. Sorry.
One nice thing. Hit it. Hit the one nice thing.
It's a good friend.
It's just so hard.
He's a good friend.
Okay, guys, watch. Pro. Tim Freeman is an outstanding citizen. He votes, I think. He also helps out orphans, I think. But I know this for sure. He has cleaned up the streets of Stockton so much that he was able to move to Nashville and help out those good folks. And you know what? What I'm telling you right now is this man, he's got a deep heart. Don't let him fool you. Don't let that bald head fool you. Yeah, sure, he's friends with AJ Agazarm, but don't let that fool you either. I want to tell you guys, good human being. What can
let me give you one more update?
Yeah, please.
Before I dip out of here and go commish for a while.
Yes.
Okay, so with the stalling situation, I felt the action was too slow tonight.
Yeah.
And I felt that I was not quick enough on the trigger. And so I pledge to overcorrect tomorrow.
Oh, no.
I will overcorrect.
With a vengeance.
Too far into the wrong direction.
Wow.
Tomorrow we're going too far with the stalling calls. Tonight we didn't go far enough. Tomorrow the controversy will all be surrounding, I can't believe they called so many stalling calls. So
thank you for that. And I want to tell you, I'm relieved that you're telling us that now, because I had people coming up to me. I think it's because I'm in a suit and they're like, hey, can I talk to you about the stalling calls? And I was like, bro, I'm handling the sound right now. I don't know what to do. I can turn down the music, I think, if you think the stalls are happening. And they're just like, bro, I was out there fighting for my life.
There's just too much. There's too many high-level guys, you know.
Can I ask this question?
So good. How do you put them away in 6 minutes? I gotta push the offense.
Can I ask this question? I think it's an important one, which is, do you think that there is an inherent shock to having to perform under these lights, under this format, under this system, for 3 times in a row? Because I think what I observed was that the people who have not competed in this did have a moment of, I need to get acclimated. I need a warm-up match. I need a warm-up or 2, or maybe my warm-up day, because you know the people who didn't score 0 points who are probably going to come back with a vengeance tomorrow. But is that something you observed, or did you pick up on any of that?
Yeah, I did, actually. We talked about it a little bit on the broadcast, I felt like. But I tell you, I'll jump off of that and tell you who absolutely did not have that. Jett Thompson. The kid is the real deal. Jett Thompson is absolute entertainment. I think we got a star on our hands right here with Jett. I can't wait to see him tomorrow. Man, when he came out and put Combs away like that right off the bat, and then he came out totally unintimidated by PJ Barch. He didn't care that was PJ Barch. Dude, did y'all do like a stock up, stock down or anything like that?
Maybe we will. We'll see.
Yeah.
I think I can make some arrow directions and graphics. I think that's possible.
Yeah. Nice. I feel like can be some interesting stock up, stock down leading into tomorrow.
Okay. He took a week off school for this, man.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I don't know. He's got to be in high school, right?
Well, I mean, he is taking a week off school.
That's how you get so good at jiu-jitsu when you're homeschooled.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's the secret right now. All right, B-Mac, you have to go do commissioner stuff. We're going to start closing this on out. My brother, great work, sir. Oh, my goodness. Brandon Mccaghren, the commish, stopping by to bless us with his presence. We're now bringing back our good friend Tim Freeman, who the camera is actually adequately sized on, because you may have noticed there's a little bit of yikes and yikes.
The commish is just short.
He's not short. He's just...
Jake has a hard time saying nice things about people.
Apparently,
I said that you were a nice friend, and he was like, no, shut up,
Rap
Jake.
said I was he said, let me show you how to do it. You're a nice citizen.
He's an outstanding citizen.
He votes. He's not a friend. He's a citizen.
The best part was the vague compliment of I hear you're a good friend to AJ, and you're like, wait, we don't exchange Christmas
AJ
cards.
is surprisingly kind to me and came by and said hello, gave me a fist bump on his way down to the mat. I'm like, hey man, I'm already accused of colluding with Rigan Machado. I don't need to be accused.
Wait. I'm sorry. Accused. We have proof.
You were convicted
in the jiu-jitsu law and order court that we have now. Hold on, we're going to claim
show.
You're a show.
This is a show.
Your mom's a show. All right. You know what's really great, guys? We were able to take some time and put some packages together to you. Compliments of the gentleman to my left and right over here on the screen. So what we're going to do right now is we're actually going to throw to one of those crypts. And leading us off, Tim, why don't you walk us through a package that you were able to produce for us here tonight?
So here we go. We got Renato doing the funky chicken. He wants to get a little tougher. He goes from nice to rough, taking Kevin Sherrill out of bounds. I promise the ex-martial dog was not injured during the filming of this. Carlton wants to get in on the act also against handsome Kevin, rolling him out of bounds. almost under the couch. You see our guests there don't want to get leg locked on accident, so they put their feet up. And finally, we have PJ Barch and Jett Thompson, the kid, having a little FaceTime. It is one mouth to another here. Neither guy wanted to smell the other guy's breath, apparently. They were pretty adamant about getting their hands up in the face. And I think eventually PJ had enough and just decided he was going to go straight for what he really wanted, which was the throat. To Jett Thompson's credit, it didn't really seem to bug him very much. He weathered the storm, fought for a draw, had a real nice night tonight. But yeah, a little rough play there out on the floor.
You know, he actually mentioned that he wasn't pleased with his performance, and I didn't want to go too far deep because it's only night one, but if you have a match like that with PJ Barch, you have a very bright future. So
yeah, I'm doing that to PJ Barch. Yeah, I'm retiring. Yeah.
Legitimately, I'm not sure. Maybe in retrospect he'll have it, but I know he wanted the submission, so there is that. But well played for him, and the other parts of the clips you brought out as very well. I think what we might need to do on the show is advise people in the chairs how they're supposed to avoid any kind of injury, because I'm seeing a lot of this happening. So I think we need to maybe give a tutorial tomorrow on how not to get injured. Frames are important. What a good instructor he is. Jake, you also put together a package. I'd love for you to walk us through this. Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was at the same vantage point as Tim, seeing all these submissions. Season 3 champ David Evers gets an outside heel hook. He was an absolute submission hunter today. Davis Asare, I believe he actually came away with the most points scored out of any PGF athlete. Takes out Jamie Carnall with an interesting look at a back triangle. And then this young man, Jett Thompson, gets the footlock on John Combs. A huge upset and a rising star that kid is. And then you had him in the chair, Daniel Sathler. Flying armbar submission, no controversy there. Gets up, celebrates, and takes the back of Samson Phommabout. My goodness, absolutely hunting for the submissions, rolling through. He's so aggressive, Raph, and he's so precise. It's just such an exciting competitor. And I'm sure, yes, much to his chagrin was that last situation where he got disqualified for the jump guard, but I'm excited to see him the rest of the season.
I mean, in my opinion, yes, there is controversy, but still batting 1,000. Like, still really exciting stuff. And what the athletes don't know is because they don't get to get points in that, but that still is pretty exciting to us. Like, nobody got injured. Ben Eddy's fine. That's great. But it did create a moment of chaos that even sometimes when we over here go points, no points, some points.
Sure.
We now got into a situation of like, I don't know, let's find out together. And I think that makes for compelling internet television, especially for those of you who are watching along at home. So, gents, I'd like to just ask this. I think it's too early to preview what is exactly happening tomorrow. We'll do a pre-show before the action tomorrow at 4 p.m. You can catch us here at 3:30 again. But I'd like to ask you, what are you most looking forward to tomorrow? I'll start over with you, Tim.
Well, I'm most looking forward to seeing if, which I got the point scores, if Black Rifle puts some points on the board. They're actually at 0 on their team score today. Ex-Marshall is leading, which I think yesterday and earlier in the power rankings, a few of us had them 4th. They're actually in the lead today, followed up with first Phorm and then Black Rifles at the end. Epic roll. So I'm really interested in seeing how this shakes out from the team perspective. We have a few leaders up at the top, not necessarily the guys that we thought would be there, but a couple of them. So exciting day tomorrow. I can't wait to get back, like I said earlier, filled with anticipation. That's the mood, and that's where we're going.
Jake, what are you most excited about for tomorrow, sir?
Well, we're going to be back here at the pre-show at 3:30, like you said, Raph, and, you know, the energy is going to kick up. Competitors are going to get more excited. I believe they're going to get a little more loose, but I'm interested to see how the fatigue sets in. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, some of these competitors, actually probably most of these competitors, are not used to this format. They're not used to competing maybe 2 days in a row, yes, but 3, 4, fighting for a 5th day in a row of competition. The fatigue's going to set in. We'll see if they follow our advice that we gave them in the pre-show about whether they're going to supplement properly or hydrate or eat a proper diet or sleep well. Who knows? But I am excited to see how the week plays out. Those things taken into consideration.
Lead a horse to water. That's the best we can do here. What I'd like to tell you guys is this. What I'm looking forward to most tomorrow is this. And I think it's breaking news. BMAC telling us that they're going to be more aggressive with this call tomorrow for any form of stalling. I cannot tell you how that is going to change some of the action, because I think what happened tonight is you saw people get a little comfortable with getting a little bit of leeway for a lot of time. And I think if you watch some of the dynamics of that happening, especially if you start building up those negative advantages or those stalling calls, you get enough of those stalling calls, you're basically going to forfeit points. I think that's a game-changing moment. So let's see what happens tomorrow, and let's see how many times we see that. As we exit on out, over under, how many times do you think we see challenge flags tomorrow?
Oh my gosh.
For
stall flag?
Yeah,
if
stall
Brandon
flags.
Mccaghren is as serious as he sounded here on the mic, I'm going to say over 10 times.
10 times.
Maybe. I think he's going to come out strong, and then he's going to taper off, and he's probably going to start watching something else.
I feel kind of bad.
He'll be like, I think I put it on too much, and now I'm going to back it off.
I don't want to come out too strong, you know.
I'm going to go with 7. I'll call 7.
Seven's not bad.
That's a good number.
7 is BMAC. I like the idea that he's going to go from I made other people feel bad to I made myself feel bad, so I'm not going to do it anymore.
My conscience convicted me.
He's a nice guy.
All right. Well, Jake, Tim, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate you guys. Best in the business is brother. We appreciate you both. And before we get on out of here, I just want to say a few things to you guys at home. Thank you so much for all of your interaction. Love, hate, whatever it is, keep giving it to us, because I'm telling you this, we are having so much fun here, and it's only day 1 of action. We have 4 more days. Don't go anywhere. Make appointments to start your day with us at 3:30 Pacific. Then at 4 p.m., we kick off the actual matches. And then again, at the end of the day, once we conclude with action, stay with us to find out more, as we'll drag on people that maybe don't want to be dragged on. Tonight, like I said, we thought one of the guests might not come on, but he was a sweetheart. BMAC cooled everything over. And guess what? I think we got some pretty good information in interviews. All right, guys, I think that is going to do it for us here at PGF headquarters. On behalf of all of us here, Jim, I just combined your names, Jake and Tim. You know what? I think it's a faster. Whoa! Oh God!
X-Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because X-Martial's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X-Martial team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X-Martial flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X-Martial isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.